And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Scan the QR codes to see what's upcoming for FTW Productions and what's available on demand right now. Button Master Stable Wars entire playlist. AEW Revolution Go Home Week, Dynamite and Rampage watch parties. Mistress Audio dramatic readings featuring voice actors from Weymouth Youth Wrestling. Elimination Chamber retrospective. All WrestleMania themed retros by Wrestling Fortune 44 Incorporated. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order Let's Play series. WrestleMania 19 Revenge Mode Let's Play series. All of A Simple Man's Brand Simply Predicting panels. Both episodes of The Don DeMarco Show. AEW Spark, WWE Aftershock, every show week by week. The entirety of the NASCAR Thunder 2004 Let's Play series. Past and upcoming Jeff Meacham Network watch-along coverage. FTW Productions watch party for WrestleMania Go Home Raw. A Simple Take, WWE Simple Takes featuring Cassidy 18 Studios. Super Mario Bros. Z voice acting. Episode 3 coming soon. Breaking news. ATW View Impromptu. WYW Intro and Immortal Stream. Wrestling with Idiocy Episode 7. Our favorite WrestleMania matches. Plugs have concluded. On to the video.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
We're live. Okay. Hi. Sorry. Tired from yesterday. Welcome to our coverage of WrestleMania Night 2 here on the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse Media. I know it says Horse of Hell, of course, but I am fighting through. Let's go ahead and bring in our color analyst extraordinaire for all things WWE on the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse Media, the Renegade of WrestleZania, especially after last night, because God damn it, our boys did it. I haven't processed it fully yet, JJ, because I made the mistake of watching the show again before I left today. And of course, you know, I watch the main event and I get all the crying and my face is a friggin' mess, which I have sunglasses on for two reasons. Of course, the sun actually came out to play in California again, but also because my eyes are bloodshot like I've been drinking already, which I haven't yet. But
it's all good. And if you notice, I did change my tagline today. Today I am the Renegade of Relevancy.
That's fair.
Because myself,
I didn't have a chance to look. So, and
my daughter, who is here, we acknowledge our tribal chief. And as much as I would love to see Cody Rhodes finish his story, I do not think it'll be tonight. But a man who does feel that it will be tonight, hot off the heels of his Horseman panel.
Yes.
The play-by-play extraordinaire, the simple man with the spectacular voice, Noah Foster.
Noah Foster, gentlemen. Welcome, brother. Yes.
Hello, gentlemen. We finally made it. It finally is here. Tonight, we finished the story.
One way or the other.
Yeah. We'll see what that exactly entails.
Yes.
But, you know, tonight is the night.
Yep.
Tonight is the night. Bright lights, big crowds. Everybody
I missed that big.
Loud, everybody.
Sorry, loud. Tonight is the night. I mean, again, to follow everything we saw on night one is going to be an act in itself. And you consider what we got tonight. We got Brock Lesnar versus Omos opening. We got Edge versus Demon Finn Balor inside Hell in the Cell to deliver Final Judgment. The women take center stage in the Fatal 4-Way Tag Showcase as Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez take on Natalya and Shotzi, take on Ronda Rousey, Shayna Baszler, take on Sonya Deville and Chelsea Green. The EST once again looks to prove you can't spell WrestleMania without EST and looks to overcome Asuka, reincarnated as Kana, to defend the Raw Women's Championship. The banger of the night for the Intercontinental Championship, still again the triple threat, as Drew McIntyre and Sheamus look to dethrone the lean General Gunther. And last but not least, in the main event, the culmination of this entire 2-day spectacle, we will finish the story and see if Roman Reigns remains the tribal chief, the head of the table, the guy that leads and believes life into the island of relevancy as he defends all of that and more against the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. It is going to be one hell of a conclusion, to say the least.
Oh, yeah, no question, Noah. And as you can see, like I pointed out to Jeff, I have changed my tagline tonight. Tonight, I am the renegade of relevancy.
And I am the simple man that finishes the story.
So what
I'm just
better,
of course.
What better duo to have calling the action? One who believes that one man will go from undesirable to undeniable.
Damn it.
And one man that feels like he's just gonna fall short.
It doesn't get better than this, JJ. It doesn't get better than this. It doesn't get more polarizing than this. I said it with Jeff. I said it with Chris. There has not been a more polarizing championship match in WWE history before this. Last year, they said the biggest WrestleMania match of all time. Yeah, curtain jerking. It doesn't get more important, more bigger than this, considering how similar the roads have been in storytelling, in the ups, in the downs, in the challenges. Why one kept it all within the WWE, the other one did everything possible outside of it, and now looks to finally achieve the seemingly impossible in the WWE. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean the last time I can think of that a title match, at least for my money, my watching purposes, was this polarizing was Rock Cena 2.
Yeah.
Especially that angle on the Legends. What is it? Raw goes retro. You're definitely not wrong. And again, I hope everybody enjoys the conversation. We welcome all of you, of course, to the JMN Multiverse of Media. We appreciate you. Please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend, super chat these men, if you will. And if you want to guide the conversation, super chat. It's as simple as that. We are here for you the entire way of WrestleMania, and God help our voice, a little bit afterwards too. And holy,
right, jumping right in, Ratnick
ding,
with
ding.
a $20 super chat. Thank you very much, Ratnick. Mania 40 will have an octagon match. I guarantee it. And great work, everyone. Have fun tonight, Jeff, and stay hydrated. That's a hot take. I mean, considering what we're hearing, the rumors about the impending sale,
right?
That definitely is not that far-fetched of a possibility.
Exactly.
You know, but we're not going to address that just yet. I'm sure Jeff will probably break the news on Talk Wrestling this week.
Very likely.
The sale is announced tomorrow, as has been heavily rumored, but we're not going to dive into rumors tonight. We're going to dive into facts and maybe a little bit of statistical speculation, if you will.
And of course, predictions, preview, and analysis. And
absolutely.
Thank you, Josh. But my voice belongs to the JMN Multiverse of Media now and forever.
Then, now, forever.
Together.
When you talk about, the rumors, news, whatever you want to call it, I do want to shout out a couple people that have been along for the ride, proverbially and figuratively. First of all, shout out to Travis again for doing the wheel duties today. Much appreciated, brother.
Hey.
In this beautiful hybrid Toyota that saved his damn life yesterday, for the real, and got us here today. We are approaching the exit. We are a mile from the freeway exit, just for the record. And
it's a very helpful and relaxing.
Yes.
Exit right.
That's a first.
To take a deep breath.
Yes. This car's having its namaste. You got to love shit like that. And then, of course, shout out to our audience out there in the Multiverse of Media. Of course, everybody watching on my channel, JJ's channel, Noah's channel, James's channel. And shout out to our sister channel at NoDQ.com and everybody watching at NoDQHQ out in Michigan. I may or may not make an appearance right before Aaron's recap. It won't be live, I will say that. Just keep your eyes out for the recap briefly. Please watch both. I definitely want to keep coverage here because I'm going the car. Hopefully, I'll get to the car quicker tonight. We'll see how it is. But it's going to be night 2 traffic on a Sunday in LA, so we will see. But yeah,
great time to take a deep breath.
this damn car's not staying me off the air here. Bitch. So, but again, guys, we've been talking about this since we knew Cody was coming back. We've been talking about this since we knew WrestleMania was going to be in LA. I know.
Keep right and enjoy the journey.
I'm gonna let you guys take over till we get parked because this thing is clearly bad shit. So go ahead.
No worries, good sir. We appreciate you popping in, and I know you'll be checking in here and there throughout the evening. We'll see you once you get situated and through security.
Yeah, good luck for that mosh pit again.
No, you know what? Security was the easiest part of the day yesterday, as far as getting in, because the clear bag policy's in effect. They don't mess with us. It's wonderful.
I got there so late they didn't even ask.
But that's fair too. You could have walked in with a fucking bomb for all we know. Anyway, guys, have a fun pre-show. We'll see you as soon as I can. Love you both.
Sounds good.
Appreciate you, bro. Love you too. Well, JJ, again, man, we had an absolutely incredibly emotional roller coaster of night 1 with 3 of the greatest WrestleMania matches we saw going back to back to back. Night 2 has a hard act to follow, but the greatest story is yet to be foretold. And basically, you called the match order perfectly.
I know. And, I had already organized the match order for today in the StreamYard.
Well,
I was only off technically by 2 matches. I had them flip-flopped. Because remember last night I said that I would start off with the Intercontinental Triple Threat.
Right.
And then I had the Women's Showcase. And then I had Brock and Omos.
Right.
You flip the IC and Brock Omos, and that's the correct order of the night.
Well, I guess without further so I mean, hey, look at you look like, seriously though, dude, you could work as a producer for WWE. You got the mind, you got the passion, and you definitely got the foundation down when it comes to figuring about, okay, how you book, how you structure, how you keep the eyes engaged. But with that being said, without further ado, JJ, let's just get right into it, man.
Yeah, and you know what? Even though we do know the match order, I'm still going to run through these the way I have them organized in my StreamYard here, the way I'm looking at it, because damn it, I feel like this was the best flow.
I agree.
Especially if everyone out there is talking about how Brock and Omos is going to be like a 2-minute match. Why would you start with that?
Right?
I'm just saying.
I've been saying that. I was like, what?
I don't think it's going to be as quick or as horrible as people are making out to be, but we'll get there in a minute. So the match that I had to start things off, we started things off yesterday with the United States Championship, the workhorse title of Raw.
Correct.
What better way to kick off the second night, in my opinion, than the workhorse title of SmackDown?
Banger!
Where Drew McIntyre and Sheamus look to challenge Walter, better known as Gunther, for his Intercontinental Gold. And, a lot of people crap on the look of this IC title. I actually really enjoy it. Not as much as I enjoy the Attitude Era Oval or even the classic IC title. But for me, this design harkens back to the Pat Patterson IC title. And I like that. But at the end of the day, for me, we talked a little bit about this last night. Triple H is a man of history. He's a man of legacies. He's a man that believes in championship reigns that matter. And when it comes to the Intercontinental title, 454 days is the benchmark.
Right.
The honky tonk man.
He's cocky, he bad.
Walter, Gunther, whatever you want to call him, is one of the biggest Triple H guys to come from your NXT.
Damn it.
Triple H is going to have him break Honky's record. Walter walks out retaining and still Intercontinental Champion, just like Theory did last night.
It's one of those things where I talk about all the time, JJ. One of my favorite titles is the Intercontinental Championship because of what it stands for. I don't necessarily look at it for the presentation, although I do still say my favorite title version of it is the white belt because it's the only belt of 3 I know that can pull white leather and stand out. But that being said, you can't find a better stronger, more emphatic example of a workhorseman of the industry, of the sport, than the Ring General Gunther, aka Walter. Like I said, former longest reigning WWE NXT UK champion, pandemic be damned. He overcame Pete Dunne at NXT TakeOver New York to dethrone the Bruiserweight, who was close to 690 days constantly as that champion. Ever since claiming his title off Ricochet, he has put down all comers, but he has moved forward and increase the absolute potential of the roster. Anybody who's been in the ring with Gunther has been pushed to their absolute limit, if not most. He is a mode not seen today in the industry. He is a throwback. He is unorthodox, but that goes to his power and his strength. He is the Royal Rumble Iron Man. He is a future ballot #1 contender for a world championship. But if he is going to really pass this off to somebody that could surpass what he has already started, then it's gotta be somebody in one-on-one action. The only reason like I said, you always have a triple threat. You have Buffer, you have Fall Guy. Sheamus, he has had an illustrious career since his first WrestleMania 26, has been a constant. It's the only title he hasn't won. I understand that. While Drew McIntyre was the chosen one, it was the first title he won. But again, in this business, I see it all the time. It's about two things at the forefront: checks and championships. When it matters, you gotta put your friendships at the back door. Something's gotta give tonight, and the Ring General will capitalize. I got to go with Gunther retaining. In my opinion, I don't think he loses until he gets an NXT call-up, because there's only been one person in the history of WWE particularly that has been able to overcome the Ring General since he has signed, and that was Ilya Dragunov. Nobody's been able to overcome Gunther since. It doesn't happen tonight. Gunther retains the championship.
There you go. Shout out to my pop in the chat room. Good afternoon to you too, good sir. Last night was a hell of a show.
One of the greatest shows I've ever seen. Not the greatest shows I've ever seen. It was only one half of this WrestleMania. By God.
Just so you know, Dad, I actually got Natalie here with me today. She's here to watch because she acknowledges her tribal chief, the head of the table. She says, hello, Grandpa.
That's lovely. And hello, Natalie. I hope that you enjoyed the show. And maybe next time we'll get you involved in the Ladies of the Multiverse, because you are just as a part of that as all of them. And well, I mean, I have your full predictions. I do wonder how you did last night. And may you acknowledge what happens in the main event either way.
Absolutely. A lot of people popping in. Cleaver, good to see you. Tim, good to see you. Ryan, what is going on?
Yep. Tim, good to see you, of course. My brother from ATW. What up, King? I'll see you Wednesday night for the All Elite Zoom. He is a good-hearted man, and he could tell you a lot more about the hip-hop artists from last night, too. I was like, who the heck is this guy getting the Usos out here? Anyway, again, folks, this WrestleMania Night 2, there is so much ahead still. They got a hard act to follow, but this match right here is going to be your pro wrestling clinic of the night. Banger doesn't do it justice, but it definitely will at least do that.
Definitely. Grandpa says, hi, Nats, love you too.
I am eating Little Caesars, actually, because I took a short nap, and I was like, I got to get something in my body if I'm going to speak.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So, confirmed second match of the night, also the match I had booked for second of the night. Last night, we had the men's showcase follow up the opener. I figured what better way to do it than to have the women take the same spot. Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez versus Natalya and Shotzi, or as I like to call them, the Black Hearts.
Right?
Sonya Deville and Chelsea Green, collectively known as the Karens. And Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler.
Oh, boy.
And I mean, this one is always tough because they always manage to throw in that team that you know that you're not going to not bet on them, and that's Ronda and Shayna.
Right.
But then you've got the sentimental favorite. And for me, obviously, that's Natalya and Shotzi.
Right.
You know, Shotzi I got to see out here in Pomona, California, just before she reported to NXT. Thought she was amazing. She's done great things. Natalya, obviously a lifelong favorite. Reasons, hello. And then I also feel like, as unpopular as she is in my house particularly, you've got the sleeper of Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez.
Right.
Raquel Rodriguez is going to be a force to be messed with here in the coming years. Do they give her the start of that push by having her win in her WrestleMania debut? She's making a Mania debut. Shotzi's making a Mania debut. Chelsea's making a Mania debut. And technically, Sonya Deville is making a Mania debut because she's only ever competed on the pre-shows before. She has never been on the main card.
That's fair.
So you've got 4 out of 8 women that are making their debuts. So do you go with the Los Angeles native, Ronda Rousey, the baddest woman on the planet, the woman who doesn't give a damn about her bad reputation? Or do you look towards the future? Raquel Rodriguez, Liv Morgan, Shotzi Blackheart, Chelsea Green, the hot mess. You know, it's really one of those things where the pendulum can swing either way, and I'm perfectly fine wherever it lands.
Right.
But if I'm walking up to a Vegas bookie, I'm laying my 100 down on Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler.
It's one of those things where, again, you don't want to make this seem obvious. But again, how do you bet against 2 of the freaking horsewomen of MMA in LA? I'm just saying. I mean, I've seen crazier things before. I think about logic. I'm just going to put it out there right now. I don't give a damn what the chat says, and I still stand by it. WrestleMania 35 for me, my biggest moment. It was not Kofi Mania. It was when the Iconics won the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships because they were the only legitimate tag team in WWE bound by sisterhood. And I stand by that. But that being said, you talk about, again, sisters bound together. We've seen this developing relationship with Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez. And then you have the Karens, who basically are 2 disgruntled workers that caused Adam Pearce to basically subscribe to ibuprofen purchases and give him enough of a headache that he finally had to give him a chance, and they made their way into this match. Then you have, I've said it once, I'll say it again, locker room leader for generations, Natalya, who has never, ever had that big WrestleMania moment on her own, let alone with a partner. I'm just saying, okay? She was there with her father, WrestleMania 26. That's a whole different statement. And then, of course, you have Shotzi Blackheart, who, again, wants to take care of business, TCB. But her run's kind of been a bit fluctuating. She's challenged Ronda Rousey for the championship. She fell short. She's also sustained injury. She's also previously challenged for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships, fell short as well. I look at money, I look at marketing, I look at star power, I look at future challengers. You got to consider that one of these 4 teams in this, let's just put it together, IKEA, thrown together, women's tag team division, has to be challengers for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships. And I think about, okay, what do they book that next big match at? Backlash? Maybe. King of the Queen of the Ring, if they're not involved in the tournament? Maybe. But I think Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler versus Lita and Becky Lynch is a big money match at SummerSlam if they decide to push forward the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships, where Ronda Rousey has made it be known she wants to go after and be a tag team competitor with tag team gold. May I remind you that Shayna Baszler, her time on the main roster, has yet to have any sort of freaking women's championship since the NXT Women's Championship. I wish Big G was here because that's a damn crime. I look at these 8 individuals and I simply say this. Nobody, and in my opinion, nobody in this match deserves a chance at tag team championships for a WrestleMania moment than Shayna Baszler, who, in my opinion, still should have won at WrestleMania 36. She is the most legit competitor next to Ronda Rousey. And the thing is, people don't hate Shayna Baszler like they hate Ronda Rousey either. Let's put that out there. You got to go with Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey because unless you see them somehow taken out of the equation and you get a surprise roll-up by the Karens just to give you a WTF moment, I just don't see any other of the 3 teams winning because they put the stock in Liv Morgan last year, but what happened? Money in the Bank winner, SmackDown Championship run, lost to at Extreme Rules to Ronda Rousey, hasn't been champion since. She had a moment in the sun, and she came in last year in the tag show against Rhea Ripley. They lost then there too. I gotta go with Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler. Liv Morgan and Raquel are the close second, and close in quotations because, again, in LA, you don't bet against the UFC fighters. Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler for the win.
I definitely would say you don't bet against the UFC fighters in Vegas, with that being UFC's home.
True that.
You know, we also, I feel like we need to at least touch on the fact that Los Angeles is a hell of a Latino market. So Raquel Rodriguez going over would make sense to the market and the demographic of the city.
Right.
So.
Again, it's one of those things where I wish this match had more potential put into it. And that really just comes down to WWE's abysmal booking of the women's division. That's one thing. Ronda Rousey, she gave a hot take on that. She was sort of right. Because this women's showcase has to follow what we saw last night. And it's before the Raw Women's Championship. Kind of a tough spot.
I'm glad you brought that up. Could Ronda's statements about WWE's booking of the women division be what costs them the match and they punish her? Maybe even going as far as, and I know this sounds blasphemous, so please, chat room, don't rip my head off, but going as far as to have Chelsea Green pin her.
Oh, God. Oh, man.
WWE isn't beyond punishing people when they feel they get out of line, and they could feel that Ronda's comments, maybe Ronda and Shayna were originally booked to win this, but after reading that and hearing that, they'll be like, oh, is that what you think? Chelsea, you get to pin Ronda Rousey. Be thankful we're not making her submit you.
Damn.
Something to think about. We all know WWE can be petty like that. And granted, we haven't seen a whole lot of that under Papa H's WWE.
Right.
But it's not to say that it can't happen.
Oh, man. All right. Let's see what the chat's got to say here. Ivy Nile, I like that idea, but I don't know exactly what she's up to with Diamond. I would love to see Ivy Nile and Shayna Baszler go one-on-one. And to go with your point, yeah, you're right. Hello, Torvik. I let Green tap me. Damn it, Colin! And Matt Cardona would probably have something to say to you. And he's not a stranger to going to Cleveland sometimes. I'm just saying. Yeah, again, this match, I think there is great potential in all of the competitors, considering some of their track records, especially Chelsea Green outside WWE. But the way that they put it together,
I know the whole booking of the women's matches for this weekend has just been piss poor, with the exception of Damage Control, Becky Lita, Trish. They haven't made me care about Bianca and Asuka. I only care because I love me some Bianca Belair.
Right.
They didn't make me care about Charlotte and Rhea. I only cared because I love me some Rhea Ripley.
I care about that.
They haven't made me care about this match.
Right. Well, again, it's one of those things where I will say this. If the expectations of the WWE Universe are set to a certain low bar and surpass it, hello, Charlotte Flair and Rhea Ripley, damn, one of the best women's championship matches I've ever seen in WrestleMania history. There, I said it. Then maybe we will be pleasantly surprised. But I look at the Fatal 4-Way last year. It was Selena Vega and Carmella. It was Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan. It was Sasha Banks and Naomi. And it was Natalya and Shayna Baszler. A lot of these same competitors are stuck in the same spot. And I think someone alluded to the fact that, yeah, I think a lot of this is actually, if not all, of the SmackDown Women's Division. And that's pretty damn sad.
It is. Especially when you figure that the only legitimate team in the entire match is Ronda and Shayna.
Keyword, legit, in more ways than one. But I digress. Well, that was a legit discussion about pretty much people being mostly definitively with Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler. Because, again, how do you bet against those two? Anyway.
Hello, right. Ken. Welcome. Good to see
what
you.
got going on in chat. Yeah, good to see you all. Ken, Colin, Dwayne, Moonlight Mirage, appreciate your takes always. Tim, Cape Rare, Ryan, Torvik, your pop, Matthew. Just going for a little bit just to, put the love out there, everybody. So again, people, share and tell, spread the conversation. Give us a buzz across all social media. Let's get the word out there that we cover all things wrestling. Shout out to AW Family on Twitter. And again, we hope that we keep you engaged and entertained. All right, so I think we're caught up here at this point.
We're going to move into the match that WWE is going to have jerk the curtain, but when I organized matches, I felt like it should go third. Nice way to come down because we called both of these showcase matches throwaway matches.
Right.
And the men yesterday gave the proverbial hold my beer.
No kidding, Jesus.
Especially with Braun Strowman doing a freaking splash off of the top rope. Like, holy hell.
I swear to God, someone can fetch it. I don't know if Stepper can check this stat. I swear on everything pure, I've never, ever seen Braun Strowman come off the top rope. What the
And you probably never will again.
I don't think
it was supposed to be one of those holy shits like when Brock went for the shooting star against Kurt Angle at 19.
Yeah, somebody almost broke his damn neck. Firstly, Braun Strowman didn't do that.
Speaking of Brock, like I said, it's going to be the curtain jerker.
Uh-oh.
Lesnar versus the Nigerian giant Omos. And again, I'm going to get hate mail. I'm going to get trolled in the comments. I don't even care. Y'all can say that I don't know what I'm talking about, but I predicted the match order yesterday. So clearly I got a little something inside of me.
I would say you do.
Brock Lesnar walked out last year when Vince McMahon was relieved of duties. He was convinced to come back. I assume by Paul Heyman, who's a longtime friend and even was his business manager, legit, not just advocate on the screen for a long time.
No.
I don't know if Heyman still is or not, but Heyman and Brock have always had a relationship. I'm pretty sure Heyman's the one who convinced him to come back.
Wouldn't surprise me.
We don't know how much time is on Brock's deals. Brock usually always signs short-term X amount appearance deals. I would not be surprised if this is it for his contract. And with Vince not being a creative driving force in the company, and with the impending news of the potential rumored sale that may or may not be announced tomorrow, again, we're not diving into that rumor today. We're leaving it as it is until we get confirmation.
That's right.
I look for the Beast Incarnate to do what nobody thinks is going to happen and put the Nigerian giant over. Omos takes this one. Omos has everything to gain and nothing to lose. And that is a dangerous place to put a giant.
It's a fair analysis considering that, again, Brock Lesnar, last time he was involved in the opener was WrestleMania 35. He basically, caught his shot against Seth freaking Rollins for the WWE Universal Championship, and Seth freaking Rollins won. And he was obliterated before the bell ring. Truth be told, took a little blow and freaking 3 curb stomps, but still, Seth freaking Rollins, he slayed the beast. That being said, when I think about Brock Lesnar's WrestleMania run, the last WrestleMania Brock Lesnar won was WrestleMania 34 in the main event against Roman Reigns. He has not won WrestleMania since. So put that into context, folks. That being said, Omos, WrestleMania debut was tag team action alongside AJ Styles. By the way, AJ Styles get well soon. And they did beat the New Day for the Raw Tag Team Championships. Last year in singles action, he took on the Almighty Bobby Lashley. Crime, by the way, that he's also not in WrestleMania. That's another just, thought from me. And then there was backlash following that, and then we saw MVP come into play. I still say they should have added, because Ohio Valley Wrestling represent and history, they should have added Shelton Benjamin to this picture and make it more of a handicap, just to give Shelton Benjamin some shine and just to, I feel, protect Omos. Omos, for me, is still a guy being fine-tuned. I remember what happened when he didn't do a whole lot of movement, a whole lot of actual wrestling in Crown Jewel against Braun Strowman. Braun Strowman carried that match. Braun Strowman went over. It's one of those things where I look at Brock Lesnar. I think he's going to do the same thing, but I still see Brock Lesnar going over. I mean, think about it. The last time he was involved on Premium Live Event was against the Almighty Bobby Lashley. He embarrassed the man, but he got disqualified. He doesn't really have any bad heat against Omos. And like you said, okay, disqualification. Omos wins, but is that the way Brock Lesnar wants to go out? Omos beats Brock Lesnar. Is that really the one of? Is that the last match potentially for Brock Lesnar? As long as the money is good, because that's what this really comes down to at the end of the day. Let's just put it out there, folks. I think Brock Lesnar will still be around for the biggest in Premium Live events based on who he wants to work with. Let's not forget, before this Omos program, rumor has it he was supposed to work with Bray Wyatt. He said no. So that being said, if Brock Lesnar is willing to work with this guy, I could see him winning, but I just kind of don't see this as a one-off. I think Brock Lesnar is going to make Omos look strong, but I still have Brock going over.
That's fair. Cleaver in the chat room playing the pun on the name, saying he Omos give a F about this match.
That's wrong.
Some people talking about Alexa Bliss's momentum being derailed. She did go on to appear on The Masked Singer this season. She was a character named Axolotl, I think is how they said it. I wasn't watching.
I saw the clip, but also she talked about how she was really nervous and she's glad she did it. She's doing stuff to show that you can handle high, intense pressure situations if you truly believe in yourself. So that's definitely an accomplishment and an encouragement. And by the way, yeah, she had some sort of a skin disorder. Watch out, tanning folks and tanning beds. But thankfully, she's okay. So again, I'm going to be quiet for a moment because look what's on the screen, JJ.
Yes. Although before he grabs the microphone, we got Matthew into another pun here. So Jay is an Homo sapien.
Damn. Well, let's go ahead and hear from the wise man who is circling Kathy Kelly. I wonder if Paul Heyman actually likes Kathy Kelly more than Kayla Braxton.
Possibly.
Let's go ahead and take a listen to the wise man. We'll continue on. Stay tuned, folks. Is that a question? This guy, how does he not have a freaking Oscar? Was it Tower Tree Roman Reigns? Tonight is his night. Really? Ooh. Right. Largest grossing. Can you imagine Paul Heyman as a kid?
Absolutely. I've seen the images.
It's crazy. Ooh, Starcade. Right. If y'all wonder why we're quiet, go to YouTube, WWE, and listen to Paul Heyman speak, because you don't talk over Paul Heyman.
Long live the dream.
If you will, that's the roads. Oh, you had to drop the M word. As they sell us. My client. Where's the money? The money? The money? Roman Reigns. Damn it! True. Just put entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. Damn it! Ooh.
Just for an extended visual, my daughter is here the entire promo, her one to the sky, telling Paulie, you tell him.
Sometimes I really hate listening to Paul Heyman. I really do.
But you said it a minute ago when we were talking about Brock and Omos.
Right?
The money is what it's all about. That's what I was trying to get through to you and James yesterday at open mic night. It's all about the money, and there's money in merchandise. Merchandising, where the real money from the movie is made. To quote Master Yogurt from Spaceballs. And 1,000 days is less than 2 months away.
Oh, gosh.
That is where the money is.
All right. Like I said, we'll talk more about that shortly here in depth.
Yes,
soon,
we
folks,
will.
So stay tuned as we continue the conversation. We talk about big money fight. Brock Lesnar fights for the money. Roman Reigns is the money, but there's still a lot more to see how we finish the story. And that will not be the only story that will be finished tonight, JJ, as of course your Carter is going to dignify.
So moving on from Brock and Omos, everything else that we're going to run through is confirmed to be in the order we're doing it. The only thing that I had contention on was the IC and the Brock Omos match. WWE went the way they went. They're the billion-dollar entity that's on the auction block, so to speak. I'm just a 40-something-year-old man in Victorville, California.
There you go.
Next up, though, the EST of WrestleMania.
I'm going to get heat from
looks
your
to
daughter.
go toe-to-toe with Asuka.
Oh, boy.
The new evolution in the Empress of Tomorrow.
Yes.
Will she walk out of WrestleMania the Empress of today, or will the EST continue her dominant run as Raw Women's Champion? It is worth noting, Noah, that she walked into night one of WrestleMania 1 year ago today and dethroned Becky Lynch.
Yep, she's been.
She
1
walks
year.
into WrestleMania day 2 today, 365 days and counting as champion. Does her reign end at a 1 solid year? Or, like we discussed with Gunther, do we continue to make history? She is already the longest reigning singles black champion in WWE history. She's got roughly 100 days to go until she passes the New Day's record to become the longest reigning black champion, period, in WWE history. She has about 30-something days to go before she passes the man, Becky Lynch, as the longest reigning Raw Women's Champion in WWE history. Does the EST of WrestleMania, you can see it over our heads, you cannot spell WrestleMania without EST. Does she continue her path of dominance, or does she crumble to the Empress of Tomorrow?
She's beating Becky Lynch for it last year, like you said, at WrestleMania. After Becky Lynch surprised the hell of her at SummerSlam in the year prior. She overcome Bayley 3 times. She has beaten Becky and Asuka in multi-person affairs. She has defended it also against Sonya Deville. Everybody on the Raw wrestler that has stepped up towards her, including Carmella, also have failed. Asuka Before Asuka became Kana, Asuka was once the undefeated Empress of Tomorrow in NXT. She held that title proudly for 510 days before relinquishing it after being promoted. Then she went up to the main roster in her first WrestleMania after winning the Women's Royal Rumble to face the Queen Charlotte Flair, where her undefeated streak made her now mortal, as she had no choice but to tap out. She was not involved in WrestleMania 35. She was not involved in WrestleMania 36, to my knowledge. She was back at WrestleMania 37, came in as Raw Women's Champion, lost to Rhea Ripley that night. Asuka has not had a major WrestleMania moment, but maybe Kana can. Kana being a multiple-time DDT Ironman heavyweight champion, Reina World Women's Champion, world-renowned competitor out of Japan, and with the fact that this is on the weekend that the Great Muta was put in the WWE Hall of Fame. How fitting, how poetic would that be if Kana bests the EST? Bianca Belair has already achieved every accolade possible practically in the WWE. She is coming into her first WrestleMania, though, 3 years in a row as the champion. She is being the hunted, not the hunter. That puts the identity of the EST WrestleMania in a whole different aspect. If Kana cannot overcome Bianca Belair, then why did Kana come back in the first place? This is the 90s where a Great Muta can try and steal someone's eye and bring out the worst like he did in Jushin Thunder Liger, who became Cushion Liger, all right? This is 2023. This is the WWE. With the idea of Rhea Ripley versus Bianca Belair first being known as a potential match, but never was meant to be. Now that Rhea Ripley is on the SmackDown side of things, you do wonder with the inevitable draft coming up, brand split, LOL, if this is the way they turn Bianca Belair in a whole different direction. And she has been nothing but face since her ascent. Will she be forced into a state of desperation to still come out as champion? And does that play to her advantage? Either way, I said it before WrestleMania even came through. I've said that everything changes after WrestleMania concludes. We so far have seen one women's championship change hands. Last night, at Stand and Deliver, the NXT Women's Championship changed hands. And the NXT Women's Tag Team Championships changed hands. They don't have the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships on the line. I think you complete the hat trick. I think you get new champions across the board. I think Kana will find a way to overcome the EST of WWE and finally claim her first victory at WrestleMania. I have Kana, not Asuka. Kana winning because Asuka has been previously unable to beat Bianca Belair. This is Kana for the first time ever taking on Bianca Belair. And I don't think Bianca is ready for it. I got a new Raw Women's Champion.
That's a fair statement, Noah. I mean, we all know my adoration for the EST. I wear it proudly on my sleeve.
Absolutely.
There's been a lot of chatter in the conversation about Bianca being stale. Bianca needs to turn heel. She hasn't really shown signs of a heel turn, but could that be something that is looming? As much as I feel like they're flushing money down the toilet by turning her heel, because again, it's a business. She is poised to be currently the female John Cena.
Exactly.
She is that marketable female superstar to all the little girls around the world.
Yep.
But what if she does the unthinkable and retains tonight? Then she comes out on Raw after Mania, which is always a monumental, historical occasion. It's a time for returns and debuts. And she grabs the microphone and says, I've beaten everybody there is.
Right.
Nobody is on my level. There's a reason I am the EST. And out comes a woman, or should I say, a 21, 22-year-old girl who just lost the NXT Women's Champion, the Prodigy, to challenge and dethrone her.
Shades of what Paige did with AJ Lee. I completely understand what you're saying too. Again, a lot of what is, but I always say the prodigy rises to promise. For the prodigy to claim victory over the EST would be a WrestleMania moment. But I do go back to the one thing that I do still concerns me, especially with that promo. Her anxiety. To be on Monday Night Raw is an anxiety of a whole different level versus your NXT. I just don't want to see her collapse under the pressure.
What if the collapse was just a way to sell an excuse for her to lose the title?
Possibly that too. There's a little bit of both actually with that angle, as she literally said herself. So you're absolutely right. But
Just-
either way, we talked about before. The booking of the women's division has been absolutely abysmal. It's been underrated. It's been underappreciated. It's been underlooked at. And then
what
you saw
better way to shake it up, Noah, than for the prodigy to come and dethrone the EST?
Right. Get somebody from the outside.
Just a thought.
From
there, we enter Satan's demonic structure.
Oh, Lord.
And we go inside Hell in a Cell.
The classic Hell in a Cell, by the way. Damn it. All right.
Notice I didn't say the red crate of hate.
Blah.
Nah. Hell in a Cell makes its return.
Thank Christ.
I think what really is going to play into this is Gangrel gonna be here? Because Gangrel, or should I say David Heath, the man behind the gimmick,
right,
is a hell of a worker. He knows how to work people. He's been posting on his Twitter. He was out here. He did a show, whatever it was, Wednesday, Thursday night. He posted that he was at the airport on Friday. Tweeted that he was back home safe and sound. Tweeted a picture with his girlfriend or his wife on the beach this morning in Florida.
Nice.
So did he really go home, or is he working everybody? Because all the internet journalists are saying that he's guaranteed to be here.
Right.
So is he working everybody to throw us off the scent? Or did he really go home?
That remains to be seen. If you want to get a full brood entrance, Again, Edge is going to channel something dark. But he also called out the demon. And Finn Balor embraces his demons. He doesn't run away from them. So, the last time we saw the demon, though, like I said, he couldn't freaking jump off a turnbuckle because Divine Intervention caused it to explode underneath his feet. The last time a demon was involved in a cage structure was my Black and Gold NXT against Samoa Joe on a show family called The End. And it was the end of the demon, Finn Balor, in that NXT. I remember watching Prince Devitt against Kota Ibushi back at Wrestle Kingdom, and he was successful. I remember a period of time where the demon was an unstoppable anomaly. It brought something different out of Finn Balor, and it's why he was such a dominant NXT champion. But on the main roster, the demon has looked nothing less but a human being. Then you have Edge, who literally says he's been crucified inside Hell in a Cell. And that includes one time being plummeted to hell by The Undertaker off a ladder while inside of it. But I said it before, Edge is a finisher. He has the killer instinct. Yeah, am I freaking hinting something that might actually show up tonight if you believe, peeps? That being said, again, last time he was involved inside Hell in a Cell, he won. He finished his feud against Seth freaking Rollins at Crown Jewel. But I look at the future. I look at passing of the torch. I look at everything changing. I still don't know why they did not use the tagline of Final Judgment. Because as far as I'm concerned after this, Judgment Day feud with its creator should be done. The creator wants to destroy his creation. But I just don't see him doing it tonight. I think for the first time, the demon is going to surprise us at WrestleMania. And I will say this. The last time the demon was involved at WrestleMania was WrestleMania 35. And he was successful in beating Bobby Lashley for the Intercontinental Championship. When the demon is at its highest and at its peak, it does virtually seem unstoppable. And I think we're going to see the same thing tonight, to say the least. I think the demon is going to surprise us and make sure that Edge not only bleeds, but lays lifeless in the middle of the ring. I got Finn Balor winning.
That's fair. Another thing to keep in mind, though, and this is a little bit of history that's not really getting touched on a whole lot. Edge made his very first Mania appearance, not match debut, Mania appearance, descending from the rafters with the Brood to allow the Undertaker to hang the Big Boss Man inside Hell in a Cell. Tonight, he could potentially ascend from the pits of hell with the fire surrounding him.
Yes.
To then re-enter the structure. And there's been talk about not only Gangrel, but TK loaning out Captain Charisma, the instant classic Christian Cage, to be part of the entrance as well.
Look at Sarah, he was buried 6 feet under. What a great way to dig him up.
Right? Again, long-term storytelling, but this time that transcends two companies. The last time we saw him on AEW television, he was buried by Jungle Boy Jack Perry. Right. And he could ascend once again from the pits of hell through Johnny Cash's Ring of Fire, if you will, with his longtime best friend and kayfabe brother, Edge, to walk into this match. Ken Judgment Day might interfere, but that's the whole reason that Edge would have the backup.
Exactly.
One to take out Dom, one to take out Priest, and we all know Beth isn't going to be too far if Mommy tries to get involved.
Exactly. All right. What's this? I haven't done no endurance pizza. Yeah, I like a little Caesar's pizza. They were hot and ready. It might be a little cold right now, but that's okay. I got plenty of time. I have Balor with the win, but I can't see. Maybe 6 was his first appearance. Really?
He was in the crowd.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't actually Edge. He was still Adam Copeland.
Yeah, because I remember Edge was not always a thing. It was Adam Copeland, and then you got the ENC connection. I was like, wait a minute, what? And 5,000, Judgment Day, and what? The more you know. And stay tuned, folks, because we're crazy. Somehow, some way, we're going to give you a road to WrestleMania 40 by giving you our somehow coverage and takes of every WrestleMania, including this one, which will probably just be literally a rewatch. God help us.
I mean, at the end of the day, you guys seem to enjoy Noah Foster and myself doing the WWE action. So we have collaborated and we have decided that we are going to go back to the inaugural WrestleMania and we are going to film watch-alongs for every Mania to lead up to WrestleMania 40 next year to be broadcast across the entire multiverse.
And I might be there live.
I know, exactly. So you won't be able to call 40 next year.
You'll be at first on 2 fronts. Again, shout out to Jeff Meacham, Dilla, my friend, Sienna Chanel, Cindy, Aminemity, Lex Alonso, I know he's there, and everybody that's out there in California.
Arlene and Elizabeth.
Exactly.
Or Emmanuel, excuse me, Arlene and
Emmanuel and Arlene. Yeah, it's all good. Anybody that's out there, I hope you have an incredible, safe, and wonderful time WrestleMania. I did these Salcedo. The list goes on and on. All the friends, all the acquaintances in the world of professional wrestling, and even those that are connected to the Jeff Meacham Multiverse of Media. My wife and I are going to 40. Colin, I'll see you. Colin, I'm going to try and see you there. Maybe you can show me what some prime cuts are in Philadelphia. And yes, we are insane. Tim, the first match tonight, confirmed it is Brock Lesnar and Omos.
Yes, we addressed that earlier.
Right.
And we go from the first confirmed match to the main event, not only of the evening, but of the weekend, the potential storybook ending for 3 years.
Time to finish the story, JJ. And audience, this is what we're going to talk about until WrestleMania goes live. So
more than likely,
freaking up.
More than likely, because me and Noah got deep into this on open mic night last night.
Right.
And I have a feeling we're going to get deep into it again as the American Nightmare, the undesirable looks to become the undeniable, and much like KO and Sammy, looks to become undisputed WWE Universal Champion, attempting to take out the tribal chief, the head of the table, Roman Reigns. And again, Noah, you said it yourself earlier. It came out of your mouth. It's about the money. There is money in the marketing. There is money in the merchandise. The greatest professional wrestling manager in history just graced your screen and told you the money is in Roman retaining. 1,000 days is what it is all about. That is less than 2 months away. That is King, Queen of the Ring in Saudi Arabia. Do you really? And I said this to you last night, and you gave me that look. And I know as soon as I'm done talking, you're going to give me the rant again. But do you really pull the trigger and snuff the flame that has been burning for almost 1,000 days when you are literally this close to the finish line? If it had been SummerSlam last year, if he had had a singles at Survivor Series and wasn't in War Games, it would have been a completely different story as far as I was concerned, because we wouldn't have been that close. But here we are, 50-something days away from 1,000. From a business standpoint, from a marketing standpoint, from a merchandise standpoint, with the impending sale on the table, do you really dethrone the best merch seller in your company, arguably the coolest heel since the NWO? Do you really pull that trigger tonight and take it all away? And if you do, which I know you're in the camp of do it, pull the trigger, finish the goddamn story.
You digress.
What happens if Cody loses the belt in 3 months?
Look, I'm just putting it all out there. Right now. They brought Cody Rhodes in for a reason. And I don't think it was be a martyr in the freaking saga of the bloodline. You can't find somebody within your own damn company who's been consistently performing since the inception of the tribal chief to overthrow the Roman Reigns. Then why the hell would Cody come back to just be added to that legacy? Wrestling has more than one royal family. That is definitive when you think about the legacy of the Rhodes. That is definitive when you think about the legacy of the Hawaii family. The Rock went on to be world champion. Roman is world champion. Umaga, a former Intercontinental champion. Usos, longest reigning WWE Tag Team champions of the modern era. The Wild Samoans ran roughshod over the WWF. And Paul Heyman was there the entire time. And then you got Dusty Rhodes, the hard-working common man that went through the hard times and still came out on top eventually against the likes of Ric Flair. And you got Dustin Rhodes, who never made it to that upper echelon, but absolutely had all the potential to do it, but it was never capitalized on. But then you got the son. You got Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes wanted to define a legacy underneath the Viper. Then he wanted to try and show you nothing more but smoke and mirrors and how dashing he could be before he was made to be grotesque. And then he looked at the stars, if you will. And none of that was going to make him a top guy in WWE. So he went off to disrupt the establishment, became a part of Bullet Club. He went on to heavy accolades. He went on to move forward other companies, whether it was Ring of Honor World Champion, whether it was Impact Wrestling, or whether it was to establish a foundation with All Elite Wrestling. where at the end of the day he was not going to be the guy, and I don't think he truly ever wanted to be that. He was there to be the coach. He was the glue that held that company together in the early going. He was the guy that made it go forward. He was literally the leader, not locker room leader, the leader to follow. And then he came back home. Why? Because he found and defined himself. And he was tired of leading on for others. He wanted to be the leader himself. He is not here to play coach. He wants to be the player. And we've seen how far he's willing to go to finish the story. You saw what happened last year at WWE Hell in a Cell. The damn man, fucking hell.
You watching what I'm watching? You see the people with the Kana filter?
No, I see Cody Rhodes ramming out of the RV with Brandy Rose and his child in hands. We are 56 minutes away from WrestleMania. Damn it. But that being said, the damn man fought for 25 plus damn minutes inside Hell in a Cell with a torn pectoral muscle. If he's willing to do that in a B-rated premium live event where no damn title's on the line, what do you think he's willing to do tonight to make sure that Roman Reigns does not come out with those championships? I said it once, I'll say it again. There's the moment and there's the freaking milestone. What is more important? I'm not looking at business sense. I am looking at history. I am looking at the longer lasting memory. I am looking at longevity. I am looking at a reset. I am looking at something fresh to see in storytelling. I said the emphatically was in quotations because the is not about one man. But tonight it is about the man finishing the story. And the only way I can see him finishing it is as the new WWE Undisputed Universal Champion, because Roman Reigns has done everything possible, pulled every trump card, every personal ballot, every history note possible to rattle the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, and he's been unable to. Why Roman Reigns, all the pressure is on him, because if he loses tonight, he is a chief without a tribe. There is no more island of relevancy. Will the people still acknowledge him for what he's done? Yes. But will they acknowledge him going forward? No, because Cody Rhodes will be at the forefront. He's already said that Solo Sikoa wasn't ready. Gave Solo Sikoa his first pinfall loss on Monday Night Raw. And there are so many possible candidates for Cody to face as the new WWE Undisputed Universal Champion. The what if of how far that goes is total speculation. We thought for sure that Drew McIntyre was going to be the guy, and he ended up being reduced to nothing more than a karaoke singer. If Cody Rhodes doesn't finish the story, then his entire life has been for nothing, because it's not going to be a bigger, more important, more realistic moment than this to finally accomplish what has seemed absolutely impossible. That's why I got to believe that he goes tonight from undesirable to undeniable to undisputed, stopping the unstoppable. I have to go with Cody Rhodes. Despite the fact, like you said, sales, marketing, ... If WWE can make a sell out of a big, giant, stupid metal fan on a t-shirt, they can make a sell out of anything. And who's to say that Cody Rhodes wouldn't have more than one t-shirt to sign? Yes, it won't have 4 digits, but who gives a damn? Freaking Pete Dunne had the NXT UK Championship for 685 days. They didn't let him go 1,000. Nick Aldis had the NWA World Heavyweight Championship for 1,000 days. I wasn't sure about that because Kazuchika Okada has been IWGP Heavyweight Champion for a multitude combined plus 1,000 days. Ain't no t-shirt about that. Why WWE likes to market everything. I can't remember the last time WWE marketed a shirt about an accolade, a single accolade. I get it. It's important. It's monumental. It will never be matched. But who's to say that right now where Roman Reigns stands will be matched if that? It's not about the numbers. It is about the moment. And the moment has to be now. I get the money. But that's not the tagline for tonight. It's finish the story, not get the money. And Cody Rhodes needs to finish the damn story as WWE Undisputed Universal Champion for there to be a future money-making top star to follow that road. Because right now, WWE has nothing, and I mean nothing, internal. besides Cody Rhodes at this point to make you believe that Roman Reigns can actually be stopped. Cody Rhodes wins tonight.
You sat there, Noah, and you talked about the moment. You talked about making history. What's more historic, the topple of the tribal chief or 1,000+ days? You talk about the reboot. Let's think about reboots at WrestleMania. How did Hogan Warrior work out for everybody? Crickets? How about Yokozuna? How'd that work out for everybody?
Bonsai.
A member of the bloodline.
I'll say.
Crickets? Yeah. How did those reboots work in the past? Nobody in the WWE is ever going to throw it back to AEW. Ever.
Oh, how dare you?
Going to come this close again. Ever. I know for you, it's more about the story. It's about the heartfelt emotion, much like we saw last night with Sami and KO dethroning the Usos.
And you were broke.
27 minutes away from the Jewish Community Center where they first made their name. Wrestling has more than one royal family. I give you that. What better way to begin your ascension back to the throne? The same throne that you destroyed in the competition, might I add. Then you win the King of the Ring tournament on the 1,000th day. And then you issue the challenge. I have proved wrestling has more than one royal family. I have just been crowned King of the Ring. And this king is looking for one more shot at the tribal chief.
Thing is, would Roman Reigns be willing to do that? Again, we talk about the what ifs beyond WrestleMania. We don't know the state of King and Queen of the Ring and why is in Saudi Arabia. Yes, I called it by its actual name because Triple H actually made me care about WWE again. There, I said it. And why that King and Queen of the Ring is in Saudi Arabia, I'll give you this. It's one day before Double or Nothing. It was Double or Nothing 2019 in that very same city that Cody Rhodes took the sledgehammer to the throne to establish a new kingdom for professional wrestling. I don't think necessarily for himself. And why I could see the symbolism there. I also do think about resets. Let's go a bit more recent. It was WrestleMania 31 when you had the cash-in of the century by Seth freaking Rollins that took the title off Brock Lesnar. He and the Authority ran roughshod with the WWE Championship pretty much for about a damn year before he got injured on a house show tour. And Roman Reigns was usurped as a champion at a tournament at Survivor Series. And then they put on Triple H because Roman Reigns wasn't ready. So what did they do? They had Roman Reigns and freaking Sheamus go one-on-one with Spencer Man as the special guest referee. Roman won, and then Roman ended up defending the title at the Royal Rumble against One and All. One of the worst Royal Rumble matches in history, in my opinion, and pay-per-views. Bleh. Only thing good about that was AJ Styles. And then WrestleMania 32, it was Triple H who gave Roman Reigns the championship, the Universal Champion, the WWE Championship, actually. How ironic. WrestleMania 33, Roman Reigns, he defeated The Undertaker, but the streak was already broken. It was to claim the yard. Got booed out the damn building. Not really a reset, just a constant. Roman Reigns at the top. WrestleMania 34 against Brock Lesnar. That match was so abysmal to the point, oh, I'm tired of saying this. People are throwing beach balls in the Superdome. And nothing different happened after that. Brock still had the title. Then you go to WrestleMania 35. And yes, the amount of history, injuries, and setbacks by both men they've overcome, including Roman Reigns overcoming leukemia, I can't deny that, is also a balanced equation at that too. Roman Reigns won against Drew McIntyre. He was supposed to be about 36, but he wasn't. It wasn't until Roman Reigns was allowed to pull his own trigger that he became this anomaly. I honestly wonder that what if that never happened, would you see Roman Reigns in this capacity acknowledge this type of way? Then you keep fast forward. WrestleMania 37 beat Edge, beat Bryan Danielson. There, I said it. In a triple threat main event at WrestleMania. 38, he beat Brock Lesnar. 39, he is here. Cody Rhodes, like I said, though, he has won championships all over the world. He's made moments for himself. He has put the future forward. And each man has taken their own journey to get to where they are. The only difference is one did within WWE itself. But look at what we've seen lately with the Bloodline. Solo Sikoa right now was trying to stand on his own against Cody Rhodes. Why Roman Reigns right now is trying to keep everybody underneath his thumb. Jey Uso and Jimmy Uso, they still might be that, but I still call into question Jey Uso's loyalty. The tagline last night for the tag title match was loyalty versus bloodline. Loyalty won. Tonight, it's about royalty, because wrestling has more than one royal family, versus bloodline. Will bloodline win where they have one last stand? That's the ultimate question. I look at the Raw after Mania and I think about what's the moment I want to see. Roman Reigns, 900 some odd days still as champion by the most partisan, polarizing crowd in WWE history always. Or do I want to hear Cody Rhodes' biggest woe in history and see how the Tribal Chief and how the Wise Man react to this loss? The next show is called Backlash. It doesn't mean you pull the trigger on Roman versus Cody again. I get the money. I think there's also money in a rematch of a different sort. Because what if Roman Reigns is forced to change himself because he has no island of relevancy? He has no family. He might still have a wise man, but what if he turns against the wise man himself? That's why, again, there is so much more potential in Cody Rhodes becoming the champion tonight to see how he carries that and see how he defines his kingdom. We've finally seen a reset for the tag team division. I don't see anything wrong with a reset for the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship. Money in the Bank is July 1st. And you and Jeff even said yourself, you could definitely see L.A. Knight. Yeah. Be a freaking championship caliber program against Cody Rhodes. We talk about Montez Ford. We talk about Solo Sikoa. Honestly, I can see one of those two being this year's King of the freaking Ring. And then between Backlash and between freaking Money in the Bank, what do you have between there? Nothing. So you literally have all this time to figure out Cody Rhodes' first championship program. All right? Roman Reigns has nobody else in WWE to contend with. And there's not going to be a bigger moment to see what happens in this setup than tonight. Finish the story. It's not a marketing campaign. It is literally a fact of life. It has to finish tonight.
It's fair. I mean, you talk about there's nobody else for Roman to contend with. I noticed two notable names, one more obvious than another, but two notable names missing from Roman's defense list, both of whom have been champions. The one that's a little bit less noticeable, not sure how close he is to being action ready again, both of them, if I'm being quite frank, Shinsuke Nakamura and the phenomenal AJ Styles. You want to talk about potential Roman programs going forward while we try to reboot Cody for King of the Ring, Money in the Bank, SummerSlam for that rematch. If he loses,
big if,
you've got the King of Strong Style and the Phenomenal One, neither of whom have had a shot at Roman in his 900 plus days.
Shinsuke Nakamura is a previous King of the Ring. Shinsuke Nakamura was previously involved in a program, a throwaway program, might I add, against Roman Reigns. Out of WrestleMania 32, when the OC, and no, I'm not talking about Orange County. I don't even know if that's a place in California.
Orange County is in California.
Okay, well,
Orange County is the county where Disneyland is found.
Okay, well, there's a geography lesson for you. AJ Styles had a 3-tier program against Roman Reigns at Payback and at Extreme Rules immediately following WrestleMania 32. And in the end, he came up short both those times. So both of those men are, again, familiar. Like I said, in WWE, in the WWE ecosystem, Roman Reigns has beaten and surpassed them all. So what do? You bring an outside source with just as much potential, just as much capability, just as much believability, just as much maybe marketing, especially when it comes to the guy that can be literally your marquee guy on any freaking interview or any freaking post or any freaking pitch meeting. Then the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. Did Roman ever?
That's one more. Randy Orton hasn't been part of this reign either.
Not part of this reign.
Nakamura, Styles, Orton.
But he also has.
Names.
He does also have a pinfall win over Randy Orton. It was actually one of his biggest matches that put him over in the Authority era. He beat Randy Orton at SummerSlam a few years ago. So I do get that as well. But like I said, you gotta look at in general who Roman Reigns has beaten. There's a reason why he's had multiple encounters with the same people during this triumphant 28-plus day run. And we may not have the BT Sports graphic, but you know what? Let me talk to you. You want to know what the Tribal Chiefs run been? Jey Uso, Braun Strowman, Jey Uso, Kevin Owens, Daniel Bryan, and Edge at the same time at WrestleMania 37. Daniel Bryan, Cesaro, Rey Mysterio, Edge, thank you, John Cena, Finn Balor, the Demon, Brock Lesnar, Sami Zayn, Seth freaking Rollins, and he lost to him via disqualification. Brock Lesnar, Sami Zayn, Seth freaking Rollins, lost to him again. Oh, wait, no, I just did the same thing. Sorry, I'm repeating myself. Bosh. After Seth Rollins. Goldberg, blech. Brock Lesnar, Drew McIntyre, who reduced them with a karaoke singer. Logan Paul, Kevin Owens, and of course, most recently, Sami Zayn. There is nobody. God bless you. There is nobody within the WWE that is capable of usurping the tribal chief. So if the one obstacle, the one actual element, the one choice you have left was somebody you brought in from the outside and he can't do it, then why would the moment even matter if it hits 1,000? It's bigger than the milestone. Finishing the story is the moment, the WrestleMania moment that people bought their ticket to see.
Again, you make a valid argument, man. I mean, you would be a hell of a person to go up against Virtue in a no DQ debate over this because we all know Virtue has Roman over Cody tonight.
I feel like all I would just say is Mark would be like the teacher from Charlie Brown because sometimes I do wonder, is he debatable or is he just shutting down people? But anyway.
I mean, you run down all those names, but again, you know, whether he has encountered them in other reigns or not, Orton, Nakamura, Styles, and how about the most recent Hall of Fame inductee, Rey Mysterio? All huge names missing from his reign.
Right.
You've got a former legend killer, a Hall of Famer, the Kina Strong style, and arguably Mr. TNA. You want to talk about defeating an icon from another company? Granted, when AJ debuted, he didn't have that TNA stank on him no more because he had done time in New Japan with the Bullet Club and everything.
Right.
But you may as well have it tattooed on his forehead. There are programs for Roman to continue going through as you build to a rematch with Cody. They are there. Again, whether Orton is ready to come back or not, there have been a lot of rumors about him being there this weekend. Could we see him cost Cody or help Cody tonight? We know Mysterio's there. He just got a big W over his son yesterday. Nakamura, AJ, not sure how close they are to being ready to come back. But you say that there's nobody within the WWE. There's 4.
That's 4 names, but still, again, if they haven't been involved in the tribal chief in this capacity in some way, what makes you think they might be? Again, the names you talk about: Randy Orton, big what if, injured. AJ Styles, big what if, he's injured. Shinsuke Nakamura, no high nor tail of him since his match against the Great Muta in Pro Wrestling Noah, and all he was there for was just see the man inducted. And then the other name you mentioned was Rey Mysterio. There is no doubt in my mind that Rey and Dominic is the program for the ongoing. And after Bad Bunny's involvement, who's the host of Bad Bunny, JJ? We're getting that rematch at Backlash.
Good shit, Noah. Good shit. You know, right. like Paula said, man, we get intense because we're passionate about professional wrestling. And again, to the viewers, to the 20 plus of you that are watching us, first of all, thank you. Second of all, let it be known, if Cody does win,
I'll be singing his
I will not
song.
be mad.
No,
I will be just as happy for him because I have met every member of the Rhodes family. I have met the American Dream, Death the Rhodes, baby. I have met Gold Dust. And I put a paper bag over my head and made Cody smirk when he was supposed to be a heel.
You made a brick character. You're brilliant.
I have met every single one of them, and they are a hell of a family.
Damn right
Nothing but love to the Rhodes legacy, if you will.
Hi.
I'm just a firm believer in two things, Noah. Number one, money and marketability. And number two, it's been called a Bible for wrestling promoters. Mr. 83 Weeks said it best. Controversy creates cash.
Eric Bischoff.
Roman winning tonight is controversial, and there's just as much, if not more, money in the rematch.
It's one of those
things.
The
rematch
though,
is where you pull the trigger.
Again, though, like I said, does the rematch have the same value in the moment that was missed on the grandest stage of them all? Not to mention you're in Inglewood, and I don't want to see LA burn to the ground. So, I mean,
LA riots whether they win or lose. It's ridiculous. The Lakers win a championship, they riot. They lose a championship, they riot. It's legit. The only time I've never not seen the city riot with championships is when the Kings won the Stanley Cup twice.
Fair enough.
You know, the city of LA is not a friendly place by nature. Hollywood be damned.
Damn.
But you go on your Google Drive and search and look at how many times people wearing San Francisco Giants merchandise have been beaten and sent to the hospital outside of a Dodger game.
Jeez.
Not even joking.
I pray to God nothing happens at that size SoFi Stadium with 3,000 plus people out there.
Yeah, exactly. So to make it sound like, oh, if Cody loses, we riot.
Nah.
Y'all riot when it's Thursday.
You're just adding fuel to the fire, just encouraging them as we're 33 minutes and 22 seconds away as we talk about this year's WrestleMania event. But let's not forget, JJ, while we talk about our crazy hype up to 2024 WrestleMania, the city of brotherly love, rich in history that is defined by the pursuit of happiness, that is the mecca of the Philly cheesesteak, and is passionate about all sorts of things, and is proud of its independence, its history, and professional wrestling. Tough nature by design. Philadelphia next year proves how tough they are as they will bring us WrestleMania 40 next year in freaking April. Ring the Liberty Bell for your main event there because, folks, WrestleMania 40 emanates from Philadelphia next year at the Lincoln Financial Field, April 2024. I'm going to do my damnedest to be there.
And I'm just calling it right now. If the Hall of Fame next year is not ECW heavy, WWE done fucked up.
If it's not Paul Heyman as the headliner, they screwed up, period.
Heyman needs to be the headliner. Then you need to have Francine, the Queen of Extreme.
Yeah, my friend met her.
You need to have Raven, Tommy, and either Sandman or Sabu.
Mm.
Tommy may be a hard sell because I know he works with Impact. So maybe Raven, Sandman, and Sabu. Unless they can make a deal with Impact to get Tommy.
I mean, RVD's already in there, so you can't do that. I mean,
you've already got RVD, you've already got the Dudleys, you've already got Terry Funk.
Mm-hmm.
But when I think ECW, I think Shane Douglas, the franchise, and that more than likely ain't going to happen because he always had heat with the Click. And who's running WWE right now? Oh, yeah, that's right, the Click.
Yeah, but I'll say Triple H at the forefront, but yes.
And HBK for NXT. So, that image we had all those years ago of DX on top of the Titan Tower, that's legit these days.
Right.
So Shane Douglas is out. Then you've got Raven, arguably the second most creative mind from ECW, the most creative being Heyman. Tommy Dreamer, the heart and soul of ECW and Raven's greatest rival. So it would almost be better to do them in separate years so that Tommy could induct Raven and Raven could induct Tommy, but I digress. Sandman, who there would be no Stone Cold Steve Austin without the blueprint of the Sandman. Because the Sandman made it okay to drink beer on television. And then the suicidal, homicidal, genocidal, death-defying Sabu.
That dude was crazy.
Obviously, yeah, RVD is a definite. The Dudleys are definites, but they're already in there. Right. Maybe you could throw Spike in there and have Bubba and Devon induct him.
That'd be pretty cool.
Or even have Molly induct him, his kayfabe girlfriend for that period of time. There's Lance Storm and Just Incredible, the Impact players.
Yeah, Lance
would be a hot take. Posthumous, maybe Mike Awesome. There's a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of choices. I guarantee you, Taz won't be one of them.
And all of them are worthy. Taz is definitely deserving.
Oh, I agree, but I'm just saying
he's definitely neck deep in AEW right now. But I mean, how awesome would it be to have Hook induct his dad in the WWE Hall of Fame?
You get Hook saying more than 2 words. Not that he needs to.
Think about it, though. The first time we ever saw Cody Rhodes on our televisions, he was inducting his father.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even make his Raw debut until like 6 months after that. Just a thought.
It's a fair thought. Whew. Well,
but I mean, if they don't go ECW next year, they're really fucking up, in my opinion.
I completely agree, and I guarantee you, I'm going to try my best to find some sort of event to see at the 2300 arena. Thank you, Paula, by the way, for that super sticker. I know the chat probably went blowing up during our whole conversation, and again, that's just the way it is sometimes. We are 28 minutes and 40 seconds away from WrestleMania Hollywood Night 2 beginning, and basically we have ran down the card in. Well, I think faster time than yesterday, so that speaks a whole lot of value. More coffee,
we got through the majority of the card quicker, but then we had the half-hour plus debate on the main event.
I mean, to be fair, we did an hour and a half with James Hebert accompanying things last night.
That's fair. And I had a moment last night after I got off the air with you.
Really?
Started kind of relaxing a little bit. I went back. I watched the press conference from last night. And I listened to Rhea Ripley talk. I listened to Rey Mysterio talk. And I really paid attention to Sammy and Kevin talking.
Including the team that they made an honorable mention to and hope they made them proud.
Well, I'll get there in a second.
All right.
But them speaking made me have to do a little bit of a research. And me and Jeff laid it out on the line yesterday. We told y'all about our history with them, how far we go back. Now, granted, Jeff went to PWG before I did. He had been going there for about 6 months prior before I started going. My very first PWG show was the original All-Star Weekend, which was April 1st, 2005. 18 years to the day from last night. The main event that night, Super Dragon defending his PWG title against Kevin Steen and El Generico in a triple threat. 18 years later, I called them headlining WrestleMania on the same night, becoming champions.
WWE Undisputed Tag Team Champions, not just some sort of champion, the Tag Team Champions in the biggest company in the entire professional wrestling sports entertainment industry.
Yeah. And they mentioned Super Dragon a couple times during their speech last night, which was really cool. I made sure to point that out to Jeff because he was still out doing WrestleMania stuff. I was like, dude, when you get a chance, you've got to watch this press conference. They reference Super Dragon. They reference PWG. Jeff has got heat with the man behind Super Dragon from his years, doing No DQ and the XMV and everything, and the way they were treated by the locker room. I was like, but personal beefs with the man behind the mask be damned. You need to see this. And he was like, absolutely. He hadn't even seen that guy for like a decade. So it is what it is at this point. But seeing them reference PWG by name, unlike what they did on Raw, seeing them reference Super Dragon, and then, yes, Kevin at the very end acknowledging that as much as PWG and Super Dragon were critical to their success, that they wouldn't be here without Jay and Mark, and that they hope they did them proud. That was definitely a moment there for me.
That hit me hard. Reach for the sky, boy.
Welcome back, Real Wyatt. Good to see you.
Good to see
You've
everybody.
missed our run through of the card for the evening, but we are about 25 minutes, give or take, from WrestleMania going Hollywood for night 2 of the Grand Spectacle.
And boy, oh boy, do they have an act to follow as they, of course, are running down, how ironically, the card that literally is for tonight's festivities. As we did just run down, JJ, again, you did talk about it. The opening bout will be Brock Lesnar versus Omos. Then we have Gunther defending the Intercontinental Champion versus Drew McIntyre and Sheamus. Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez versus Natalya and Shotzi versus Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler versus Sonya Deville and Chelsea Green in the fatal four-way women's tag team championship showcase. We got Edge versus Finn Balor, the Demon Finn Balor, inside Hell in a Cell. Bianca Belair looks to prove once again why she is the EST, defending the Raw Women's Championship against Asuka, now deliberately incarnated as Kana. And last, but certainly not least, we will see how we finish the story as the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, goes one-on-one for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship against the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns.
And something else to keep an eye on, Noah. Bobby Lashley took to social media once again, said, I'll say it once again. I am free Saturday and Sunday. You can't have WrestleMania without the Almighty. You just can't. Whoever wants to test me, step up. With there being 6 matches announced on the card,
right,
will we get some kind of open challenge segment from the Almighty Bobby Lashley?
Yeah, I hope Miz learned to shut his mouth after last night. That's all I got to say about that. That was freaking awesome. I love Pat McAfee. He's hilarious and he's brilliant. Well, to go with that, again, how is LA Knight not on a WrestleMania in LA?
Yeah.
Dummy. Yeah. I mean, seriously, come on now. If that's the impromptu way you set up LA Knight versus Bobby Lashley, I'm perfectly fine with that.
I mean, I'm surprised they didn't do the Brett Luger finish to the Dre, have both of them go out at the same time, feet hit the floor. Okay, we're going to settle this. You're going to have a match at WrestleMania. Winner is the winner of the Dre.
Right, exactly. It's not rocket science. I mean, come on now. It's not freaking rocket science.
Jeff says it all the time. It's not hard to book. It's just hard to finance.
And yet they make the booking seem so difficult. In the company with the largest wallet. Just put it out there.
Right. Largest wallet and deepest roster. But I digress. Speaking of Jeff, speaking of awesomeness, for those that didn't see the image yesterday, you want to talk about awesome.
Look at that.
Jeff and Papa Meacham with the demon from Death Valley, The Undertaker himself, rocking his BSK t-shirt, which I just thought was pretty cool. And then, of course, big time contributor Emmanuel, same thing. Got Undertaker to goozle him for the choke slam in an image.
Look at the way he's
and Arlene were there. Got to meet up with Jeff.
That's so beautiful. I love the fact that man was like, honey, I'm not coming home this evening. Go start the vehicle.
Help me, please.
That is freaking hilarious. I don't care what you tell me.
Before we get over to the main focus of this evening, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and honor those who earlier today went into the Indie Wrestling Hall of Fame class of 2023. Excalibur, again, no loss of words for Excalibur. Everybody knows him now as the main focal voice of AEW television. But before that, he was one of the PWG 6. He did commentary on the PWG DVDs. Long time, personality out here in Southern California. Cheerleader Melissa, hell of a female talent. The Fallen Angel, Christopher Daniels, who was inducted by his longtime rival and buddy, Frankie the Future Kazarian. Jimmy Jacobs, Paul London, and Mike Modest. And a lot of people may not remember the name Mike Modest, but if you go back and watch Beyond the Mat, he's one of the two gentlemen that get the tryout in the very beginning of Beyond the Mat from Northern California.
California. That's crazy.
Yeah. And then later on this month, Anchors Away are going to go into the SoCal Wrestling Hall of Fame.
That's pretty cool.
Big shout out to those guys. Hell of a tag team. They always worked as heels, which I thought was so hilarious because working a sailor gimmick, a military gimmick, especially post 9/11, you would expect that to be an instant babyface, but they were always such dastardly good heels. But mad props to them going to the SoCal Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame later on this month. We discussed and we covered the WWE Hall of Fame on Friday. Yes. Hell of a show. Got to give everybody their flowers that are going into the respective Hall of Fames.
Absolutely. Headlined by Rey Mysterio with a hell of a ringing endorsement, opening introduction by Conan. Who would have thought you ever heard Conan music and see Conan in WWE again? I'm just saying, that was a moment itself. What the hell?
And then we want to talk about moments. Ava Rain took to Twitter. On April 1st, 2012, at only 10 years old, I decided I wanted to be a superstar when I grew up. April 1st, 2023, at 21 years old, I debuted on WrestleMania weekend. For 10-year-old me, this is a win.
Say it once.
We talked about it yesterday. She had a hell of a showing,
Exactly.
They accentuated her strengths, hit her weaknesses. She did really good.
Again, group environment was the perfect way to bring her in and bring an initial presentation to her. She's finding her character. Now she is looking for her comfort in the ring, finding the camera, picking the spots, presenting herself strong while also selling her opponent. That's what it means to be something in this industry. Mm-hmm. And speaking of, again, a dream, like I said, the American dream, if you will, he thought that Roman Reigns had it. But Cody, you're my son. You always had it in your own way. I didn't have to tell you that. But you had to find it yourself because I can't give it to you. It's one of those things where I hear the word eat, and I'm like, not Chris Jericho, it, but eat. It's one of those things that's like, it's a unmeasurable, impossibly defined characteristic that defines your place in how far you are, but also how much further you can go. And again, whether or not what Roman Reigns instigated is true, it's a whole different thing. But I feel that there is a certain way that Dusty Rhodes probably did look at Cody. By the way, the younger brother, might I add, because Dustin Rhodes is 50 plus years old. God bless him. There's a certain way that Cody Rhodes always, I felt like, wanted to hold himself up to what his father saw in him, but also a way he wanted to show what he has in him. And we're going to see it tonight. You talk about Ava Raine, 10-year-old girl with a dream to be a WWE superstar at 10 years old, now living the dream. Cody Rhodes has been living the dream, but now he's trying to fulfill the dream and finish the story at WrestleMania. It just seems like more poetic justice to me.
Absolutely. And, going back a little bit when you were talking about Ava Raine, you talked about selling for the superstar. And I got two more things I'm going to bring up here that really go and fall into that category. First and foremost, we've got Seth freaking Rollins selling Logan Paul. Says the kid proved something to me. You're getting an exclusive. I'll tell you, I don't always agree with everything that he does, but he's got something. He's got something. The kid took it to me out there tonight, surprised me more than once, and he's got a hell of a right hand. I know that he's been talking about his contract with WWE. He said that they would be stupid if they didn't resign him. And I'm going to say, I might agree with that.
Yeah, again, I mean, we could say it until we're blue in the face. There's a reason why we watch the WWE for certain individuals. Polarizing, indifferent, can't stand them, whatever word you want to use. It's about what you present yourself as in front of the WWE Universe too. Logan Paul has been nothing short but, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, phenomenal in the ring since he's arrived in WWE. That match with Seth freaking Rollins impressed the absolute hell out of me. I did not think he was capable of going that far with Seth freaking Rollins. He is a WWE superstar and should remain one. Whether or not the audience likes or appreciate it, you damn sure got to respect it.
And then one more case of putting over their opponent, Charlotte Flair. Thank you, WWE Universe. I may have lost tonight, but I know in my heart the championship is in good hands. Proud of you, Rhea Ripley.
We said it last night, JJ. You could say what you want about Charlotte Flair and the politics that comes with her pedigree, her namesake. But again, it's one of those things where you are the champion, you are there to lead, and you are there to pass on to the next leader. There has not been a stronger female in the entire WWE women's division with the best character development, and I say the strongest presentation at this point, at such a young age, might I add, than Rhea Ripley. What Rhea Ripley has done in now completing the Grand Slam of every major women's championship in WWE, the sky's the limit for her. It absolutely is. And now you beat Charlotte Flair and got an endorsement by her. Rhea Ripley is the next generation's leader in WWE.
Absolutely. Triple H talked about it last night at the press conference. And as of right now, I don't know about you, but I've got Rey Mysterio's repeat from last night on my screen. It made me think Tovik was asking us last night about Rey's mask. And Rey said at the press conference, it was inspired by the great Muta.
Oh.
And I see it now that he said it. It definitely has the Iron Man colors. What was mentioned was accurate. It was made by a Marvel costume designer, but he said that the mask was inspired by the great Muta, the other legendary wrestler who joined him in the Hall of Fame this year.
And a wrestler in their own right, JJ, that defined face paint and a mask. So I think that is super cool. Although Rey Mysterio's never had to use mist. Mark, it is so damn good to see you in the chat. I've been worried about you. I hope you enjoy WrestleMania as well. I hope technology also doesn't be such a burden with you. Of course, one of the 4 horsemen of predictions in my Excalibur League. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Again, like I said, WrestleMania can be for anybody and everybody. You don't need to know what you're seeing. You just need to tune in and just look at it, assess it, and think about it. Because no matter what, WrestleMania leaves you thinking at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Raymond, Jeff is there at WrestleMania. He will be popping in sooner or later. He's probably going through security, probably trying to get through the masses to get up to his seat because, I mean, it's a hell of a trek up there. I'm sure he doesn't want to be huffing and puffing, trying to blow the house down, as he climbs up there. He wants to get to his seat. He wants to compose himself, get his breath, have a seat, grab himself a beer, and then just call it a day. He'll be here.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, trust me, good old JM Jeff Meacham's going to find his way. And Mark's with us as, again, it's time to finish the story. Damn it! But I digress. They made him check his fedora. He had something underneath that hat the whole time. It was a freaking broken skull logger. I don't think he can fit that underneath that hat. And Byron Saxton asking the youth of the WWE Universe because it's all about the kids. I told my sister to make sure that my little Ella, if she gets a chance, check out WrestleMania. She's only 8 years old, and she's probably going to hate me because chances are I'm going to see her tomorrow, Wednesday, or Friday. JJ, my little Ella is a huge fan of Bianca Belair, and I went against her opponent. Whoopsie.
It is what it is, good sir.
I'm sure that debate probably has your little girl probably having daggers in her eyes against me. I'm almost scared to be like, I told you so. If Cody Rhodes wins, don't think.
Oh yeah, she's sitting here. She's watching Byron interview this chick there, and the girl's saying that she's all about that Roman Reigns, and she's like, "Yeah, that's what's up, girl."
Oh, good grief almighty! Freaking.
And then the little kid celebrating his 10th birthday, talking about it's all about Cody Rhodes, and she's sitting here like, "Boo! Get off my screen!"
How dare you? Damn it! You gotta love it. Oh my!
You gotta love the passion, and this is the first WrestleMania she's sitting through on her own decision.
There you go.
She wanted to see this because, like I said before, I'll say it again, and I'll say it when the match is ready to start. My daughter acknowledges the head of the table. She acknowledges the tribal chief. She is looking for a boat to take her out to the island of relevancy because she is about the bloodline. She is about the one. She is about Roman Reigns.
Hey, everybody's got their flavor. Everybody's got their fave.
When the Usos lost, I showed her the match back earlier today. When the Usos lost, she got up and walked out.
Damn.
She was hot.
Well,
and she was even madder at me because I was Team KO and Sammy.
You got PWG roots, man. You can't freaking turn your back on that.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I tried to explain to her. I was like, yeah, but sweetheart, I've got history with these two. She's like, so let me scoot away from you. Get your arm off from around me,
Oh, man. Uh-oh. Well, we may only be 9 minutes away. We may have talked about it for the last 25 minutes, but JJ, you know what they're talking about the last 10 minutes, folks.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to need you to pause because I think you're ahead of me.
Probably.
So if we can get it synced up while they're doing the time counters, then we shouldn't have to worry the whole rest of the show.
Yeah, as soon as I see the clock, I'll let you know. But right now, they're doing this video package. Roman Reigns is on the screen with the Blue Universal Championship and those the Universal beads.
Yeah, see, and I've got Cody looking up. So you're ahead of me. I'm just now getting Roman.
Okay, well, let me know when you see Cody popping out of WrestleMania 37. I just pause it.
Okay.
And you see Cody Rhodes. If you win at WrestleMania 37, the Ascent against Seth Rollins. It's crazy. Oh, man, I cannot believe it's almost time. But I digress.
Okay,
Man.
Cody just rose up.
Yep. There you go. And then welcome home, Cody. And again, that pop. Well, speaking of.
Yes, we were just asked where you were, Meacham. And
from out of nowhere.
Just a moment.
How do I sound?
You're low, but we can hear you. So as long as you project, then we should be good.
Okay. But I'm not robotic on your end.
No.
Okay. Because when I first came in, it's not robotic, but now you guys sound fine. So, okay, cool. All right, good. Dude.
Go ahead.
I'm on the sweet level in 200.
Wow. Now, I was just saying when you popped in, people were just asking, where's Jeff? And then you popped in. It was like a sixth sense.
Asking you shall receive, folks.
Yeah. The instinct of a wrestler on point. There's the man on the marquee.
The man has come around, and she came around yesterday, though, with the help of the Hall of Famer, so it was all good.
There you go.
Me and Noah had a good 30-something minute debate about the main event, sir.
That's what it's. That's why everybody's debating it. There is so much disparity going back and forth between both sides, man. I can't wait till we get there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you got to see any of the pre-show on YouTube or anything with the driving.
I did not.
Paul Heyman gave a hell of a promo talking about the money. And where's the money? Is the money in Cody finishing the story, or is the money in Roman's retention?
Yep,
Paul Lee, arguably the greatest manager in wrestling history, says the money is in Roman's retention. You're on the spot, sir. 5 minutes left. Who is your final answer? Do we head towards 1,000, or does the story finish tonight?
Well, I'm going to ask our play-by-play man before I give my final answer. If I give a different answer, thank you. If I give a different answer, Noah, can I change it on the sheet? Because I don't want to violate the rule.
Nope.
Okay, well, the sheet reads Roman Reigns, but the meat says the story is finished tonight. Cody Rhodes is the new undisputed champion.
Yes!
All right. We shall see what happens. All right, Noah, I have 5:34.
Sorry, I'm getting recognized on the air here.
2, 1, 0. How are you looking?
5:30.
Okay. So I think I ended up just a couple of seconds ahead of you. I'm going to do a quick pause, play, and I should be good. Okay.
Just remember,
19,
as long as he's first, that way you can react to him.
True.
Exactly.
Well, he was way ahead of me. So we tried to get a pause and sync up. And I think when we did that, I ended up like 1 second or so ahead of him. So
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. I had it.
Now, the good news is, JJ, you're still on my T-Rex option?
What's that?
You're still on the T-Rex option for me on the T-Rex?
Absolutely. Yep. That's the one I always use, JM.
I got the Meacham household on Roman, ironically enough, and I've got Travis's wife on the other female on the account because my mom, and she don't know, and she'll find out if she watches, which she doesn't because she sucks. So there you go.
Oh, anyway.
I don't give a shit today. I don't care. I'm at WrestleMania again. Woohoo!
Yes, sir.
Not gonna lie, good sir. 3 minutes. Yes, I just said 3 minutes.
There you go.
Wait a second.
We're all ready, man. We're ready, brothers.
I pointed out to Noah just a second ago. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to re-point it out now that you're on the screen. 18 years to the day yesterday, I walked into my first Gorilla show.
Yes, sir.
Headlined by Super Dragon, El Generico, and Kevin Steen. 18 years to the day later, next to this man, I called them in the main event of WrestleMania, becoming the undisputed tag team champions.
How
it's the
weird.
Circle of life.
And it
How much synergy does the universe have, man? It's an incredible thing. It always has been.
Oh, God.
It is a world after all, Jay, but I don't want to paint it.
Right?
WrestleMania, baby!
If Roman wins, it could be a world of laughter. And if Cody loses, it could be a world of tears.
Either way, yeah, for real.
3 minutes. Cody has to finish the story. Damn it!
All right, gentlemen, just like yesterday.
That's the key.
Say that one more time.
Does he finish it tonight? That's the key, folks.
That's what I keep saying. Just like yesterday, gentlemen, once the ticker on my television says 2 minutes, I'm going to pull us out and I'm going to run that gorgeous video that we produced so that we can go straight into everything here tonight. So, in the words of the Chief Operations Officer, are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right. I'm going to start pulling everyone out. Jeff?
10, 9, 8.
I'm going to pull everyone out. Jeff, you're going to get the solo when the video comes off. It began almost 40 years ago as the Grand Spectacle. It became the granddaddy of them all, and eventually the showcase of the immortals. It is where superstars have debuted and retired, where family has come home and been reborn. It is where heroes get remembered, legends never die, and sometimes where it all begins again. Tonight, another crop of WWE superstars take their place on the grandest stage of them all in an effort to secure their legacy.
4 more teams will prove they deserve to showcase under the Hollywood lights. A clash of titans will shake a stadium to its foundations. 2 men will descend into the depths of hell. A trio of global superstars will display their passion for intercontinental glory. A long-established challenger will shake up the establishment. And the undeniable will attempt to halt the unstoppable. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for Night 2 of WrestleMania.
And we are live from SoFi Stadium with WrestleMania. Let's go right to the ring. Let's go to Noah and JJ with American the Beautiful. Guys, take it away!
And we are here, folk, live from the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media.
Oh, God. Don't go anywhere because WrestleMania, folks, starts right now.
You hear me still, Noah?
Yes, sir, I do, as I got the warning on my screen.
Same. I had to unplug my microphone for a minute because I wanted my daughter to see the video we produced. So I just wanted to make sure microphone was coming through loud and clear.
Oh, I got you, man. But here we are. We looked at then. We talked about then. Yet here we are now.
In the now.
About to call the now.
And will these moments last forever? We will find out this evening together.
Indeed. Together. And screen, fade it back, fade it back, fade it back. And been inside the stadium. Oh, man, that's beautiful. Oh. Who's American Beautiful this time? Oh. Jimmy Allen, huh? Grammy-nominated CMA. Oh, Country Music Award. Oh, he's a country man. Okay. That's pretty cool. Whoa, that was a deep voice. Put some stank on it. I like it. Just like Country Boy would. Very nice. Very nice. There's nothing more pure in America. Country.
What's that?
Wow. We are the live feed. The live is way ahead of the live feed. God damn. Wow. All right, well, off we go.
All right, then.
Again, gentlemen, enjoy it. Live it. Breathe it in like I'm breathing these damn things. And in the words of my play-by-play man and everybody else in this multiverse media, let's fucking go!
There we go. You heard it from the man whose name is on the marquee himself, Jeff Meacham.
Damn
Noah,
right.
it is game time.
As we got Kevin Hart here in the video package again, as we once again look and see what Night 1 set and what Night 2 looks to surpass. 10 Sports sitting now, or old music back again. Paul Mead, who of course couldn't be here tonight. Love you, brother. Yep, here we go indeed. Little Jimmy. I understood that reference. If Kevin Hart should come out and escort Natalia and Shotzi Blackheart to the ring.
Right?
I think that'd be pretty cool. Oh, man. I cannot believe we are finally here. Seriously, I'm not going to lie. For a moment, I thought it was Chris Rock on my screen.
Damn.
I'm sorry.
I like me some Chris Rock, but I do think that Kevin Hart's movies are just slightly better on a whole. I'm getting head nods and approval from the peanut gallery here, as we do have a minor audience here inside the house today.
Oh, gosh. Look. I'm not a movie guy, all right? I just remember Chris Rock being the host of the freaking, was it Oscars or whatever? He just seems like he works better as a host, man. Like Kevin Hart, though, a good hype man. And he's gone.
Yeah, Kevin Hart is definitely a good hype man. That's why him and Rock work so great together.
We're about to see who works great together tonight, because now WWE and Snickers presents, in courtesy of WWE 2K23, the global entertainment spectacle, WrestleMania.
Hello, Dory. How's it going? Raymond, we've said a couple times. First match tonight is supposed to be Lesnar-Omos.
And that being said, folks, their time for talk is shortly going to come to a conclusion, as we are once again with you to bring our live watch-along event reactions, discussions, and commentary. This is day 2. Welcome back once again to SoFi Stadium in beautiful Inglewood, California. This is WrestleMania!
Yeah, yesterday there were over 80,000 fans in attendance, Noah. I'm curious to see what the numbers end up being for this evening as we get The Miz and Snoop Dogg back in the ring once again to welcome everybody to Inglewood, California.
And Miz in another bedazzled suit once again, as only he can. Yes!
You know, I look at The Miz sometimes in awe, because here's this kid, former reality television star, that lost on Tough Enough, was told that he didn't deserve to be in the locker room by leaders like Bradshaw, cut his teeth as the host of SmackDown,
right?
Went to ECW, came up through the ranks, 2-time Grand Slam champion now, 2-time Money in the Bank, 2-time WWE champion, and here he is essentially in Hollywood, California, welcoming 80,000 plus to the grand spectacle that is WrestleMania.
Oh man, yeah, I remember when he first came. He did the whole hoorah.
You know, another man who came through the SoCal system, Ultimate Pro Wrestling.
Oh. Well, this guy did not come through the SoCal system, and that's about to make his way into the ring with a brand new theme, apparently. Because, folks, kicking things off is the Battle of the Superhuman Anomalies. Omos has arrived at WrestleMania. And so have we. Again, folks, welcome once again to our JMN Generic live watch-along event production across the JMN Generic Multiverse of Media. You know what this is, for I am the Superman that is here tonight to finish the story. And my name is Noah Foster. And with me, as always, is my color cohort and analyst and supporter in all things WWE. He is the Renegade of Relevancy, JJ Williams. JJ, we have waited not just 1 year, not just 3 years, but 2 careers in the making, culminate tonight to finish a story. Are you ready to go for everything that's ahead and witness history?
Absolutely, Noah. You know, I've said it a few times on the broadcasts. Tonight, the main event and some of the undercard matches are complete lose yourself moments. You know, you've got one shot, one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment. Are you going to capture it, or is the moment going to slip through your fingers? Omos, the Nigerian giant, is about to go up against the beast incarnate, Brock Lesnar, the man who ended the Undertaker's streak. What does this do for an upstart career like Omos if he can defeat Lesnar?
Well, again, this is a colossal battle. We're kicking things off here, JD. Look at the tail of the tape. One man has a whole intro with the other. We have 286 with 410 pounds, a 6-inch reach disadvantage for Brock Lesnar, chest cavity that outweighs Brock Lesnar by 7 inches, and Omos wears an 18 4E shoe versus Brock Lesnar. Every metric Omos surpasses Brock Lesnar. But what Omos does not surpass Brock Lesnar in is accolades. Brock Lesnar has really been nothing but a prize fighter, but a multiple-time WWE Universal Champion. He's never fought for anything less.
Yeah, absolutely. Ever since he graduated OVW, having been one half of the Minnesota stretching crew with Shelton Benjamin, Brock Lesnar has not contended for anything less than a World Heavyweight Championship.
Brock Lesnar, though, hasn't had the greatest WrestleMania record as of late, though. His last WrestleMania win was actually WrestleMania 34 in the closer. The last time he was involved in the WrestleMania opener was WrestleMania 35, defending the Universal Championship against Seth freaking Rollins and lost. He lost at WrestleMania 36 against Drew McIntyre for the Universal Championship. And he also lost at WrestleMania 38 against Roman Reigns for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship that will be on the line later tonight. But
Noah, here comes the pain.
If there's one thing you can say about Brock Lesnar, no matter the win-loss record, is that when he arrives, pain follows. Here comes the beast incarnate.
And Ryan Dempsey, I don't think that's a fair analysis comparing Omos to Giant Gonzalez 2.0. Giant Gonzalez never had a mind behind him like Montel Vontavious Porter.
And that might be the intangible here, JJ. Why Brock Lesnar has always had the Advocate by his side for most of his career. Ever since the Advocate became a wise man, Brock Lesnar has still been a one-man wrecking machine. Remember, his last match, he didn't give a damn about the result. He was the guy left standing after embarrassing Bobby Lashley at the Elimination Chamber. And Brock Lesnar is entering his 12th WrestleMania match. Some would call him the perfect combat athlete. Pat McAfee is on record calling him the alpha male of our species. JBL has called Brock Lesnar superhuman.
It's hard to argue with that.
Brock Lesnar is an anomaly unlike anything else we have ever seen in the WWE.
Absolutely. It's hard to argue with that. I mean, Brock Lesnar is a physical specimen.
Brock Lesnar, of course, also is the one to beat the streak, break the streak of The Undertaker at WrestleMania. The following big PLE after that at SummerSlam. He suplexed John Cena into oblivion 16 times to become the WWE World Heavyweight Champion. Every time Brock Lesnar has been in the mood for a fight, more over than often, he's come out on top. But this time, he's got a bigger opponent than him in this one in every metric.
Yeah, and it's not often that Brock, I'm going to call it like it is. It's not often that Brock looks like a midget in the ring.
Right?
But standing there toe-to-toe, face-to-face with Omos, giving up a foot in height. Oh, Jesus.
Good Lord. Are you kidding me? Omos just tossed Brock Lesnar off to the side like it was nothing. Brock Lesnar just throwing his body
Brock
into Omos,
laughed,
going off the rope, and Omos just laughing. Can you take this giant man off his feet? Oh, that's the clothesline. Oh, wait, I'm going with suplex. Back elbow strike.
Brock was trying to take him to Suplex City a little too early, I think.
I don't think Inglewood has a clearance yet for that, if I'm honest with you. And oh my gosh!
Hell of a scoop slam by Omos. Just slammed Brock Lesnar with ease.
Look like
again
it was
at
nothing.
That opening gut wrench.
He made it look like it was nothing. He's handling Brock Lesnar like a child. And Brock Lesnar again looking for the double leg. And clubbing shot to the back. The small of the spine right now. And again, Omos with another scoop slam. He is making Brock Lesnar look like a mere human being. I'm trying to think the last time I've seen Brock Lesnar in this type of spot. Maybe Goldberg at one point.
Maybe.
That was in Survivor Series, to be fair, in Canada.
Yeah, maybe Goldberg.
Yeah. And again, the small, the spine.
Omos is just dishing out the punishment to Brock Lesnar. Something like you said, Noah, we have not seen Brock take this type of abuse in a very long time. And just for the statisticians out there, have we passed the 2-minute mark yet? Because everyone said that this was going to be a 2-minute squash.
If not, we got to be getting it to it close to this point. The bear hug firmly locked in play. Let's not forget, Brock Lesnar once was suffering from diverticulitis. He was able to overcome that, but it doesn't mean that that rib and that midsection are ever going to be the same again. And Omos using the bear hug to drive Brock Lesnar in the corner and once again working the small of the back. Omos, 28 years of age, by the way, has only been involved 3 years in the game, and it's only been in WWE.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting his start on Raw Underground as a bouncer for Shane McMahon, if I remember my history correctly.
That's right. And another scoop slam.
And look at Omos standing tall over the fallen Brock Lesnar. The match may not be over yet, but Omos has got to think that the end is near.
Brock Lesnar, 45 years of age, 22 years in the game, though. And we already talked about his WWE accolades. Also, former 2-time amateur NCAA wrestling heavyweight champion, former UFC heavyweight champion, former IWGP heavyweight champion. And again, right now, Brock Lesnar has had zero to little offense in this affair. Omos again squeezing the life out of the beast incarnate.
Yeah, it's got to be hard to breathe in that type of bear hug. You've just got the raw power of Omos on the midsection of Brock there.
A couple of shots in the midsection, though. Oh, got caught. Whoa, what a choke slam! Hits the cover. Hook the leg. Is it enough? No.
Brock barely kicking out.
Yeah, Brock gets the shoulder up at 2, but that's our first pinfall attempt in this match. Take a look at this choke slam, by the way. Look how high he lifted him. Brock caught.
Yeah. You know, Noah, I don't think I'm ever going to get used to seeing Brock with enough hair to have a ponytail.
You know
like
what?
Legit, I'm so used to the shortcut that he rocked for the majority of his career.
Yeah,
this cowboy Brock aesthetic that he's had as of late, and enough hair to pull back even into that little bit of a ponytail. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, man, low head, but he got it. German suplex. I agree, JJ. I remember that low end buzz cut. Similar to what John Cena had when he first showed reference aggression. It is early
another one.
And again, another German suplex. Despite the agonizing pain in the small, Brock Lesnar's back worked over in the bear hug. Brock Lesnar is throwing Omos around, trying to take him on a one-way ticket to Suplex City. And another one.
But how much are those suplexes taking out of Brock? Look at him having to grab his back every time he delivers one.
Yeah, but each time he does deliver one, look how slow Omos is to get up to his feet. You see him only
Maybe
at one
so,
knee right
but
now.
those bear hugs had an effect on him.
No way. You got to be kidding me. Up on the shoulders. Oh, the back. The back came out. As you talked about earlier, Lesnar collapsing in pain. And Omos, might be looking for the play. Wait, Brock Lesnar out the back door. Brock Lesnar again will not be denied. Up on the shoulders. Are you kidding me?
F5
connects. Is that enough to cover? 1, 2. Brock Lesnar with the win.
All right. I'm not even going to lie. I was not expecting that.
I was surprised it went as long as it did, but it told a decent story, not going to lie, right?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, guys, what did it take? Only 1 F5 gets it done almost every time. But boy, almost certainly made Brock Lesnar work for that.
Yeah, it was.
I'll admit, JJ, that was impressive by Omos.
Yeah, Omos had a hell of a showing out there. Even in defeat, he still looked very strong.
And again,
there
you go, Jeff. He was in the opening match of WrestleMania with the Beast incarnate.
I agree with that last. I was going to say, I agree with this comment right here. There you go. I agree with it 100%. And, to be fair, I was more mad about the result of the U.S. title match because of the biting. Like I said, cheaters, heel cheat, whatever. But the biting thing really legitimately upset me. So.
I agree. Didn't take no low blow this time. Brock Lesnar wins, folks, at WrestleMania.
As he should have.
Tori Lou, too short.
You know what? It wasn't too short. I thought it was I agree. I agree. Have some, freaking 30-minute Iron Man match and shit.
Hell, it was what it needed to be, and that's all you need at the end of the day. All right.
Exactly. And shout out to the growing audience. We already have more than we did at this time yesterday. So thank you guys again for watching at home. I love you guys. So good. I'm actually waiting, JJ. You mentioned my slip of the tongue when it came to this man's last name yesterday. The other one is on his way apparently.
But there you go.
During this match, we'll see.
All right, well, enjoy that match as we're on a commercial break right now, and I encourage you folks to follow the Jump Meacham Network, Multiverse Media, buy a shirt. You can find the shirts, of course, on the Jump Meacham Network store on Pro Wrestling Tees, and I believe so. Again, support the Jump Meacham Network, Multiverse Media, as we prepare for our next match. I'm just waiting for it to come back. And all right, man, they are ahead. But again, JJ, you kind of basically called it. Brock Lesnar looked almost human during that. He worked for that F5, and yes, all it took was 1, but damn, was that back worked over.
Yeah, most definitely. Omos went out there and proved a point. Even in his defeat, he looked strong, he looked dominant, and all it takes is one lucky move. They say in professional sports, any given Sunday, Coach Orion said in D3, how long does it take to score a goal? Less than a second.
Right.
In professional wrestling, it's 3 seconds, but all it takes is that one devastating move that can lay them down for those 3 seconds. And even though Brock was dominated for 90% of the match, that one F5 was all it took for the 1, 2, 3.
Exactly. And as, of course, we look outside the beautiful Inglewood, California area, there you see SoFi Stadium. As again, folks, we bring you coverage of WrestleMania Goes Hollywood. No doubt going to be another capacity crowd tonight on hand. And we're going to see if Liv lives in the moment. Time for our Fatal 4-Way Women's Tag Team Showcase.
Yeah, will Liv live in the moment, or will Ronda and Shayna send her and her partner into oblivion?
Well, that being said, you talked about the tag team synergy and the dynamic and the demographic that might be reaching out towards, as we have Raquel Rodriguez and Liv Morgan making their way down to the ring. And of course, Liv Morgan is no stranger to this stage. Remember, it was last year WrestleMania. She was also involved in a Fatal 4-Way for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships, and her tag partner is the new SmackDown Women's Champion, Rhea Ripley. Now her tag partner tonight is a former NXT Women's Champion.
Yeah, absolutely, and a former tag team champion in her own right.
But you want to talk about champions and pedigree, you can talk about this team, JJ.
The Blackhearts, as I've dubbed them, Shotzi Blackheart from Northern California, the pride of Canada, Natalya Neidhart coming to the ring. No Tank tonight, which is a little bit of a bummer for this grand stage.
I agree.
Shotzi, of course, known for her Tank entrance.
And, of course, Shotzi Blackheart's all about taking care of business, and she'll take care of business or hope to tonight in her WrestleMania debut with a locker room leader for generations, Natalya. Natalya previously challenging for the Women's Tag Team Champions as well back at WrestleMania 35. Uh-oh. Well, I mean, these two have had their fair share of complaints, but can you complain when you're finally at WrestleMania? I'm sure they'll find a reason. Because here comes Sonya Deville and Chelsea Green.
Thank God the manager's not at ringside to distract these two with their complaints. The Karens, if they have been collectively known and dubbed. The hot mess, Chelsea Green, Sonya Deville.
Chelsea Green making her WrestleMania debut. Sonya Deville, previously involved in WrestleMania, as you alluded to, but on the pre-show, now involved on the grand stage. So a big moment for these two. And again, sometimes when you both share the same type of grievances and you share a common ground, it can play to your advantage. So this might be a team to watch out for. Plus, when you're dealing with a hot mess, how do you calculate and plan for that? Oh, boy.
Chelsea Green looking like she's about to go captain a pleasure cruise.
Yeah, but who's about ready to rock despite the fact that she don't give a damn about her reputation? Coming out ready for a fight. I think LA recognized these two women, Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler.
I've got the people in the house here. My daughter and her mom just totally rocking out to Joan Jett's Bad Reputation here. Last night they were vibing to Reba McEntire at the Hollywood Bowl. Tonight they're headbanging to some Joan Jett.
I mean, it's a heck of a theme, and it defines Ronda Rousey. And ever since Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler came together, they have literally taken a limb every chance they could. Now they got 6 different participants that they could take any sort of limb they want. So they got plenty of options here. But also, of course, Ronda Rousey is formerly involved in WrestleMania. Came in to challenge for the SmackDown Championship, of course, against Charlotte Flair. Shayna Baszler previously challenged for the Raw Women's Championship against Becky Lynch at WrestleMania 36. And this is the first time ever in WWE we're seeing these two as a tag team at WrestleMania.
And let's not forget that Ronda actually made her WWE in-ring debut at WrestleMania alongside Kurt Angle taking on Triple H and Stephanie.
Oh, backstabber by Liv Morgan in the early going. And it looks like 2 members will be legal at once, same way as last night. But, oh, God, what a pump kick. First pinfall submission gets the win here. Fatal 4-way Women's Tag Team Showcase.
Liv up and over, rolling through.
And Sonya Deville on the second rope, though. Oh, nice. He's right to the face.
Sonya into Natty and Shotzi's corner, and Natty tagging herself in.
Well, the thing is, anybody can tag in at any time, JJ. You know that, so you got to be aware of that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Oh, went for the Bulldog, got counted. Step over, drop kick by Natalya. It's amazing to me that Natalya has yet to have a WrestleMania moment in her own right herself.
I know, it's a damn shame.
In WrestleMania.
We talked about Lita last night, having only had one WrestleMania match prior to last night, and she lost it. She was finally able to have her moment last night, coming out victorious with her good friend Trish and her tag team champion partner, Becky Lynch. Natalya kind of in the same boat here. She's had matches before. She's managed people to the ring, but she has never had that definitive Mania moment.
Nice takeover there by Natalya, preventing the Trocola bomb. Raquel Rodriguez, big boot. Raquel and Natalya right now. I feel there's a mutual respect. Raquel Rodriguez has been very impressive since coming across.
And Natty with the hot tag to the hot mess.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Chelsea Green, you want to be at WrestleMania, right? Now you got your chance. It's just against Raquel Rodriguez. Oh, hang on across the top rope, though.
And Chelsea Green should not be taken lightly. The wife of Matt Cardona has been dominant in almost every Fed that she has been a part in.
Yeah, but that drop kick did nothing but just insult Raquel Rodriguez. Now the Karens are trying to work together here. Sonya Deville up in the clutches of Raquel. And Chelsea Green, oh my! I'm not sure if that was beneficial for Sonya, though. Ripping her down. There's the tag to Shotzi. So Chelsea Green and Shotzi right now are the 2 legal women. Ronda and Shayna yet to get involved in this. And of course, again, as we talk about this, is Shotzi Blackheart's WrestleMania debut. Oh, just throwing her body into Chelsea Green on the ropes. Here's the cover, hook the leg, and Shayna breaks it up.
Shotzi's debut, Raquel's debut, Chelsea's debut, and technically Sonya's debut, as we pointed out earlier. Sonya Deville only having been involved in pre-show matches before, never been on the main card.
And of course, the submission magician, Shayna Baszler, right now up in the clutches of Raquel. What is this, a shield powerbomb attempt? Natalya, Liv, Raquel, planting Shayna Baszler hard into the mat. And there is no love lost with any of these women when it comes to Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler. Ronda Rousey particularly, Ronda Rousey looking to get ready to fight.
Yeah. The expression on Ronda Rousey's face said, "You messed with the wrong bitch."
She's called the baddest bitch on the planet for a reason. And that's not a WWE moniker. That's just a fact. The Karens, though, right now, getting a moment.
But Shotzi up on the turnbuckle there in the other corner.
Oh, wait a minute. You might want to turn
Karens
around.
don't see it.
Chelsea's
Now they
crazy.
do.
Nice cross body. 2 for 1, taking down the Karens. Team Karen, as they have been known. Please don't make that a shorter intro on WWE. Oh, shit, trying to get involved. It's a dumb marketing idea, and I know they'll do it because it's WWE, damn it.
Yeah, but you know what a good marketing idea is, Noah? 1,000-day t-shirts.
We'll talk about that later. Oh, Tope Suicida taking out Shayna and Sonya, facing Natalya. Oh, taken down by Chelsea Green. Chelsea Green, she is nuts. She is one of those that literally is about the moment.
Chelsea Green telling the fans, get your cameras ready. This is the moment.
Oh, wait a minute. Raquel.
For the benefit of those with flash photography, if you will.
No, she's coming for a timeout. Hold that thought. And Chelsea flies! Just watching herself. I guess, like, okay, what do I do? Do I want to do it Raquel, or do I want to just throw myself to the outside? She made her choice. And Liv Morgan ready to live in the moment, and we know how crazy Liv can be. Inspired by Harley Quinn, up and over by Raquel. What in the hell? Just sets to the outside.
Power bombs her own partner onto the women at ringside, and Raquel looking to make a Mania moment right here in her Mania debut.
I'll be honest with you, JJ. I like the tag teams that use their tag team partners as human projectiles.
Hey, you know, if you trust your partner that they won't hurt you, then why not?
There you go. Tad and Chelsea Green, Raquel Rodriguez is now legal. Raquel Rodriguez, who challenged Ronda Rousey for the SmackDown Women's Championship in her main roster debut, and a former NXT Women's Champion beating Io Sky for the title. And again,
Raquel looking to send Shotzi back to the Black Lagoon here.
Yeah, well, she did that with a faraway throw. And now up in the corner, might be looking for a Vader. Oh, man. Twisting in midair. Nice addition to the impact there. Shotzi and Raquel, the only 2 women right now in the ring. No one else on the apron. Oh, wait, there's Sonya Deville. Shotzi hook up for the Tricola bomb. Blind tag, though, by Sonya. Chelsea Green with a chop block. Takes Raquel down. Raquel and Chelsea, the 2
What do we got
women.
here?
Team Karen with maybe a double DDT attempt. And the power of Raquel coming back into play.
Ooh,
oh,
shot block
the leg.
takes her down.
An impromptu DDT. Great move by Sonya and Chelsea. Whoa, what a knee strike. Right on the chin. And Chelsea Green now looking to follow up here. The big boot. And Raquel sent to the outside. Got to get a pin out there, though. This was smart. This was smart by Sonya.
Raquel easily Raquel easily the tallest one in the ring.
Exactly.
Best way to chop the tree down, take out the legs.
Well, if you don't have an axe, yeah, that's the best way possible. And now Natalya and Shotzi have been impromptu teamwork.
Ooh.
Up and over.
Nice double team there by the Blackhearts.
And Natalya right now. A heart attack. A little homage to the cover. Double look at the leg, too. Chelsea with the save. A little honoring right there to the Hart Foundation. Great tag team specialist, of course. Oh, kicked the midsection by Natalya. Chelsea Green. Scoop slam on top of her partner. The Karens stacked up like cornwood. What's Natalya looking for here? Oh,
going for a double sharpshooter. We've seen Natalya do this before.
Well, yeah, but how much pressure does it actually add? I wonder if it actually reduces the pressure because you're not able to firmly hold all those legs in place. But she's got it in again. Double sharpshooter. Will Chelsea tap? She's the legal competitor. It doesn't matter. Sorry, Deville does. Wait, Liv Morgan. Oh!
Damn you, Liv Morgan.
And a knee to the face, and the crowd agrees with you to a degree. Liv Morgan put her own body on the line to save the match for her team. And right now, Ronda Rousey, Shayna Baszler, Shotzi Blackheart, Raquel Rodriguez, and Chelsea Green nowhere to be found. Liv Morgan dragging Sonya Deville to her corner. Natalya just trying to figure out what the hell she is after that knee to the head. And Shotzi back in. Shotzi and Liv right now, I believe, are the two legal ones. Oh, nice up kick. Went for the Enziguri and miss. And Shotzi hook in. Liv Morgan up and over. Oh! Double underhook suplex. Falling up. Oh, man, what a rising knee. Discus forearm. Went for the Enziguri. Roundhouse kick, miss. And meanwhile, oh! Nice code breaker there. And Oblivion with blood tap by Shayna. Blood tap by Shayna. Blind tap by Ronda. Shayna comes in though. Oh, pinpoint kick right to Liv Morgan.
And Ronda just sauntering over to the fallen Shotzi, taking her time.
Well, considering Ronda Rousey is not only legal, she literally took Shotzi Blackheart's arm before. Ronda Rousey in firm control and ready to take a limb and take a win. There is no one else to be seen. Shotzi trying to fight back. Oh, the armbar's in. There's no choice.
And she taps.
And Ronda and Shayna with the victory at WrestleMania. And Ronda's not letting go. And Ronda smiles and laughs maniacally. And just like that, JJ, just like that, the only offense this entire match that Ronda Rousey did was the submission for the win. A fun little four-way match to say the least. All 7. Some of these women definitely came out to show out to a degree. Well, more than 6, personally, if I'm being honest. But at the end of the day, when you're in LA, it's hard to bet against Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey. Team Karen's going to be even more furious. Adam Pearce, lock your door.
I know, right? I'm sure tomorrow night on Raw, Chelsea Green's going to want to complain to the manager about their treatment tonight.
Oh, yeah, because they were the ones that didn't eat the decision, but they still lost. Blah, blah, blah. Well, again, it is what it is when it comes to the WWE self-created women's tag team division. But hey, Ronda Rousey, Shayna Baszler, another payday. Damn. Well, I will say this, JJ. I guess what's interesting about this, we got the 2 most underwhelming matches out of the way. Everything else is marquee, including our main events.
Yeah. Nowhere to go but up from here. You know, like the Macho Man, the cream rises to the top. Oh, yeah.
The cream of the crop rises to the top. Anyway. Sorry. Paul, that was an easy prediction to make. Moonlight, you're right. First commercial break. LOL, Ronda wins. Ronda didn't even wrestle. Wow, that was a waste. Omos response was teaser for what it was, in my opinion. Completely agree. Omos, pretty strong showing. It was enough to preserve him, but also give you that suspension of disbelief. And again, I hope you all enjoying so far as we are 2 matches in on what is officially a 6-match card, but anything could change. This is the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media live watch-along event coverage of WrestleMania Night 2. So again, please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend. And if you want to steer the conversation, super chat my friend across Cousin 18 Studios or the Jeff Meacham Network. Super chat. It's as simple as that. And again, we would love to hear your takes, your predictions, your thoughts as we are on a commercial break, as we will see if final judgment is carried out by the leader of the Judgment Day. While Dominic Mysterio was unable to humble his father, Rhea Ripley was able to dethrone a queen. Will a demon slay the rated R superstar inside Hell in a Cell? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, right now the Judgment Day is at 50%. Like you mentioned, Dominic lost, but Rhea captured the gold. Much to everybody in this house's joy and pleasure. But the tiebreaker now lies in the hands of the demon once we get there, inside the demonic structure that is Hell in a Cell.
And it's the classic cell, folks. For those that don't know, it is back to the way it used to be. The red crate of hate is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, I think Jeff Meacham is going to start running a sale on his red crate of hate shirt now that that's an obsolete design.
Well, I do wonder, though, is it obsolete for only one night? I mean, again, let's not, put the wheel on the vehicle before, you know what I mean? But anyway, we're back as we look at side SoFi Stadium, a beautiful venue. Good old Jeff Meacham there, Datia, Eminentity, my friends Lex and Cindy. And
Arlene
again,
and Emmanuel Dominguez.
Exactly, Arlene and Emmanuel Dominguez. And right now we're going to look at the highlight of the night, courtesy of Xfinity 10G Network. As we look back at Friday Night SmackDown, it was the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. And people had favors, including the almighty Bobby Lashley. LA Knight. Yeah. Of course, last year, I believe it was Jey Uso that won it, and Corbin was eliminated first. Wow, that's no surprise. So it came down to three big men, it looks like. Lashley, Bronson Reed, and Braun Strowman. Braun Strowman eliminated by Bronson Reed, and it came down to Lashley and Reed, huh?
Interesting. I wouldn't have predicted that.
Me neither. Oh, man, what a spear.
Definitely a great way to push the big man Bronson Reed there. Him having just returned, like 2 months ago?
Exactly.
You know, even in defeat, having him be the final one for Lashley to eliminate does big things for the youngster.
Let's see what we got going on here. Oh.
They're calling out Bobby Lashley.
I mean, he is almighty, JJ. We both know that for a fact. And he is also this year's winner of the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. So everybody, please welcome the almighty Bobby Lashley. This should be interesting.
We knew that Lashley was more than likely going to come out here. He's been putting it all over social media, how he hasn't been booked for this weekend, and how you can't have WrestleMania without the Almighty. But he looks like he's dressed to showboat, not to compete.
Doesn't mean that he won't come out here and take a fight if a fight is picked with him, JJ.
That's fair. We saw The Miz wrestle last night in a suit against Pat McAfee, coming back to surprise everyone.
Exactly. But you also got to wonder this. Now that Bobby Lashley has won the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal, the former almighty United States champion, the former almighty WWE champion, what is next for Bobby Lashley now that Brock Lesnar seems to be in his rearview mirror? And, of course, we talk about WrestleMania is for everybody. There's Shanghai, China with a watch party. We're taking in WrestleMania as well. Again, wherever you are in the world, we hope you are engaging some capacity with friends, loved ones, casuals, first-time viewers in what's sure to be a banger of a night. But speaking of a banger, JJ. Folks, one word in the chat. Start doing it now. Banger at the banger, at the banger, at the banger, at the banger. Because it's time to see if the Ling General will successfully defend the Intercontinental Championship against Drew McIntyre and Sheamus. Let's go backstage to Xavier Woods and Greg and what was his name? Greg Miller and Nikki Cross. And is that Cass LeRae? I can't tell. That might be Cass LeRae.
See Hit Row there. See Angelo Dawkins.
Oh, that's Hit Row. Excuse me. Yeah. Let's take a look at some simulation to play here. Again, this is brought to you by WWE 2K23, which I've heard is actually really good selling right now. Really good game.
Sheamus, of course, portrayed Rocksteady in the Ninja Turtle movie. John Cena is actually going to be taking the role in the upcoming animated version that's going to be coming up soon.
Right. And right now we're looking at a simulated version of the triple threat match, WWE 2K23. Oh, pro kick. And then countdown to Claymore Country. And they had Drew with the win, huh?
I mean, at one point he was the chosen one, much like Austin Theory last night, the hand-picked future by Vince McMahon.
All right.
So for Drew McIntyre to be coming out on top in this, plus, you know, former undisputed champion, former Universal champion, pandemic champion.
Yeah. Oh, that's Tegan Knox, by the way. I'm sorry, Tegan. Yes, JJ, as you were talking about, why the simulation apparently in the game gave a 42% win rate chance majority for the former chosen one to overcome Daling General, who has now been the Intercontinental Champion. Forget this, folks. 297 days, orchestrating his own symphony of dominance, destruction, and absolute perseverance. May I remind you, this guy went over 1 hour in this year's Royal Rumble. Mm-hmm. He had a match at Clash of the Castle against Sheamus, who, again, this is the only title that has eluded Sheamus's illustrious career since being involved in WrestleMania since WrestleMania 26. He came this close at Clash of the Castle, but Daling General powerbombed and chopped him into oblivion. And then, as you alluded to, JJ, you got Drew McIntyre, Vince McMahon's self-christened Chosen One. He won the Intercontinental Championship, his first title in WWE. He lost it to Kofi Kingston, and then he lost himself. He came back, became the NXT champion, became the WWE champion, and now he has a chance to become, once again, the Intercontinental champion. But again, we've seen the rivalry. We've also seen the alliance of what's been known as the Banger Bros, Sheamus and Drew McIntyre. Friendship has to go out the door, or in this case, out the pub, if Sheamus and Drew McIntyre are going to stop Darlene General Walter, who looks to prove once again that the mat is sacred. Let's see what you all are saying here. See, I agree. I'm picking Gunther too, but I'm 4-5. My picks. Dang. For a three-way for match with IC title, feel like Walter will retain, but you never know. This is gonna be one big hoss fight. Here we freaking go. Shayna found limping out of the stage and couldn't run and carry her. Oh dear. I don't know. I mean, again, do you want to show weakness when you're a former MMA fighter on the WrestleMania stage? I'm just saying. I am ready to orchestrate and commentate this symphony of physical devastation.
Absolutely, man. I know how big of a Gunther Walter fan you are.
Oh, we got a special guest commentator again.
Titus World Slide back at the announce table.
The global ambassador of the WWE, Titus O'Neil, and also a former Warrior Reward recipient. Gotta respect Titus O'Neil. Again, he doesn't do a lot in the ring, but what he does outside the ring is virtually unmatched because, again, this is the WWE.
And obviously this match is going to be presented by Mike's Harder Lemonade as we see that full force out there at the commentary table.
Well,
maybe this is going to be like the Cinnamon Toast Crunch match yesterday.
Exactly. Well, you want to talk about something that's going to hit harder. As who hits harder, Drew McIntyre or Sheamus or Gunther? That's a whole different question versus who comes up with the title.
Yeah. Gunther, the 5th longest reigning Intercontinental Champion in WWE history. His next milestone is to pass Don Morocco's 385-day reign.
And you figure about who he's trying to surpass still ahead. Macho Man Randy Savage, Pedro Morales, and of course the #1 all-time ranked, the Honky Tonk Man at 454 days.
Yeah, we all knew it was a joke, whatever it was 10, 15 years ago when Sino Morella tried to do the Honky Tonky meter to go and pass his reign. We all knew that was going to be an impossible feat.
Exactly.
But Gunther, that's very possible, as he's already almost at 300 days with only 150-ish ahead of him. September 8th would be the climax. That would be the date that he passes the Honky Tonk Man. September 8th just happens to be a Friday. SmackDown.
Well,
long-term storytelling.
We're going to see the SmackDown tonight of a different sort as we got Drew McIntyre making his way to the ring with Angelica in hand. And he was Angelica last year to cut the ring ropes. I don't think that's going to help him win tonight. But again, Drew McIntyre, highly accomplished. As I said, in his very first title chance, back when he was known as the Chosen One, it was the Intercontinental Championship. That was the first title Drew McIntyre ever won. And he held it for 161 days, only to lose it to Kofi Kingston. It's one of those things, though, JJ, where I look at Drew McIntyre, I look at him like this. He came from nothing and became something. And then he lost himself. Then he found himself again, came back to the black and gold. He beat Bobby Roode, a glorious one, in NXT,
glorious
Championship. Don't remind me of that. And then, of course, he lost the championship to Andrade El Idolo. Then he found his way to the main roster, and it took him a while to find, his spot. Especially we're going to launch Sign Shea McMahon. That's a whole different story. But eventually, he found his way to be the company guy. But unfortunately, it's found nobody, the pandemic. The very first time he had a chance against the people was against Bobby Lashley, and he lost.
And then he finally had the opportunity last year, Noah, to get his big moment back You know, you mentioned it. He won the championship during the pandemic. Nobody there to see it. He had the opportunity in front of his countrymen in the UK at Clash at the Castle last year, and he fell short against the tribal chief, the head of the table, Roman Reigns. Was reduced to singing karaoke post-match so as they didn't send the country people home upset. Could he possibly, even though it's only Intercontinental Gold, could he get his WrestleMania moment here tonight?
Well, that remains to be seen. And looking for the last accolade in his illustrious career, a moment in itself to be called a Grand Slam champion, the Celtic Warrior Sheamus, who lost that same night for the Continental Championship against the Ling General Gooper in one of the damnedest fights I've ever seen in my life. This is the only time that Sheamus has not won his illustrious WWE career, and he has been involved in WrestleManias since WrestleMania 26. He's held everything else. WWE champion. He is, of course, a former Money in the Bank winner. He is a former Raw Tag Team champion, former SmackDown Tag Team champion. He beat Matt Riddle at WrestleMania 37 for the United States Championship. Sheamus
he beat
has done
Daniel
it all.
Bryan in 18 seconds in the curtain jerker of WrestleMania
Big
to
gold
become
belt,
World
exactly.
Heavyweight Champion.
Exactly, but he has not won the Intercontinental Championship. Is tonight his night? You see that stare down.
You know, we talk about finish the story, how that is the emphasis for a lot of these matches. Could Sheamus finally finish his story and achieve the one title belt that's eluded him his entire career? Moment of silence, please, for Ludwig Kaiser.
Marcel Bartel. Fabian Eichner. Imperium. Show your gratitude for the Link General. Damn right. Yes. Yes! The Lean General, Reconfig incarnated, WXW champion, former NXT UK longest reigning champion, and your current Intercontinental champion, and your Royal Rumble Iron Man, the modern era, the Lean General, Gunther. This will be his ninth defense of the gold, JJ. Like we talked about, he has been absolutely unstoppable for the next 297 days. He is back to say he is here to restore the honor lost in this sport. He believes that everybody else has made it a joke, a mockery. They have made it a foolish commodity. But he is here to remind everybody that this is not a spectacle. This is a way of life. The mat is sacred, so says Gunther.
Gunther, one of the top prospects in your black and gold NXT under Triple H.
Damn it.
You know, Triple H has a lot of respect for Gunther, then known as Walter. He's got a lot of admiration for the in-ring performance of this man right here. And the thing we have to all be cognizant of, Noah, Gunther does not have to be pinned or made to submit to lose the title.
Exactly.
Sheamus can pin Drew. Drew can pin Sheamus. And Gunther still loses the gold.
Gunther even said that it is a mockery that you can't find me a valid one-on-one competitor for the title. We saw Drew McIntyre and Sheamus fight out one-on-one, and Imperium caused disqualification, and that's why Imperium made it officially a triple threat. He has overcome Shinsuke Nakamura, Braun Strowman, Sheamus, as I alluded to, and of course took the title off Ricochet. His longest match outside the Royal Rumble in his WWE career has been close to over 25 minutes. And of course, as we know, there are no disqualifications, but you see that Sheamus and Gunther have no cornermen. This is going to come down to who truly wants it the most and honestly the strongest will. the Workhorse Championship, first established by Pat Patterson back in 1979 through 1980, who held it for 240 days. Gunther is the 184th Intercontinental Champion in this title's illustrious history. The bell has rung, and we are underway. And all three men right now are squaring off. Who's going to take the first shot or chop? Oh, baby.
All three men kind of moving to the center of the ring. Gunther taunting both of them. You guys go ahead.
Whoa!
Claymore.
And
right off the bat, a Claymore to Gunther.
And think about this, Walt. Think about this, JJ. The Intercontinental Championship is truly being contested in an international affair. You got Scotland, you got Ireland, and you got Austria.
Yep.
I love it. And now we got this Donnybrook about to break out here. Oh, rising knee. Wow, clothesline drops the freaking Drew McIntyre. Excuse me.
And all three of those cultural gentlemen are fighting in probably one of the biggest melting pots in the States, Los Angeles, California.
In front of the biggest melting pot crowd in WWE history at SoFi Stadium. Drew McIntyre sent face for the turnbuckle, standing switch. Oh, big knife edge chop by Drew McIntyre and Sheamus. And again, these two were feuding against each other during the pandemic era in crazy fights. Oh, man. I still remember that ridiculous last man standing when Drew McIntyre drove him through the freaking LED boards of the pandemic audience. These two have been friends and have literally become rivals over fighting. Oh, Irish curse, backbreaker. And right now, we're just waiting to see when Gunther is going to come back in here. Right now, Drew McIntyre and Sheamus made a one-on-one match out of that lightning-fast Claymore kick, as you alluded to. But meanwhile, Sheamus might be giving Drew... Here's Gunther from behind. Oh, God!
Gunther with those chops that can collapse a chest.
Like I said, you will not find a meaner, more effective chop than the Ling General Gunther. Gunther, of course, Walter established the group Ring Comp, which is why Imperium is what you see. Fabian Eichner, Marcel Bartel, no longer there, Alexander Wolf, and also in Impact Wrestling, Killer Kelly, who became the first ever WXW Women's Champion. Oh, God! We're in LA, JJ, and I know you got tanning beds out there and people like to tan on the beach, but I feel like right now, Sheamus being the most pasty white guy in this match might literally get sunburned courtesy of Gunther's chops.
That's always possible. Gunther's chops are devastating, and take it from a man who was baptized by a wrestling locker room.
And his chops is as devastating as that big boot pride of the face. Uh-oh. Oh, God.
I can't help but flinch every time I hear those and get flashbacks. Jesus.
That again. Damn. Oh, and he could do as many times. Oh, wait a minute. Sheamus. Oh, I ate that boot, though. And Sheamus loves to fight. We know he can eat a lot of punishment. There's no denying that. But Gunther, again, is here to prove that he is a force of another level. And the mat is sacred. And this is Gunther's WrestleMania debut.
Absolutely.
Now Sheamus trying to fight back, though. Oh.
Again, we talk about moments being made over the course of the weekend. Can the Ring General be victorious in his Mania debut?
We got near the spine. Now we got a full Boston Crab. Again, the Lean General is a throwback. He's not flashy. He is just downright, physical. And the boot right to the side of the head of Gunther, refusing to relinquish the hold by Drew McIntyre. And now Gunther relinquishes the hold. Took a boot on the side of the face, though, to do it. And now he chops Drew McIntyre. And now Drew and Gunther are squaring off. And the first time the main roster was exposed to the former Walter was Survivor Series 2019. Just listen to these chops.
That would have been the War Games, right? That all three teams participated in?
That's correct. Oh, jeez. NXT War Games the previous day of. Survivor Series about three brands where my black and gold kick Ron SmackDown's ass. Oh, my gosh. Look at this chop affair. Whoa.
I could be wrong, Noah.
Eat your heart out, Ric Flair.
I could be wrong, Noah, but I don't think that a WrestleMania debut has won so far this weekend.
You would be
correct.
correct.
General could break that record.
You would be correct. And right now, finally, Sheamus, clubbing Drew McIntyre. How is Sheamus still on his feet? Hey, look at Sheamus' chest, by the way. Look how red it is from those chops. I see blood vessels popping up on that right pectoral muscle. Damage done already. Heavy uppercuts, though, by Sheamus in the corner on Gunther. And now Drew McIntyre coming in. Shot to Gunther. shuts Sheamus. These three men are not giving each other an inch. This is just a downright physical fight, and I love it. Throwing bombs, trading haymakers. Oh, man. Again, a shot to Gunther by Drew. Overhead shot by Sheamus. Sheamus and Drew now fighting it out. Gunther, though, shots to the kidneys, and a throat thrust, and Gunther taking both his competitors down for the time being. Oh, man, overhead chop. The boot.
Nothing scientific or technical about that boot to the face.
But effective nonetheless, JJ. And that is all you need to know about the Ligne General. Again, this is WrestleMania SoFi Stadium. This match presented by Mike
Jeff.
Harder Lemonade. Yeah, I do. He's way over there in the corner on the left-hand side.
The people in the house are like, where?
Nice. Uh-oh.
My daughter's like the lemon?
Yeah, I mean, right there's lemon. And now wait a minute. Oh, God.
Oh, Jesus.
Chop and beats of the Baron combination on Gunther offense by Sheamus and Drew McIntyre. There's a freaking fist to the chest and a chop. People counting in synergy. Oh, this is a different symphony that Gunther did not want to be a part of. Good Lord.
And Gunther just collapsing, but rolling to the outside. Sheamus on the outside. Can't win the title out there.
I'm just smiling ear to ear right now, if you can't tell. This is why I love professional wrestling. Meanwhile, Gunther down out. Oh, what a knee. And we're down to Drew and Sheamus once again. And Drew sent to the top rope. Oh, the top rope, excuse me. And now my E-Tip is the Baron of his own. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Oh. Count along. 3, 4. Damn. The chest collapsing under Sheamus, dropping a hammer. Worse than a shillelagh to Drew's chest. And he can do this all night. There's no disqualification.
And those hammer-like blows like Mjolnir, and he can do it all day like Captain America.
How many was that? Oh, God. He almost got 30 there, JJ, as Drew finally collapses to prevent the onslaught from continuing. This is amazing.
My daughter gave me the death glare when I made those Marvel references.
And I'm just waiting to get her reaction during our main event when we finish the story. But we're just going to finish this fight right now for the Intercontinental Championship. And up on the shoulders, cuts across. Might very well do that. Gunther. Oh, man, what a boot. To the side, the head of Sheamus. German suplex. Release. And now Gunther looking for. Oh, God. Come on, what a close. A cover. 2. No. Whoa. That clothesline haymaker was the way he put down Tyler Bate at NXT UK TakeOver Cardiff to retain the NXT UK Championship. And that was a class that went over 40 minutes long. This one might give it a run for its money if we're lucky. The Gunther, though, in position. Oh, look at Gunther's chest. I love the physical toll I see these men taking. And right now, Gunther waiting for Sheamus to get up, picking his spot. Drew McIntyre nowhere to be found. Here he comes. Bam! Did you hear that? Cover. 2. Go. What?
Almost. 2 7/8.
I thought for sure that was it. Good God, what a slobber knocker. Oh, Drew McIntyre! Off the top rope, dropping a hammer of his own on Gunther's head. Now Gunther and Drew are finding it out. Neck breaker! And again, this is for the Intercontinental Championship. All three of these men working for it as the Workhorse Championship has been known. Now Drew's counting Sheamus. What's he looking for here? Oh, my. Whoa, exploder on Sheamus to Gunther in the corner by Drew McIntyre.
That's a way to give Gunther a concussion there between Sheamus's body and then Gunther's head.
Well, if that don't give a concussion, that Future Shock DDT might, JJ. But look at the impact. Oh, God. Yeah, you're right. The boot hit the top of Gunther's head. And it's the final countdown ahead. Shout out to Europe. Claymore miss. Gunther moved out of harm's way. What a drop kick by the Ligne General. And now look at the cook. Drew McIntyre up. The last symphony. Powerbomb. Cover. 2. Go. What?
Drew kicked out.
That's amazing. That power bomb right there has won Gunther countless championships. And now Gunther looking to make the climb. He doesn't do this often, but when he has to, he will. Might be looking for the big splash like Sheamus. And Sheamus, meaning Gunther, at the top, preventing the attempted splash. Oh, God, wearing away at the ring general. And now,
we know what's coming here.
Oh, Lord. Now, Gunther high up on Sheamus's back. Avalanche, white noise! Can Sheamus do it? Can Sheamus fulfill the Grand Slam? He's got Gunther on top.
Going for the Celtic Cross.
Can he hit it? Up on the shoulders.
Some people know it as the Razor's Edge.
Celtic Cross connects. Here's the cover. Two.
Gunther kicks out.
Holy hell.
Near fall after near fall, Noah. What is it going to take for one of these three men to pick up the victory?
I have no idea. If this match is brought to you by Mike's Harder Lemonade, I think this match hits harder than the freaking hangover you could get by drinking a 6-pack of that.
I think the only thing we haven't seen officially is Drew McIntyre go for his Claymore. Countdown at all. Yeah, we saw the one in the opening of the match here, but we haven't seen an official corner-to-corner Claymaker yet.
Exactly. And you see Sheamus going back to the cloverleaf. And remember, he can hold on to it as long as he wants. There is no disqualification. And Drew McIntyre now coming in with a sleeper hold on Sheamus, forcing Sheamus to release the hold on Gunther. The sleeper in now by Drew McIntyre and Sheamus, but Gunther was for where possibly. Again, there is no disqualification. The triple threat affair finally breaks the hold. Oh, kick to the midsection. Might be looking for the future round DDT on Sheamus. Sheamus counter. That's the clothesline. And Sheamus. Bro kick to Drew McIntyre. Bro kick to Gunther. And Sheamus firmly in control. Is this Sheamus's moment? Is Sheamus finally going to accomplish the one thing that has eluded his illustrious career? Could this be his night? Dial it up, fella.
Bro.
He's calling for it.
Bro.
He's counting it. He's pounding for it. Good for inside.
Bro kick connects.
Bro kick connects. Here's the cover. 1, 2. No.
Oh. Drew McIntyre just pulled his Banner Brother teammate off of the pinfall attempt.
And look at the face of Sheamus. Again, what did I say? Oh, God, what a shot by Drew. What did I say, JJ? This isn't about friendships. This is about championships. This is about, for Sheamus, completing the Grand Slam. This is about Drew McIntyre proving why he was the chosen one in the first place. As Drew McIntyre is brought back in the ring by Sheamus. Oh, God, what a headbutt. Sheamus down and out. Drew McIntyre hung himself up against the top rope. Looking to follow up at Drew McIntyre. Flies over the top. Tope Kai, hello.
Jesus, I haven't seen Drew that in years.
I have not seen Drew McIntyre do that in quite a period of time. Good for nowhere to be found. Drew McIntyre brings Sheamus back inside the ring.
Drew's calling for it. Sheamus in the corner.
Shout out to Europe.
3,
This is the final
2,
countdown.
1.
Here it comes.
Oh, bro kick.
Falls in the cover. 1, 2. No.
Sheamus can't believe it. He thought he had his friend, his tag team partner there.
How in the fuck did did Drew McIntyre survive the bro kick? Sheamus fell in the fall, JJ. He literally fell in the fall.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you look closely, Noah, he didn't really have a good pinfall attempt there. Sheamus literally collapsed on him.
Can I have this match just fight all damn night? I'll call Cody vs. Roman Reigns tomorrow during Monday Night Raw. I don't want this match to end. I don't want this match to end. Let's just fight all night. This is
I think my daughter would be pissed if that happened.
This is professional wrestling, damn it. Oh, God, Glasgow's kiss. Oh, man, what a knee. That's the clothesline. Drew McIntyre. Sheamus will pick up speed. Claymore connects. Claymore connects to Sheamus. The follower. The cover 2. No. And again.
Only 2.
This is fucking unbelievable. This is for the Intercontinental Championship. And
Noah,
Drew
you got about
McIntyre.
80,000 strong. If yesterday is any indication, on their feet in the middle of this football stadium for this amazing triple threat encounter for the Intercontinental Championship, the workhorse title of the WWE. And all three of these men are proving why they deserve to be said champion.
Everybody on their feet, and rightfully so. Gunther's still nowhere to be found, but this match, this fight, this balance, this battle of valor continues as Sheamus and McIntyre trade bombs on their knees, slowly rising to their feet. A big overhead shot. Oh my gosh, and again, these shots, one of these shots could be a fatal KO shot at this point. It literally might take that. These guys are literally like a Donnybrook, and we're not even at the pub. There's no Microsoft Limited here, but they're fighting harder than any drink you can purchase at your local freaking convenience. Battering each other.
This isn't the friendly Cap Bar.
God.
This is SoFi Stadium.
And again, the fight continues. Both these men rolling away. Road kick to the
road kick again.
McIntyre again. But he can't make the cover. He needs to go over. Gripping arm, Sheamus. Gripping arm. Here's the cover. Wait. Here's this woman.
The big splash.
The splash. Where the hell is he up? Cooper hooks Sheamus up. Powerbomb on Drew McIntyre. Double McIntyre. Powerbomb to Drew. And Cooper. Mustache.
We did it.
The
mat is still sacred, Noah. Gunther has retained his title.
In one of the damnedest fucking incredible Intercontinental Championship fights I have ever seen. Gunther once again proves the mat is sacred and retains at WrestleMania. My God. That, ladies and gentlemen, is professional wrestling called sacred. Damn it! Holy hell. Oh my gosh. You see the replays here. Drew McIntyre finally hit the claymore on Sheamus and finally rose the cover, hooks the leg, but Sheamus was able to kick out. You said yourself, JJ, you thought that would be the finishing move. Then Sheamus finally is approaching on Drew out of nowhere. Gunther with the splash, and the overhead Sheamus up, power slam on top of Drew's head and neck, and then Gunther hit Drew McIntyre up, power slam bomb to Drew McIntyre. That's what cover. The Reign General prevails.
Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yeah, we can hear you and everything behind you.
Yeah, sorry. I know the microphone when the music was playing. That's my bad. Sorry about that. So I'm going to be moving closer in a second to stand with Brett and Gil, but I wanted to show this picture off for those in the audience that are old school no DQ fans, if I may, briefly. This Josh, good to see you. This way, brother. Everyone's on my way, and like, I'm facing this way, guys. They don't get it. Anyway, I want to show real quick before I can. So a little old school no DQ reunion with Mr. Noah Donis in the middle of Brett Buchanan and Gil, and myself on the end there. So I want to thank you, Brett, when you watch this later, for facilitating that reunion, and it was very cathartic. But those jokes, sorry I didn't come in during the last match. We were having that reunion during that match, so I apologize for not coming in. But thank you guys again. What a hell of a tag team showcase. We knew Ron and Shane were going to win, right? I mean, that was going to be a thing. But great Intercontinental title match. And happy birthday, Josh, since I know you're in the chat room. I can't really see a whole lot right now about having major tech issues with all the signals. But Catherine, good to see you in the chat room as well. Love you, girl. And I will try to pop in as best I can after the next match and as we go along here. But again, you guys are doing a great job. I'm getting great feedback and people are walking by. So thank you all very much, and I'll be back later.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Noah, that match right there was the reason why I wanted that to start the night.
Oh, I feel so bad for what's next. I'm not going to lie. Oh my God, that was effing incredible. That is one of the greatest matches I ever got to witness and call in my life. The Ring General is one of a kind. You saw why just a few moments ago tonight. And Gunther wins his WrestleMania debut. It doesn't get better for me than that, too. That was so damn incredible.
Yeah. Gunther, the first person this weekend to win their Mania debut. And he's on the fast track to that record-setting championship reign like we've been discussing for a minute. As we take a look here at the video package, kind of chronicling the EST of not only WWE, but WrestleMania, because you can't spell WrestleMania without EST.
But you
and the rivalry that she has had with Asuka, who has now morphed into this more demonic original state, if you will, from her Japanese days, known as Kana.
Exactly. As we now see if the EST can pull off the hat trick, but the first time coming into WrestleMania as the champion, not the challenger. And for the last 3 years, we have seen the Royal Rumble winner be successful in winning the Women's Championship. They have decided to a degree, except for Ronda Rousey. But again, different story. But again, ever since Kana came back at the Royal Rumble and showed this newly brought back intense, scary, dangerous side of herself, Bianca Belair has been taken a little bit out of her element. Even if she has shown that she is the strongest, the quickest, the fastest, maybe the smartest, maybe the brightest, she wasn't fast enough to avoid that shining wizard, shades of Keiji Muto, who, of course, we had the great Buddha going to WWE Hall of Fame freaking Friday night. We will see if the EST is ready for Kana, because she may have overcome Asuka, but she's never faced Kana. Here we go, folks. Oh, boy. I assure you this individual did not come from the great Kabuki, but they might as well have. And how fitting would it be on the weekend that the great Muta went into the Hall of Fame, spawned by the great Kabuki himself, that this deity of Japanese pro wrestling wins the Raw Women's Championship tonight at WrestleMania, as Asuka, aka Kana, has arrived.
You talk about moments, you talk about history, you talk about finishing the story. That would be a hell of a story to help cap off this weekend for the great Muta. Obviously, a heavy influence on Asuka Kana here this evening.
Kana, aka Asuka, 41 years of age, 18 years of experience. Trained
There's no way she is 41 years old, Noah.
Yep, she is, JJ. It's
kind of looks also, like she's 25, 26.
Well, I know, it's crazy, right? I guess, Japanese don't age. Also, oh, look at that. Ding, ding, ding. Thank you so much for that. Again, I hope everybody's enjoying the conversation. This is the JMN Multiverse Media live watching event for WrestleMania Night 2 as we bring you to, the story concludes as well and the action continues. Thank you so much, Catherine. And again, if y'all enjoy this, please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend. And, of course, super chat this man. He monetized now across Captain Studios and JMN Multiverse Media. And if you want to stare at the conversation, super chat. It's as simple as that. As I was alluding to earlier, known as the Empress of Tomorrow, she, of course, was trained not only under WWE Performance Center, Sarah Amamoto, but originally trained by Yuki Ishikawa, and is a multiple-time KOD heavyweight champion out of Japan. And formerly was the still undefeated, might I add, NXT Women's Champion for 510 days. But she still has yet to have a WrestleMania moment. Meanwhile,
And you talk about KOD, Noah. Here she comes, the roughest, the toughest, the fastest, the strongest. Some may call her the greatest. Some may even call her the prettiest. The woman who puts the EST in WrestleMania. Your current, reigning and defending Raw Women's Champion for an entire year, winning the belt 1 year ago today, Bianca Belair.
And look at this entrance. You talk about her being the EST, but she certainly is a role model for the youngest members of the WWE, as we have this very young, very capable, athletic dancing entrance by, I imagine, a ton of Bianca Belair fans. This is pretty cute. This is pretty fun. This, I little Ella probably would want to be about it. She's a hip hop dancer herself. I don't know if she's ever got her hair done like that, but that's a different story. That's quite a presentation, though, for the EST of WWE.
Oh, look at that! That is too cute.
All right. That is pretty spectacular. And there she is, JJ. That's quite an entrance.
Her husband, Montez Ford, was able to win yesterday the men's showcase along with his tag team partner, Angelo Dawkins. The Street Profits coming up on top over the Viking Ragers, Braun Strowman and Ricochet, and the Alpha Academy. Can Bianca Belair make it a clean sweep for the Crawford show?
Well, I want to give a shout out to definitely that LA showcase from those little divas of confidence there that are escorting and whipping their hair better than Willow Smith down the WrestleMania entranceway led by Bianca Belair. Everyone's excited to see Bianca Belair once again come into the WWE's grandest stage of WrestleMania. The EST has arrived now as the WWE Raw Women's Champion. As you alluded to, she won it last year. She is now 366 days running as the current Raw Women's Champion. And this is her only run, two-time run, it is her only run. This is her only run in her career as the WWE Raw Women's Champion. And she was a previous SmackDown Women's Champion 133 days. Asuka, of course, like I said, is a two-time Raw Women's Champion, NXT Champion, 510 days unbeaten, two-time Women's Tag Team Champion, and two-time SmackDown Women's Champion. Kana, five-time DDT Iron Weight Champion from her home promotion in Japan. The difference here, though, is Bianca Belair has never faced Kana. And the first time that Bianca Belair faced Asuka, Asuka won. And that was back in NXT when Asuka was the NXT Women's Champion. It's a whole different ballgame tonight as we go down to Mac Rome with the introductions.
Matthew, you say that Bianca isn't going to lose because of the kids. Last I checked, John Cena came out yesterday with a ton of Make-A-Wish kids, and he fell to Austin Theory. So just because she's coming out with a group of kids does not mean that the mighty can't fall.
Oh, boy. Asuka channeling what brought her to the dance, Kana. Let's see how these two can rival what Rhea Ripley and Charlotte Flair did last night.
I'm liking her outfit with the star, like the Hollywood Walk of Fame right there on her outfit.
Yep, definitely looking to immortalize herself, not on the Walk of Fame, but definitely in the WWE record books. Again, this is for the Raw Women's Championship. And last year, JJ, the Raw Women's Championship did change hands. In fact, the last 2 years, the Raw Women's Championship has changed hands. Asuka lost at WrestleMania 37. Here we go. Oh, drop kick immediately. And Bianca Belair right now being the aggressor in the early going. She's showing that she may be the fastest. Let's see if she's the smartest. And right now, isolating Asuka in the corner. Shots to the body in the midsection. Of course, Asuka has been kind of MIA for a little while. Finally came back in the Royal Rumble this year in this new reincarnated version of Kana. Nice step-up kick there with a kip-up. And again, I gotta say it, Great Muta was inducted last night. That was her inspiration. That is Shinsuke Nakamura's idol. I would not be surprised to see Asuka come out as the Raw Women's Champion tonight, with that also being a thing.
That's fair.
Oh, nice
botch, Noah. That was 2 nights ago.
I lost track of time.
It's all good, my friend.
If I could turn back time, I wouldn't. That was the most amazing match I called last night and just a few moments ago. This WrestleMania has been one of the greatest WrestleManias, not the greatest WrestleMania of all time so far.
I will not argue. For years, I have said that the last great WrestleMania, in my personal opinion, was WrestleMania 20. These men and women, top to bottom on both these nights, are seriously making me rethink that claim.
Spinning Soba, up kick, spinning back fist, miss. Oh, caught it with the left. Spinning back heel kick. And now Asuka picking up speed. Nice running bulldog there. Asuka in control right now. The EST. Shining Wizard.
Turns
Shades
her
of the
inside
genius.
out.
And Cage Move stuff that knockout shot coming to champion. No, Bianca Belair gets the shoulder up at 2. Lightning fast offense, though, by the challenger in the early going after that short fury by the champion. Whew. And right now, Asuka, who is world-renowned for her striking game, one of the most lethal kicks next to Miyu Yamashita, who's now in Impact Wrestling. Oh, again, right to the midsection. Got dueling chance here for both Asuka and Bianca Belair.
Yeah, I was just catching that.
Again, there's a lot of polarization throughout this 2-day spectacle. And right now, Bianca Belair might be looking to send Asuka for a ride. Both women on the second row. Bianca on the inside. Asuka fighting back, though. Slips out from underneath. And looking for the power bomb. Bianca holding on with every bit of strength she has. Able to push her off. Uh-oh. Asuka, whoop, got lured in. Bianca flips out of it.
Spine buster.
Boom! Big spine buster, deep cover. 2 count. Kick out by Asuka. And Bianca Belair, for what she's done this last year, let's not sleep on it. She's defended this title against Sonya Deville, Carmella, Bayley, 3 times, might I add.
Won it from the man herself, Becky Lynch.
Who was successful last night. Oh! Bamaya got caught! We talked about the submission before. We talk about the danger of Kana. We talk about the awareness of Bianca. And right now, fighting back, preventing the triangle choke. Woof. And right now, though, the arm's still trapped between Asuka's legs. Oh, wait a minute.
Nice
Roll up by
counter.
Bianca. Almost got Kana there. And now the Asuka lock might be applied. Asuka trying to wrench back, trying to grab everything she can. The wrists are not firmly locked in. Bianca super close to the ropes, rolling towards it, trying to find some leverage. And Bianca Smart rolls to the outside of the ring.
You know, something I just thought about, Noah, I've been hearing rumors that on the Peacock Network, we're going to be getting a Crawford show of sorts here coming soon. Kind of the Miz and Mrs. type of thing that we've had with Miz and Maurice with Bianca and Tez. You know, a victory here would be a great way to help kick off that show with both of them being victorious this weekend.
Up the apron, the handstand. Good point there, JJ. But meanwhile, Bianca by Asuka hooked up. Asuka, though, counter, though. And now trying to fight out. Got an armbar. And wait a minute. Bianca trying to counter again. Just on the outside of the ring, though. Might be countering into a gut wrench. Champion's got Asuka up. Oh, my word. The power of the ESC. Asuka,
the raw power. Part of
my God.
The raw power of Bianca. Part of why they call her the strongest.
Power bomb on the outside of the ring. Asuka planted. I might as well just took the count out. I'm surprised she didn't take the count out there. Good grief.
Nah, Bianca's too proud for that.
Hooks the leg. Asuka gets the shoulder up before the 3.
Bianca's a fighting champion. She doesn't want a cheap victory like a count out. She wants to pin the Empress of Tomorrow.
Oh, wait. Time out. Weren't you the one last night that was talking about, why don't you just take the count out? You don't need to pin the champion. You just have to come up with the title. What made you change your mind all of a sudden? Because
that was me that said that, but that was also when a heel was the champion. Bianca's a babyface. She's a fighting champion.
Hold that punch, JJ. Roll up. And Asuka with the 2 count. We also thought about this, though, JJ, to counter that point. You said yourself, has Bianca Belair hit her ceiling? Is a character change needed? You even said herself, her theme, it sounds like it fits a heel, not a face. Maybe Bianca Belair needs to channel some of that dark, dirty energy that Asuka and Kana's channeling to come out as champion tonight at WrestleMania.
And we'll see if she does go to that place tonight, Noah, but you're absolutely right. Her theme song does sound like it better fits a heel. I never needed you at all.
Exactly. The KLD roll through in the ankle lock. A heel hook of sorts. Great fight in the leg. Bianca Belair again. Her power coming back.
Good God.
deadlift. Look at that. Might be looking for the KOD again. Asuka fighting back. Oh! Again, she is literally the strongest. That was extremely impressive. Asuka freaking dropped with that bat drop suplex, and now the handstand springboard. Oh, Asuka again catches Bianca in an ankle lock and is trying to grapevine the leg, but can Bianca counter this for the third time? Been able to counter submissions every time that Asuka been able to lock one in. Ankle lock, roll over, excuse me. And Asuka maintaining control.
Asuka had that handspring moonsault scouted.
Whoop, that roll through. Asuka, though, catches herself, goes up the second rope. Drop kick! Takes Bianca Belair up and over. And there's a cover again by Asuka. WWE Rebel is champion. No, Bianca kicks out. Whew. Both of these women right now are definitely emptying out each other's gas tank. Right now, the early storm on both behalves have certainly been waged in this war for the Raw Women's Championship. And what is Kana thinking here, I wonder?
The chat room seems to be pretty evenly divided, Noah. A lot of people going for Asuka, a lot of people going for Bianca. This is probably one of the most easily divided matches we've called this weekend.
Yeah, you can say that for a lot of matches, to be fair, though, JJ. And meanwhile, Asuka sent to the outside, finds herself on the apron after the kick to the midsection to Bianca. Bianca looking to follow. Oh, gets caught. Now, both women on the apron. This is a dangerous spot to be. Asuka looking for something here. And right now, just kicking the life out of Bianca Belair. The EST might be left breathless here in a moment. And Bianca blocks the kick. Face to face with the challenger. Oh, what a shot. And Asuka falling up. Drop kick. Oh, no.
Right into that LED post. No give.
Yeah, she's lucky she fell inside the ring, not to the outside, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. But yeah, you're definitely right. And Kana right now looking to follow up. Kana still on the outside of the ring, on the apron, looking to maybe exact more punishment here. Hooking Bianca up. And Empress thinking of something very dangerous, very devious here. And right now, hook the arm. Oh, man, another big shot. And now Bianca driving Asuka face first to the opposite ring post. This really has been a teeter-totter of a match here. Each one counter for counter, move for move, impact for impact. And right now, Bianca Belair ascending on the inside to the second rope. And Asuka still on the apron. Might be a little bit disoriented. Might be looking for a deadlift superplex from the outside in. Can Bianca Belair hook the challenger up? Take her up and over. Oh, man!
She does it. You notice the way she kind of planted and made sure her feet were secure there on the middle rope before she started trying to lift.
And now she finally goes to the cover, JJ, to clear Asuka away. No! Showed her up at 2. Again, we talk about it all the time. The power of the EST on full display here tonight at WrestleMania. But
both women look like they're just exhausted.
I mean, they've emptied the gas tank out of each other at this point. And to counter that point about the power, the technical prowess of Kana on full display here. As we look back at this incredible display of strength by Bianca Belair. Outside in, deadlift German suplex from the corner. Only yields a near fall. And both these women looking to fight back into this match. This is for the Raw Women's Championship. These two will not go down that easy. Again, is Bianca Belair ready for Asuka / Kana? And now Kana looking to follow up the ropes. Bianca falls in with another mean strike.
So far, Noah, it would seem like the answer is yes. Bianca's been able to counter every little bit that Kana's tried to bring her way.
Oh, wait a minute. Shoulders down, the rope through. Rope through by Kana, too. And again, each of these women scout each other so damn well. And Asuka now might be looking for a backslide. Backslide, indeed. 2 count only. Oof. And now kick right underneath the chin. Oh, on the side of the head. That might be enough. Hooks the outside leg, 2. And Bianca again survives. Good grief. And look at the scales here. I'm not sure who the scales tip in favor of at this moment. And the crowd appreciating what they're seeing here at WrestleMania. by both these incredible athletes, these incredible superstars. The Empress of today looking to be the champion of tomorrow. Once again, might be looking for the Oscar lot. Bianca once again fighting back, though, grabbing the head. The road fruit. What's this? Look at that. Whoa! 2 count. Again, standing switch. Might be looking for German suplex.
The crowd once again starting up. Let's go, Asuka EST.
Oh, caught the legs. And the road through. Bianca. Up and over. Oh! What a blockbuster float over by Bianca Belair.
Here we go with the handspring moonsault again.
Handstand springboard. Moonsault. Got all of it. Cover. Is that another Asuka? Wait, no. Kick out again. And at this point, you got to wonder if the champion is questioning herself. It's going to take more than that. Got to get deep. Got to dig deeper in the gas tank. You got to pull out even more out of the bag of tricks. Bianca Belair in her toughest test to date. When does a champion start dying themselves? When you pull absolutely everything out. What a beautiful overhead shot, by the way. Hey, Jay, see Jeff Meacham. At SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, Inglewood, California, WrestleMania. Oh, what a rising knee. Oh, man. And Bianca just threw herself into the challenger and both women down again. That was on instinct, if nothing else, JJ. Take a look at the replay here. Bang! That knee off the ropes. So Bianca throws herself to the challenger and both women down again. And right now we are wondering Bianca Belair can capitalize off the shoulder block. Slowly the champion getting back to her feet first. Sees her challenger. What's she looking for here? Oh, geez. That was just a mean stomp. I feel there might be a little bit of frustration right now out of the EST. She's like, but she's not going to say that, clearly. And Bianca going to the top rope. Oh, got caught with a right. Asuka, of course, the premier striker. And right now looking to, what is she looking for here? A little bit of jaw jagging, maybe too much. Taking too much bolstering.
Oh, Bianca's got her set up.
Did I not call it? Did I not call it? Can Bianca... Oh, Asuka fighting back, though, JJ. Ooh, boy.
Bianca, of course, looking for the KOD off the top there.
Dangerous spot for both these women here right now. And right now, oh, the braid! Asuka pulling Bianca Belair back down to the ring. Call breaker! Good night. That might be it. Cover with the leg, new champion. No!
Bianca still with enough in her tank to kick out there.
I don't know how, though. Look at this. Boom. That was flush, JJ. Flush.
Yeah, dirty, underhanded tactics using the braid to her advantage.
Let's be honest here. How many challengers have not tried to exploit Bianca Belair's braid?
I know.
Asuka right now in the driver's seat. Needs to stay on the attack. Oh, falls in. And Bianca catches the challenger. Might be looking to hook her up. Uh-oh.
Jesus.
Oh!
Face first into the turnbuckle there.
Yeah, I'm about to say a grand glam slam of sorts by the EST. And now Bianca demanding that Asuka kind of gets up, still cognitive of the fact that this is for the Raw Women's Championship. The EST looking for the victory. Maybe looking still for the 1, 2, 3, or maybe something else. And right now, Asuka.
Here we go. She's got her set up.
Up on the shoulders. Asuka grabs the top rope, though. Again, with every fiber of her being. And finally, is able to escape. Oh, ref bump. Oh, that missed. Whoa. And missed the roundhouse kick. Oh, went to try to crack that whip. Miss. Blocks.
Picks her up again.
Bianca Belair. Put Asuka up on the shoulders. Can she hit it?
Oh, counter.
Oh, the run through counter. And Bianca Belair takes Asuka up and over. Up her in. And a big tap out. Was she tap? Wait, was she tap? I wasn't sure. Was she tap? There's nowhere to go. It's in the middle of the ring.
She's rolling it through, though, Noah.
And right now, the EST trying to find a way to the ropes. How is she fighting through this pain? And right now, Asuka looking to exploit the braid. Bianca Belair once again trying to use her strength. Can she get up to her feet?
You ask how she's fighting through the pain, Noah. She is the toughest.
Oh, this is incredible. On the shoulders.
KOD.
KOD. Cover. 1,
3.
2. Bianca has done it. Incredible testament of fortitude, strength, and resilience demonstrated by the EST, who gets the hat trick. Got the 1, 2, 3 off the KOD, countering the Oscar lock and the Fujiwara armbar attempt, and scouting the miss, even though she was unable to crack that whip. The EST succeeds once again at WrestleMania. Take a look at the replay here. That close. Asuka nearly missed it, Bianca Belair. Couldn't believe that she missed the miss. Went for the roundhouse kick, cracking the whip counter, up and over counter into the Fujiwara armbar. I thought for a moment that was an immediate tap out, but no, she was just fighting for her life. Able to succeed even with a rig in the eyes. The EST with Asuka on the shoulders finally gets a thunderous KOD. Finds her way into the cover, hooks the leg, and gets the 1, 2, 3. And is still your Raw Women's Champion.
You know, I will give it to you, Noah. When she first locked the Asuka lock in, it did look like Bianca was tapping. I'm not even going to argue that fact. Definitely going to have to run it back, probably at Backlash here in about another month.
Yep.
Meacham popping back in on site. Jeff, what have you got to say about that women's title match?
Thanks SoFi Stadium security for allowing me to be here and film despite a belligerent Mucker brother coming up to me and putting his arm around me saying I was being too loud and recording on camera, even though I wasn't on camera during the entire match. So thank you to SoFi Stadium and their security force for telling that guy to suck it from the back and put someone there. Now, hell of a Raw women. I didn't enjoy the match, to be honest with you. I couldn't watch it because I was being confronted by a guy much bigger than me who was looking to start a fight. So I hope I get to go watch it back later. I'm surprised. I'm not surprised Bianca retained. I mean, you know, like I said the other day, I think we're going to move on to a thing with returning Tiger Zane. That's how I would do it, for real. Is have them do their thing there. So hopefully that's how it happens. And if I'm being heard there, sorry, like I said, I'm trying to find the balance between talking over the noise and being too loud for sensitive ass, big fucking fat assholes around me.
Back again tonight after his chaos shenanigans yesterday. Al Michael.
And we got Al Michaels. All the big names, all the superstars out. No good. Again, JJ, that main event last night. We're talking about finishing the story. The Usos literally called it Bloodline Mania, and the pillar of the Bloodline fell last night to Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens. That was an emotional roller coaster of incredible tag team wrestling, unlike anything we've seen in the WWE I can recall ever in my life.
Yeah.
And it took three haluva kicks. Shades of what happened with Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn at Battleground 2016 when his friend fell in his arms. And somebody that was as close to him as a brother did just that. And it was Sami Zayn that got the pin on that very same opponent. Good grief. But I gotta wonder, after what happened last night, where do the Usos stand in the bloodline? And since we finished one story, will we see the American Nightmare finish the story? As still to come tonight, the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship is on the line as Roman Reigns defends the gold against Cody Rhodes. Let's go back down the ring, though, with our WrestleMania host and Snoop Dogg for some more shenanigans. Anyway, Whew. Can't argue that. Can't argue that. Like I said, it's the greatest WrestleMania of all time.
We eclipsed yesterday's attendance record, Noah.
Yep. They did it.
By about 500 people.
And they bring it to about 161,000 across both nights. Well done, WWE Universe. 161,892 WWE fans attended WrestleMania this weekend. That is phenomenal. As phenomenal as that stage is as well. All right.
Uh-oh, here we go. What does The Miz got to say?
Oh, boy. The Miz is going to say something. Let him talk to you. That's too much money to spend on a suit. Yeah, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Get back over here. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Why not? Let's do it again. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, it's bad. It's a mistake. Yes. Huh? Oh. I hope Snoop Dogg drops him. Damn right. I'm not even there, but I agree, Snoop. My bad. What?
Holy shit.
You gotta be kidding me! Shane O'Mac! What?
Josh Mansfield has just popped even louder than these 81,000 in attendance here tonight.
Shane O'Mac is back! Oh my gosh! Do you remember what happened at WrestleMania 35 with The Miz and Shane? The last time they were involved in WrestleMania, Shane O'Mac beat The Miz in a Falls Count Anywhere match.
Noah, the prodigal son, has returned. Shane O'Mac has not been seen since the Royal Rumble last year.
What the hell?
Since then, his father was removed from the company. His sister resigned after all her years of service for the company. But tonight in Los Angeles, California, the prodigal son has returned.
And don't think I'm going to be doing a two-step shuffle tonight, folks. I ain't doing that in this suit. But thank you, ding, 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 for Catherine.
Yes, Catherine Faith, thank you for the $2 super chat. Here comes the money indeed.
And Josh Mansfield just had a moment.
Yeah, you know what? If Vince had popped out, I don't think it would have been met with the right kind of response.
I agree.
Shane coming out, especially with the rumors circulating about the impending sale being announced tomorrow. Hell of a moment here.
I agree. Shane freaking O'Mac.
What is up, Shane O'Mac?
Hey, what's up? You're tolerable. I still hate you from the Best of the World thing, but anyway.
Josh Mansfield says, greatest Mania moment ever. What a fucking birthday present.
What? I am not calling a Shane O'Mac and a frick. What the fuck? The bell rung. Sheamus Miz is happening right now.
Jessica Carr in the ring, ready to officiate it.
Down big. Oh, man.
Shane O'Mac with his juking and jiving rights and lefts.
What the fuck's happening tonight? Okay,
Irish whip.
fine. And Shane O'Mac with the drop down, Miz over the top. And his
leapfrog over.
Shane with the freaking lost his footing, and the Miz right now, almost tripped over him. The Miz is freaking. I don't know what the hell is happening right now. I've lost all control. The Miz right now is scouting Shane in a suit. I kid you not. And this is a legally sanctioned match, folks. The bell has rung. This is official. It's Shane O'Mac versus The Miz. And The Miz with that angry look on his face. And wait a minute.
Oh! Snoop Dogg with the knockout shot.
What the? Snoop Dogg just checked The Miz in the mouth. Wait. Disqualification. Wait, he knocked him out. Oh, damn. My God. Snoop just dropped The Miz. The Miz is out. The Miz just got knocked out of WrestleMania by Snoop Dogg. What the hell is my life? I mean, it's still a match, right?
Shit.
You've got to be fucking
Is
kidding
Snoop
me.
gonna go for it?
JJ, this is your moment, man. Call it.
Throw in the sunglasses. Snoop Dogg with the most electrifying move in sports entertainment today. Gonna drop the people's elbow onto The Miz.
Oh, God, did he ever?
1,
Here's
2,
cover.
3.
2. Snoop Dogg just beat The Miz at WrestleMania.
What the shit did I just call?
Snoop Dogg and Mania sipping on gin and juice tonight in victory at the expense of the most must-see WWE host in WrestleMania history. The Miz goes to sleep, courtesy of Snoop Dogg tonight at WrestleMania. That's a real WrestleMania moment for you. Let's take a look at the replay here. He said you're going to knock out my homeboy like that and drop The Miz with that right. I can't believe we just fucking called a Snoop Dogg and a Miz match. And then you just called the most electrifying move from the greatest hip-hop artist in freaking music today. Snoop Dogg drops the freaking people's elbow. Pinpoint on the Miz's black heart. Lateral press. Snoop Dogg with his first ever win at WrestleMania and is your current WWE champion. What the fuck is my life?
I feel bad for Josh. You know, he got all excited seeing his boy, one of his top 5 wrestlers of all time, Shane O'Mac, on his birthday. Shane clearly going down with a potential injury, very much like his old man at the 2005 Royal Rumble. Hopefully it ends up not being too serious for Shane. Josh's day just went from spectacular to horrific with that little bit of Shane McMahon injury potentially, but Snoop Dogg with the quick thinking and the save to let this Los Angeles crowd have that moment that they were going to have with Shane picking up the ball, running it in for a touchdown.
JJ, all I'm going to say, Josh Mansfield's birthday, man, just give him a little bit of heaven, but now we're about to ascend into hell. Because for the first time in 7 years, ladies and gentlemen, Hell in the Cell is back at WrestleMania as a crucified Edge, reinstalling his brood nature. Takes on one-on-one the demon Finn Balor. This is truly their final judgment. Oh my gosh. I do hope Shane is okay though.
Man.
JJ, again, this has been the greatest WrestleMania in history, and then we just got to call that shit. And now we're about to call an absolute war of attrition inside Satan's playground. Hell in the Cell is next. Oh boy. Of course, at one point, we wonder if Edge was going to come back after he had to retire from a debilitating neck injury. He rehabilitated, came back at the Royal Rumble, and not only did he come back, he succeeded and became a Royal Rumble winner and faced the Tribal Chief for the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship and has ran roughshod in WWE ever since. After calling out AJ Styles last year at WrestleMania, Edge decided to bring forth a new level of judgment to WWE, and the Judgment Day was conceived. First Damian Priest, followed by Rhea Ripley, and then what we thought was going to be Finn Balor turned into a treason planned by the Prince himself since June 6, 2022. Edge was exiled, and the Judgment Day ran roughshod under a new leader. But then a demonic nature once again rised out of the Rated R superstar. Out from the depths of hell, Edge came back with a furious vengeance at SummerSlam, speared Finn Balor, cost the Judgment Day in multiple matches that followed. Judgment Day, Finn Balor, and Edge have traded victories, have traded embarrassments, have traded attempted injuries. And it really took another turning point at Extreme Rules with a concerto by Mommy. That was until this war continued with Edge's comeback at Royal Rumble this year, taking out the Judgment Day, preventing them from winning. And Beth Phoenix and Edge got the better of them in mixed tag team action. But Finn Balor was not done with Edge at that point. We have reached the final verdict, and we will see who is guilty once and for all as each of these two men descend into Satan's playground and determine final judgment with their darkest natures, with their most dangerous demons, with their most evil intentions. This is Edge versus the demon Finn Balor, and it finally concludes inside Hell in a Cell. Let's go. Oh, whoa, what? Oh, what's this entrance? Oh boy. JJ? Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I'm seeing candles along the LED signs.
I think someone's about to have last rites. This is weird.
And then we go to a commercial?
Of course, it has to be a sponsored match. The Pope's exorcist. Edge looking to exorcise a demon. It makes perfect sense, as much as I hate to admit it.
Okay, but you could have done this before you started to show all the candles.
Yeah, but that would be too smart. You know, Triple H still, I mean, as his age, he forgets stuff. You know, he still has his flaws.
This was a Vince McMahon move.
I agree.
Botch!
Yeah, big botch.
Here we go, and the old cell music as the demonic structure, as you called it, is being lowered to surround the ring.
In its pure devilish silver form, this was the same structure that determined the end of an era. Oh. Right now, it looks like we got a priest right now giving us last rites.
It is no longer the red crate of hate. It is back to the iconic structure. Hell in a Cell.
Satan's playground in its purest, darkest, evil, most dangerous form. Must channel greater power. So this must be a hype up for Edge, clearly. The Demon's Lair. Is Hell in the Cell the Demon's Lair or Edge's playground? A ritual. Very dark ritual of sorts, I'll say that much. This is really spooky. It's a hell of a narrating, though. Oh, man. What the hell is about to happen here? Lights go out. Not in Georgia. Whoa. Brood Edge.
That is all the Tron says. Brood Edge.
That's freaking epic. And I'm going to guess this is Ultra Bridge again with the theme because this sounds epic. Putting this on my Spotify playlist. I'm just taking it in right now, folks. If you're not watching on Peacock.
The fire is on the entrance ramp.
And Brood Edge has risen. A reincarnation of Edge's most dangerous design. Brood Edge is back at WrestleMania. Holy hell. And I know that's the wrong set of words to say here, because this is anything but holy. To kill something, you must probably try and kill whatever innocence you have in yourself. That is the reincarnation of tonight's match, as Brood Edge has taken over. Oh, what the hell just happened? The lights went out. The flames just got extinct. And there's Brood Edge! Give him your energy! I gotta wonder, JJ, will this be the last time we hear this iconic theme at WrestleMania, if not in his illustrious career? Edge, once again, finds himself entering the demonic structure that he himself has said he has been crucified in. Hell in a cell.
It's always possible, Noah. I hope not. You know, we touched on the poetic nature earlier about how Edge's WrestleMania debut as a character, not a fan sitting in the crowd for those in the chat room, but Edge's WrestleMania debut as a character was in Philadelphia, descending from the rafters as a member of the Brood to help hang the big boss man inside of the structure. So either way could be a poetic finish to his career. He could have his final match inside of the cell at WrestleMania, or he could potentially carry on for one more year and have his final Mania match in the same city where he had his first Mania appearance.
And I think it took the hell in the cell to bring back Brood Edge, a reincarnation of the Radar superstar that hasn't been seen or ran roughshod since the late 1990s alongside Gangrel and Christian Cage. It took Finn Balor to bring this devil back, and I don't know if he's going to regret it. I don't think Finn Balor necessarily fears the Reaper, but he might want to fear Brood Edge. Uh-oh. And as I say that, a dark, violent heartbeat has taken over SoFi Stadium as something out of the depths of hell is about to face something out of a whole nother realm of reality. The demon Finn Balor is back for what might be final judgment, but honestly, his last battle. Yes! And man, I miss this theme. The demon Finn Balor back in true form. It's the other side, pun intended, of the Ultra Bridge song that Finn Balor channels when he wants to bring out his absolute worst and best. Sometimes he loses control of himself in this manifestation, but most of the time he is virtually unstoppable. Wow. It was this incarnation of Finn Balor that allowed him to ascend to become the NXT champion and successfully defend the title against the likes of Samoa Joe. It was this reincarnation of the Prince that allowed him to win WrestleMania 35, the Intercontinental Championship against the almighty Bobby Lashley. It was this reincarnation of Prince Devitt that allowed him to challenge Kota Ibushi and stand up against him at Wrestle Kingdom. The demon is a whole nother level of threat. And now Edge has to contend with the demon for the first time ever inside Hell in a Cell.
Man, that has got to be a hell of a moment. 81,000 just singing along to Balor's theme, much like they did last night to Seth freaking Rollins.
I'm just going to say this real quick. Keep this theme and never change it. Well, we definitely are seeing the worst of both personalities respectfully being taken out here tonight. And what I still think is going to be each other's final judgment. One of these two is never going to be seen the same way again. But I got to imagine this will be the last time we see any sort of confrontation between Finn Balor and Edge.
And look at Edge just posted up in the corner, patiently waiting for his adversary to enter the demonic structure.
The Demon right now locking eyes with Brood Edge, who is sitting, like you said, inside Satan's playground, a violent instrument of destruction. And right now, all the hell is truly about to be unleashed.
Referee admonishing Edge, telling him to wait, be patient.
Again, the only way to win is via pinfall submission inside the cage, inside the ring, as it is padlocked shut. There is no escape. There is only defeat. There is only victory. But I damn sure believe there will be a casualty. The bell rings and we are underway.
And you've almost immediately got to wonder, Noah, if we're going to get a classic top of the cell spot with these two individuals. You think about Taker and Foley. You think about Taker and Michaels. You think about Rikishi getting choke slammed off of it into the back of the truck.
I wouldn't put it past them. Oh, throat thrust right now. Both these men are not even giving an inch, just trying to jack each other's jaw. I feel that at this point, Brood Edge is basically introducing himself to the Demon Finn Balor. These two manifestations have never met one another. And both the men right now going to the outside of the ring, looking for a tool of destruction. Got a red chair. And we got a purple kendo stick. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, right to the midsection. Oh, to the back and unfazed. Oh, the kendo stick, though, more impactful, more effective against Brood Edge tonight. So far in the early going. It's like Finn Balor doesn't even feel virtually what you would think a human being would feel when he's the Demon. Oh, man, over the top, rope close onto the floor. And as the first to taste the freaking structure. And Ricky, the Rated R superstar. This hell in the cell has claimed many of victims and has tasted their blood.
Like they did the Snoop Dogg.
And right now the Demon stomping away on Edge on the outside of the ring. Again, we talked about the accolades also of the normal manifestations of these two individuals, JJ. Edge, a multiple-time World Heavyweight Champion. Finn Balor, the first ever Universal Champion, having relinquished it the following day due to an injury. And that was when he fought as the Demon against Seth freaking Rollins and popped his shoulder back in place. Who knows what sort of extent of injuries Edge will try to unleash on Finn Balor, and who knows what sort of lengths Finn Balor will make sure he continues to fight in this till he wins. Double A takedown. Oof. The ground and pound right now by Edge. All the anger, all the frustration, all the pent-up animosity. And Finn Balor goes flying into the cell. Very calculated approach so far in the early going here. Both these men, I feel like just trying to find a pro moment. I got a red kendo stick here. In red versus purple, you know, that'd be your next YouTube series at some point.
Well, you know, it's no longer the red crate of hate, so they've got to have some kind of red accessories, red chairs, red kendo sticks.
Well, Brood Edge is all about blood, and since you can't bleed, I guess the next best thing is red paint. Oh, but that purple kendo stick being right now the tool of punishment against Finn Balor. Oh, face first inside the cell. Again, you got to wonder, what is it going to take for one of these two men to come out of this the winner, the victor, and make sure the other one leaves nothing more but a victim? You hear the odds already cheering for tables. I'm sure you'll get that. And right now, Edge trying to pin Finn Balor up against the cell, literally trapping the Demon. That's resourceful right there. The Demon literally trapped, braced between two kendo sticks. And oh boy, Edge got that look in the eyes, JJ.
Drop kick.
Oh! A mean drop kick to the solar plexus with a Demon locked in place.
Very innovative offense there by Edge. You know, this is something I've never seen before. Someone trapped in between the post of the cell there, like Finn Balor is right now.
Look at that look in Finn Balor's eyes. You wonder how much that actually affected him. He almost looks insulted that actually happened versus actually injured or compromised. And, oh, well, they did call for it. There's a table. I mean, why not? We already had candlesticks, we already had chairs. I mean, it just makes sense, right? All we're missing is a ladder, and you would think this is a TLC match.
Don't give Edge any ideas.
JJ,
Master of the ladder match.
JJ, this is Hell in the Cell. You need to have ideas if you're going to survive and win this. Oh, again, is that a purple table?
That is a purple table, Noah.
Oh, good grief almighty. Okay, now they're going way over the top with the cosmetics. I'm just going to put that out there. All you need now is purple and red LED lighting. Thank God that's not the case. I would be turning my TV into grayscale.
Purple table for the purple people eater to eat off of.
Oh, man. And Edge just ate steel, showed her first with the steel ring steps. Once again, take a look at the replay here. Oh, that
nothing
shoulder.
pretty about that, Noah.
No, but it might be effective to say the least. Demon back in control right now. Again, it's very, very slow, methodical, calculated approach by both. Yeah, I completely agree. I've been saying it all the time. Titantrons are ace. Oof.
Yeah, Titantrons are a W.
Simple as that. A hardcore Hell in a Cell match we got here. I mean, that kind of just defeats the purpose. Whoa, flapjack! Because there are no rules inside Hell in a Cell. It's hardcore in general. And I kicked the midsection. Nice. The Impaler DDT. I almost called it glorious, but this isn't Bobby Roode. This is Brood Edge. And you see the side of the trunks. He calls himself the Devil. And now Edge looking for maybe a spear. Oh, a sleep blade counter. And Balor seems unfazed, like I said earlier. And meanwhile, Finn Balor dropkick sends Edge into the cell and hard to the floor. Again, the Demon has been unfazed so far by everything Edge has thrown at him. If anything else, the Demon is just getting more and more frustrated. And right now, I do wonder what Finn Balor is thinking here. Grabbing a splintered kendo stick. That's even more, or not. That's more dangerous than a freaking regular kendo stick. And then Finn Balor picking up speed. Drop kick. Oh, man!
Running drop kick, knocking Edge into that purple table.
Exploding on the Radar Superstar's back. Take a look at this. Woof! That table exploded on Edge's impact.
Oh, look, there's actually a normal chair under the ring, Noah.
I'll be damned. Oof, and just thrown into Edge, who is right now lying in a vulnerable state of immobility. And very vulnerable. And normal. Oh, God, that was right to the head. Hello.
Well, last night against Charlotte, we saw Rhea's brutality. This looks like it's Finn's brutality towards Edge.
Well, and then and then you say that, and somehow Edge is confident enough to answer back with a boot. And right now, Edge bringing Finn Balor back inside the ring. And so far, despite what I've seen, I would say this match has been pretty controlled.
Edge going for the unprettier.
Got it!
Of his longtime partner, Christian Cage, Captain Charisma.
I think the peeps appreciate that. And right now, Edge just trying to figure out where the hell am I? And once again, this isn't Psycho, but you see that look in Edge's eyes.
Mm-hmm. Setting himself up in the corner. We know what Edge usually goes for here.
Oh, yes, we do. And it's 5 letters. Oh, boot. And now Finn Balor is like Fredo cover 2, and Edge able to kick out. Does their knee. Oh! Is enough. 1 count. Whoa. All right. Well, right now, again, what do you do at this point? Like I said, the only thing that limits you inside Hell in a Cell is your imagination.
Oh, you mentioned it earlier, Noah. We've had we've had tables, we've had chairs, and here comes the ladder.
I should have shut up.
I told you, don't give him ideas.
I'm not at SoFi Stadium. I'm not even in California. But the innovator of tables, ladders, and chairs. Shout out to WrestleMania 17. Shout out to TLC. Oh, none of that being given tonight. Just more brutality as Edge throws the ladder to the Demon's face. I still go back and remember Unforgiven 2006. John Cena versus Edge in TLC. Edge was the victim, not the victor. And that was in Edge's hometown.
Yeah, but Edge has still won many a ladder match. You think the triangle ladder match about WrestleMania 2000, TLC 2 at WrestleMania 17. You think about the inaugural Money in the Bank ladder match at WrestleMania 21, which I was at. Edge is very, very fluent in ladder matches and has a pretty good record with them at WrestleMania.
Oof. That ladder was right into the head of Finn Balor right now. Take a look at the impact. Watch the ladder.
Jesus.
Oh, that was smack dab in the middle of the forehead, one of those rungs. Edge might have busted Finn Balor open. We actually might have blood in a WWE match. Imagine that. And it looks like right now that the people are checking, the ringside position are checking here. I can't tell with all that face paint, though, if he's actually caught it or bleeding. Edge right now, there is no innocence right now. Just demonic intentions by the ultimate opportunist waiting to strike. Can you imagine what's going through that Demon's man's mind here tonight? Again, watch the way that ladder hits Finn Balor's forehead. Watch that rung. Bam! That was not blocked. That was right in the middle of Finn Balor's forehead. I guess the doctors right now are checking in on Finn Balor, as meanwhile Edge going the outside of the ring looking for more toys. We got a bunch of kendo sticks, normal kendo sticks, might I add. And right now we are looking to see what's going to happen here. What? I'm not sure at this point what's exactly. Yeah, Michael. Oh, damn. This is what is WrestleMania without McMahon. But yeah, that's true. I really lied. Just a small blood injury, at least. Yeah, that's true. I mean, heck, Charlotte Flair had a small little cut on her nose last night in that match. You're absolutely right. And they are playing all the stops, Catherine. But inside Hell in the Cell, you freaking have to. And right now, JJ, it looks like Finn Balor is being attended to, and Finn Balor is back up to his feet. So there might have been a little bit of a cut there. And Edge, once again, going right back to Finn. Got out hooked up. I'm looking for a powerbomb. Finn Balor, though, double leg. Oh, double stomp. But Edge back up to his feet.
Sort of a coup de grace there. Normally, Finn Balor does that coming off the top rope.
Buff. Yeah, the reverse DDT, though, that always works.
Looks like he's going to ascend the turnbuckle, maybe looking for one right now, Noah.
As you say that, the last time the gargoyle was able to fly.
Coup de grace misses.
Oh, nope, but Edge
goes for the spear.
Oh! He spreads out the ladder. The roll-up. 2. No!
Double clothesline, both men down.
Good grief. And right now, both men have been stopped for a moment. This is a hell of a match brought to you by the Pulp Exorcist, apparently. Go stay tuned for that review on Renegade's reviews eventually on Cosmic 18 Studios.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll get to it at some point.
Yeah, exactly. This is WrestleMania. This is Hell in a Cell. This is the final judgment. Brood Edge versus the reincarnated demon Finn Balor. And right now, Edge just trying to get up to his feet. And both men collide with a double clothesline. I think Finn Balor was bleeding, but the medical officials were able to patch up that wound. A sling blade by the demon. Edge shoved to see the demon up. Big explosive. John Woo drop kick in the corner. Edge in the drop zone this time, JJ. You called for it earlier. We're going to end it.
Coup de grace.
Got all of it. Got all of it. That might do it. Cover for the win for final judgment. No.
Edge kicks out.
Kicked out at 2 again. Look at the height. Look at the flight. And look at the way he lands on Edge's chest tonight. Oh, God. But still not enough to put down Brood Edge tonight.
And the Demon's got to wonder what it's going to take to put down the Brood Edge. Surely the Ultimate Opportunist would have been defeated by this point, but Brood Edge is a different breed altogether.
I would say a different beast JJ, as he just whacked the demon with a kendo stick at the top of a ladder inside Hell in a Cell. Edge in his 14th WrestleMania match has been nothing less but the ultimate opportunist. And right now, look at how demon. Oh! Avalanche DDT! Off the ladder! To twist the arm! No!
I believe Edge used to call that the execution there, Noah.
Yeah, exactly. Edge with the execution off the ladder. Talk about an ultimate execution, but not enough to put the demon down for the 3 count. Bam! What impact!
That's another shout out because Gangrel used to use the Impaler DDT, the execution, a modified version of that move. So we've seen the Unprettier and a modified Impaler.
The only thing
Edge representing both members of his brood brethren here this evening.
Exactly. The only thing we haven't seen at this point, JJ, is a spear. And it looks like Edge bringing out another ladder, another table into play. The demon somehow still trying to get back up to his feet, still moving. As you called, JJ, and Josh also put in the chat at 2.934 seconds. Well done, Josh. And maybe one day you'll be on commentary. You'll be a special guest commentator.
Well, you know, if you go to Philadelphia next year, we may need to find somebody.
Yeah, that's fair. Again, you think about execution. You think about a modified DDT. Wasn't glorious. Was damn sure effective. Not enough for the 3 count. Finn Balor right away Edge on a damn kendo stick. And once again, has Edge up on a table. And the demon unleashing hell inside Hell in a Cell. Wearing away Edge with that steel ring chair. That table is buckling underneath the Rated R Superstar's body.
Yeah, I was noticing that. I was about to point that out, Noah. You just beat me to the punch there.
Well, wait a minute.
Oh, my God.
What in the holy hell is Finn Balor thinking?
Coup de grace.
Get down from there, you fucking idiot!
Oh,
man!
Edge rolls out of the way. Finn Balor had to jam his legs, possibly buckling his kneecaps with that missed coup de grace.
I don't know if the demon can feel pain, but if Balor gets up on his feet, I'll be absolutely surprised. Again, the coup de grace off the Cell side through the damn table and no Edge in between. Finn Balor might have literally blew out both his knees.
For real. Michael Gonzalez with the comment of the night. R.I.P. to his legs.
Yeah, no kidding. Jesus. Edge once again in the corner.
There you go. Spear!
Is it enough? Final judgment. 1, 2. Edge with the window.
Finn Balor able to kick out. But we shouldn't be surprised. Edge is kicked out of the coup de grace. He's kicked out of the sling blade. Balor kicking out of the spear, kicking out of the execution, kicking out of the unprettier. It's going to take something on a whole other level to put either one of these gentlemen away here tonight, Noah. This is WrestleMania.
And this is Hell in the Cell, and Edge is about to unleash hell on the demon with a kendo stick, just looking for anything he could use to render the demon dead. Oh, again, chair to the back, wailing away on Finn Balor. What a relentless assault. Edge has snapped.
Again, and you know, Noah, I'm impressed there's been no Judgment Day involvement as of yet.
Oh, no.
Edge looking for the one-man concerto, it would seem.
Dun, 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 dun. He's remembering exactly what happened. It was June 6, 2022, and a concerto that ended Edge's reign as Judgment Day.
Edge connecting with the concerto, looking to roll the demon over.
That's gotta be it. Cover the man. Final judgment is at hand. Come on, 2. It is over. Brood Edge wins inside Hell in a Cell. The
no Judgment Day involvement, Noah. Clean victory.
Wow.
I mean, as clean as you can get with it being a hardcore Cell match, but no outside interference, no shenanigans, no Damian Priest, no ex-con Dom, no mommy, nothing. Finn Balor took that defeat as a man, as a demon only could. kudos to Demon Balor for the excellent fight he put up tonight.
That was fucking epic. Let's take a look at some of the replays here. That John Woo shotgun drop kick blasting Edge for that purple table, and then this ladder thrown straight into the forehead of the Demon Finn Balor, down and out and busted wide open, I assure you. And then Edge with the most vicious concerto I think I've ever seen a kid in my life. Over a year practically in the making. Final judgment with a gavel at the hands of a concerto. The Demon found guilty and exorcised inside Hell in the Cell at WrestleMania tonight. Again, WrestleMania is all about exercising your demons tonight, as it's brought to you by the Post Exorcist. Stay tuned for that movie review on Cast 18 Studios at some point by the Renegade. But as far as tonight, the rated R superstar, Brood Edge, has finally put away what he created. Judgment Day falls tonight on the Demon, and the Demon faces final judgment at the original creator of the group. Edge victorious. Good grief.
Absolutely.
Well, again, folks, I hope you've been enjoying the ride. Oh, my goodness gracious. This has been WrestleMania Goes Hollywood Night 2. It has been a phenomenal two-day spectacle as we've been here with you across the JMN Network Multiverse of Media live watch-along events the entire way during WrestleMania week. I hope you enjoyed everything. I can't stress enough. Please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend, support my friends. He's monetized now, so give your super chats to Cast 18 Studios, the Jet Meacham Network. And if you want to steer the conversation, super chat, it's as simple as that. We appreciate all of you, and I share this is not left anytime soon. It's been a phenomenal two-day spectacle, and what I think will be definitely going down the record books, if not one of the greatest WrestleManias ever in the company's illustrious history. We have seen incredible moments. We have seen emotional turmoil. We have seen definitive story endings and absolute physical confrontations for the ages. And it all culminates with what still is to come tonight, as Night 2 is far from over, as we have yet to finish the story, JJ.
We're going to find out soon enough if Cody Rhodes can do just that, Noah.
Yeah, no doubt. And let's take a look here what you are saying. Dory Lou, total respect for Balor for handling match without the judgment, as you alluded to. Again, it was pure one-on-one. There was absolutely no asterisks. The Demon lost. The Demon was exercised tonight at the hands of Brood Edge, and now Edge can finally move on and finish out the way he wants to. But again, we'll see what is soon to follow. Poor Demon, LOL. Okay, that was one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my whole life. Yeah, for a Hell in a Cell match, and the fact that it was completely contained inside. That's impressive on all fronts. The last time I remember that happening to this caliber was probably Shawn Michaels and Triple H. And that was bloody because it was bad blood. Let's see here. Moonlight, I've been wondering if Mommy and Dom end up taking part in SmackDown and the family feud could continue. Possibly as Backlash. Of course, the next time we will be back with you with WWE coverage on the JMN Multiverse of Media. As again, we got Backlash, we got King and Queen of the Ring, we got Money in the Bank, and we got SummerSlam. That's what's next on the WWE side of things. As we go backstage right now to Kayla Braxton. Whew. What moment? I know that you're happy about this one, JJ. Bianca Belair did it.
Yes, she did. The EST still of the WWE.
3 years in a row, undefeated WrestleMania streak.
Telling you, man, she's going to be the female Undertaker. She's already 3-0. The Undertaker's record was 21-0. She is going to be that generational superstar for the women that goes undefeated at WrestleMania, because I've said it before. I've said it every time this show comes on. You can't spell WrestleMania without EST. T.
Damn it. There you go. Oh, look at that.
That's cute. All the girls that were part of the entrance for Bianca getting to celebrate with her.
Well, WWE is all about the fans. WWE is all about the kids. WWE is all about inclusion. WWE is all about everybody.
That right there goes to prove what I've been saying for months, if not an entire year, about her being the female John Cena. That right there should prove it.
Well, again, we do talk about it all the time. And speaking of talking about stuff, you know, once WrestleMania is over, what comes to follow is Backlash. And for the first time in a long time, Backlash and WWE go to Puerto Rico, hosted by Bad Bunny.
First time WWE is hosting a PPV PLE in San Juan, Puerto Rico since Elimination Chamber 2005.
And we'll be with you covering that on May 6th, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the JMN Multiverse of Media. From Los Angeles to Puerto Rico, two cities that are all about the bright lights and partying. From the Coliseo de Puerto Rico, Jose Miguel Arregalat. So, I don't know how I was able to say that. So stay tuned for more about that. San Juan, Puerto Rico, beautiful city. A lot of international tradition. A lot of wrestling heritage has come from there, too. I think about Diamante, for example, that works across the independent scene. 10 plus years in the game. One of my favorites.
The Colones.
Yeah, exactly.
Carlos. Epico,
Steels.
Primo, Carlito.
Carlito.
Hopefully we'll get Carlito Caribbean Cool to make an appearance on that show. Because Noah, that would be cool.
Hey, I spit in the face of people who don't want to be cool. But what is cool is what we witnessed Friday night, JJ. It's always an annual tradition as we look back and honor the greats. And that was definitely shined upon at the WWE Hall of Fame.
Yeah, not necessarily a watch along of sorts, but a show of respect to the legends that paved the way for the superstars, divas, referees, and even celebrities that participate in the show of shows today. You know, there would be no Logan Paul without Andy Kaufman. Timmy White, a world-renowned referee, you know, loved by so many. And then you think about the Charles Robinsons. You think about the Chad Pattons. You think about Jessica Carr, who got to make history last night as part of the first all-female WrestleMania match. You think about Stacy Keibler paving the way for the women of today. You think about the great Muda, and you touched on Shinsuke Nakamura, Asuka, Kana, and you go even to some of the superstars that aren't in the company no more. You think about Yoshihiro Tajiri. You think about blanking on his name. Oh, Yoshitatsu. I was blanking on his name for a minute.
I got you.
And then the iconic luchador Rey Mysterio. You know, you think about Santos Escobar and the Legado del Fantasma. You think about guys like Sin Cara who came through. You know, yes, El Santo, Mil Mascaras paved the way for Rey Mysterio. But without Rey Mysterio, 95% of wrestlers today that wear a lucha mask would not be wearing a lucha mask.
And Conan,
period.
And Conan made that poetically and emphatically known with his speech last night with Rey Mysterio, who put Latinos, who put lucha libre, who put wrestling out of this time-honored tradition on the map. The sensitive side of Rey Mysterio. Who would have thought Rey Mysterio is sensitive? I mean, seriously, who would have thought that?
Torvik says, with an hour and a half left, what's next besides the Roman win? I mean, obviously, Torvik, they're going to have all the Hall of Famers come out and get introduced after this video package.
Exactly.
They'll probably then show another video package hyping up the story of the bloodline and the return of Cody Rhodes. I'm sure we're going to have some dramatic entrances Probably something cinematic for Roman. There's been a lot of people talking, requesting, begging WWE to have Downstate play Kingdom live for Cody to come to the ring too. Hasn't been confirmed, always a possibility, but you got to also figure it's a Sunday. People have work, people have school tomorrow. So I wouldn't be surprised if this show, unlike yesterday going to 9 o'clock, winds down about 8:15, 8:30 instead.
Oh, hello, Stacy Keever. Damn, she still got them legs. Yeah, JJ, I hear what you're saying right there. It's one of those things where I do wonder what. It's one of those things where I do wonder, like, again, you wonder how much time the match is going to get versus the actual previous of the story. Andy Kaufman, of course, the inductee in the celebrity wing. Then the Kaufman family there on stage. Beautiful. Yeah, it would have been hard to top last year's Hall of Fame ceremony. That's fair. You might be right, Moonlight. That injury might have been legitimate. Great.
Is he going to do the mist one more time? It looks like his mouth is green there.
Yeah, I think so. Bye-bye, Muta. Thank you. Tim White. God rest that man's soul. And last but not least, this year's headliner, JJ, you basically summed it up perfectly earlier. Arguably the greatest luchador of all time, Rey Mysterio. Coming off an incredible win last night as well. Just a little bit away from his home turf in San Diego. And yes, you're right, Matthew. I think that is another Muta mask. It feels like so much has gone wrong tonight, not counting the triple threat, which is goated. And Moonlight, again, Night 2 had a lot to live up to versus Night 1. So I kind of expected a little bit of it to be off. The Shane fan definitely threw me by surprise, and Shane was clearly not conditioned. So I had to imagine him being a man. That was his own behest. So again, I hope he's okay. And Finn Balor, yeah, that might have been too bold of a spot, but you know. That being
Once
said,
again, did you notice the humbleness of Rey Mysterio going down the line, shaking all of the fellow inductees' hands and bowing to them out of respect?
You said before, and I agree, the most humble man you probably will ever see, and the honor that you had of meeting Rey Mysterio. Again, congratulations to the entire Hall of Fame class of 2023. It's always an honorable occasion, and you can say what you want about the inductees, this, first, that one, their legacies, etc. I feel for what they did this year, there was a fair amount of truth, trust, honor, and absolutely the right ones put in, especially with Rey Mysterio as a headliner. But as I alluded to earlier, what has been a phenomenal night that we've been reacting to from SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, Inglewood, California. Next year, we go to the birthplace of America, where the pursuit of happiness was founded upon the land of the true Philly cheesesteak, justice, pride, passion, proud heritage, and of course, a land of our founding fathers. And they are tough as anybody else. Philly tough, if you want to call it that. Because next year, folks, ring the Liberty Bell. Because next year, in April, this is the grand spectacle that reaches a milestone number as WrestleMania 40 comes from the Lincoln Financial Field in April 2024 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And speaking of Philadelphia, watch parties happening all around the world. You see right there, Philadelphia, USA, with the Philadelphia Eagles mascot taking in the WrestleMania festivities. As again, wrestling is for everyone, and WrestleMania can connect to anyone.
Taking a look at another highlight package from last night. Noah, I caught it there at the very end of the Hall of Fame's showcase, I don't know if you saw it there, but Andy Kaufman's brother was holding the intergender championship that Andy used to wear.
Yeah, I was like, what? I recognize that belt, but I imagine that has something to do with Andy Kaufman's.
Yeah, Andy always called him the world intergender champion, as he would take on all females. It was part of his shtick. You know, men are dominant and women are beneath me. And I'm willing to put this on the line against any woman out there. That was the championship that Andy used to hold and wear. That was kind of cool seeing that. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I admit that's a pretty cool nod right there. Again, what was also pretty cool was literally the biggest conducted, orchestrated symphony for the Monday Night Maniacals Messiah, Seth freaking Rollins. That was beyond ridiculous. And some people pointed out that gear, it looked like it was Jeff Jarrett inspired. I guess Big G probably was a fan of that. Sorry, Big G, I had to.
Burn it down.
I love this. I love this so damn much. Oh my gosh. And I gotta admit, I hate Logan Paul, but I absolutely loved that match last night. And that entrance. And we're just taking it in, folks, from last night, as you do talk about night one was so phenomenally better versus tonight. But I feel like both nights definitely were on par, if nothing else, for what they were supposed to do. But yeah, night one's going to be the ace of WrestleMania history. I love it. I freaking love it.
Logan Paul just in the corner there yawning like he is so unimpressed.
Seriously, Colin needs to play a drum cover of that Seth freaking Rollins theme. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, Cleaver, if you're out there listening, we request a drum cover from you of Seth's theme.
Yeah. And then you could be your own conductor. You could have like your little girl do the whoa, or start a live chat. They could do the whoa. And speaking of live chat, folks, stay tuned, because after tonight, WrestleMania is over. We will be around for a short little open impromptu mic night to discuss the overall outlook and result of tonight's main event and WrestleMania as a whole. And then we'll be back with you tomorrow for another Championship Never Multiverse Media live watch-along event, when I will roll solo to bring you play-by-play coverage and reactions for the Raw after WrestleMania. That and so much more ahead on the Championship Never Multiverse Media, so stay tuned for more on that. As we are live back at SoFi Stadium, that has been a phenomenal 2-day showcase. This is WrestleMania Sunday. And again, over 161,000 people have gathered across the 2 days. Oh, man.
Let me get a TurboTax commercial here, because why not?
Yeah, you can dance if you want to, because the safety dance is what matters more, not a damn TurboTax feed. Anyway, that's all I'm doing. You'll never see me.
So who dances better, the old man in this or Seth Rollins down the stairs in the Joker commercial?
I gotta give it to Seth Rollins.
My daughter agrees. She says Seth Rollins too, and without hesitation.
I do love the safety dance. I'm not going to lie, but you're never going to get me to do that on air. But that being said, what you will get me to do on air is react to what is ahead next, because what has been a phenomenal journey and what has been a recap of history now determines legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time to see who finishes the story as Roman Reigns defends the undisputed WWE Universal Championship against Cody Rhodes. It is bloodline versus a common man's family's legacy.
We've been asking the question since he won the Royal Rumble. Can Cody Rhodes go from undesirable to undeniable to undisputed on his way to finishing the story? And yes, James, we have gone through every match. There were only 6 set for the show. And even with the impromptu Snoop Shane O'Mac thing, 7 matches, we've gone through everything. This is what everything since last year's WrestleMania has built to, Noah. When Cody Rhodes returned as the worst kept secret in wrestling history to challenge Seth freaking Rollins, all roads have led to tonight. And granted, a torn pectoral muscle just a couple months into his return sidelined his momentum, kept him out of action until his triumphant return at the Royal Rumble this year. But he was able to conquer the Ring General Gunther, win the Rumble, and he is here tonight in a battle of legacies, a battle of royal families, the Rhodeses versus the Anoa'i in the main event in WrestleMania. Hollywood could not write a better story. That's why they continue to reboot and remake shit, because there's nothing original coming out of this fucking city.
Right.
Except for this tonight.
JJ, you, me, James, Jeff, the 115 in my WrestleMania Predictions League, the chat itself have never been more polarized on 2 different sides in WWE history than this match tonight. Again, the simple question that if the undesirable to undeniable can overcome the unstoppable is mere minutes away. This is Cody's legacy. This is Roman Reigns' legacy. This is the absolute greatest moment in each of these men's respective history. And only one of them will be ushered in to an ultimate era defined as immortality. As Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns contest, not for the gold, but for everything else to be told. Here we go. As wrestling
has more than one royal family.
Sing it, folks. You know what this is. This is our main event. And the American Nightmare has arrived at WrestleMania.
In my soul, every fight out of control. Do it all to get them on their feet. Come on, Noah, I don't hear you.
Okay, fine.
The
crowd
about
is
to
here,
blow.
about to go.
For me to start the show.
Like
curtain
Out
lights
the curtain
go out,
lights
I'm home.
go up, I'm home.
Whoa!
Whoa! My father said when I was younger, wow, hard times bring better men. Better man! You took it all away, I give it all away. Can take my freedom. Here to change the game, a better made of pain. I'll build my kingdom. Now you bow to me. You took my dreams, but not my name.
Follow me until the end.
I am my kingdom.
Ready now.
All right, that's enough of that. I'll say it afterwards if he actually wins. But guys, there's no singing. There is nothing more but just a decision waiting. The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes.
Curtain lights go up. I'm
JJ's
home.
still singing. I love it.
Whoa!
Whoa! All right, there we go. That's got one more time there. They're going to do the whole theme.
I love his outfit. His coat looks very Sgt. Pepper inspired. I know my daughter gets the reference as a Beatles raised fan, with the eagle feathers on the back for the American eagle, the bald eagle, the symbol of the United States of America. Such a great mashup outfit here.
Oh, you can only imagine what is on the American Nightmare's mind right now, being in the main event of WrestleMania for the richest prizes in WWE history as his daughter and his wife and his mother are at ringside.
Yep.
And his sister.
Aww.
Oh, Liberty, that's such a lovely name. Again, we talked about this
perfect
match.
name for the American Nightmare, Liberty.
This is
think about that for a minute.
This is generation spanning right here, JJ.
Yeah. The $1 million question, though, was that the kiss of death? You know, is he celebrating too soon, embracing his wife and his daughter and his mother? You know, I mean, we've been talking about it for the better part of the last month. Finishing the story, and Paul Heyman said, what makes the most money? Did Cody just seal his own fate there and give himself the proverbial kiss of death before the bell even rings?
It's one of those things, JJ, that again, we can talk about and speculate all we want, but there literally is nothing else to say. All I can say is that Cody Rhodes has been in the game since 2007. His very first WWE match was against Elijah Burke. He actually started back in 2006 in Ohio Valley Wrestling. He has been involved now in 1,900 plus matches in his 16-year career. And at 37 years of age, the American Nightmare, for the first time ever, is in the main event of WrestleMania to finish the story and achieve and claim a legacy.
Did you notice that, Noah? I didn't realize who the kid was. Brody Lee's son was given the belt.
Oh, my gosh.
And they even mentioned little Brody.
Forbidden Door. Well, I said everything I could about Cody. This is on you and Natalia. This is battleground between you and you, JJ. So I'm just going to simply be quiet and let you show me your... No, what the hell? Whoa. A piano orchestra? Whoa. Are they playing the last symphony for the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes?
I don't know, man. This gives me bad juju. Traditionally speaking, Noah, when a wrestler has his song performed as he comes to the ring, he loses.
We said last night, JJ, Roman Reigns is the last stand for the bloodline, the last stand of the island of relevancy, the last stand between Cody Rhodes and finishing the story. Are you about to witness a tragedy? Or are you about to see the ultimate victory? Prepare, ladies and gentlemen, for WrestleMania's final symphony. And acknowledge your tribal chief. Put your ones in the chat if you believe and acknowledge Roman Reigns as the head of the table enters WrestleMania.
And here he comes, the head of the table, the tribal chief, flanked by Solo Sikoa, the street champ, and the wise man, the arguably the greatest professional wrestling manager in history, better than Bobby Heenan, better than Classy Freddie Blassie, better than all of the rest, the wise man himself, Paul Heyman. Acknowledge him. 945 days Roman Reigns has been the man. And I know we've gone so in depth with this, Noah, that you hate talking about it. You're just ready for the match to get under the way and for the question to be answered. But do you throw away a potential 1,000-day reign when you're 55 days away? Or does the tribal chief remain on the island of relevancy with the bloodline and his wise man?
We talk about families, we talk about bloodlines. The 15th time a member of the Anai family finds themselves at the Mecca of the Showcase of the Immortals in the main event of WrestleMania. He has been involved in 3 straight WrestleManias, defending the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship in some way or fashion. No one else has done that. He is now going into his 7th WrestleMania. This will be Roman Reigns' 1,357th match. 12 years in his career, 37 years of age, versus Cody Rhodes, 16 years in his illustrious career, 37 years of age. This is the Tribal Chief's possible final stand. This is the final battle in the island of relevancy. Does the dominance finally come to an end with Cody Rhodes' first time ever in the main event of WrestleMania competing? You think about the names that Roman Reigns overcome: Goldberg, Brock Lesnar, Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, Jey Uso, Cesaro, Bryan Danielson. You see the history of the Tribal Chiefs title defenses in front of you, courtesy of BT Sport. Roman Reigns walks to the ring with a greater sense of purpose than ever before. You call him greatness on another level. Is that greatness enough to surpass the story created by the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes? And you see no Usos in tow except the Street Champ. And trending number 1 in the United States right now is WrestleMania.
It's the people in the chat that are throwing out Bobby Heenan, Jimmy Hart. Who's the other one that's throwing out? Jim Cornette. Answer me this. Have any of them managed 3 consecutive back-to-back-to-back WWE champions? Or have any of them managed a champion to 945 days in a single run? If you can answer yes to either of those questions, then I will concede my argument about Paul Heyman. But if you can only answer no, then Paul Heyman is the GOAT when it comes to wrestling managers. Period. That's the tweet. That's not a prediction. That's a spoiler. Acknowledge the wise man and the tribal chief.
You see the look in Roman Reigns' face. Cody has to be aware of where he stands right now, because what he does tonight will forever define him in WWE history. Will he be the victor or just another victim? Let's go down to the introductions. Savannah Irvin. Oh, man. Atlanta, Georgia zone.
Noah, it is the moment we have been waiting for an entire year. It is time for the main event of Wrestle fucking Mania. The Tribal Chief Roman Reigns, the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes.
What a freaking intro for the American Nightmare by Savannah Urban. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. Greatest in-ring announcer since Lee Garcia and Howard Fink. Gotta watch the Street Champ. Paul Heyman. £265. Even Paul Heyman appreciates this. Phenomenal introductions by Savannah Irvin, acknowledged by the wise man himself.
And honestly, it's a pretty torn crowd there, Noah. I do hear boos. The boos are definitely more audible for Roman, but you also see a lot of people cheering him, wanting to join the bloodline on the island of relevancy. Some of these people in Los Angeles could only wish and dream to be as relevant as the Tribal Chief.
Paul Heyman's got a microphone, though. Is he actually going to say something, or are we actually going to get it on? I think right now they're taking it in. Wait a second. Hold the phone. Cody Rhodes.
I think Roman is going to have a question for Los Angeles, California.
You mean a question or a demand?
That's fair. He's demanding the microphone from his wise man. I know at least two people in the living room are going to do as he requests.
Good Lord. Thunderous ovation for the Tribal Chief, polarizing as ever. Finally, Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes collide, come ahead for the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship. All roads lead to WrestleMania, and now the roads conclude at WrestleMania.
In the words of your normal color man, James the He-Man Hebert. And here we go.
This is it. The conclusion to possibly the longest reign in WWE history. And the finale to probably the greatest story ever told in sports entertainment industry. Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, face to face. The bell is rung, and this is for the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship.
Both men just staring eye to eye, Noah.
It is thunderous here at SoFi Stadium. This might yield on the Richter scale as the biggest earthquake ever. And right now, Roman Reigns just trying to lure Cody in, but Cody so far not being brought in. I've got a corner time to kick things off here. Test of strength. Trying to achieve the common ground. Show some dominance. Assert authority. And Roman Reigns finds his way to the ropes after the wrist lock.
Roman saying, get off me.
At this point, I gotta wonder whose psyche right now, whose mentality is more stirred, is more unprepared for this, is more worried. Yes, you see the confidence on the Tribal Chief, but again, his brothers failed to succeed in retaining the tag team championships last night. He has to realize that if he loses, that's the end of the bloodline.
Absolutely. I mean, on the one hand, it's the end of the bloodline. On the other hand, you've got a royally pissed off Tribal Chief.
Ooh,
and that's
nice
even more dangerous, I think, than the cocky, arrogant head of the table we've seen for 945 days.
And then on the other side of things, you look at Cody Rhodes, the fact that he decided to come back to WWE, to come home, to not be a coach, but establish himself as the player. He's done everything possible to get to this point for the first time ever. Is he ready to truly finish the story and achieve what he believes is not only a family legacy, but is a firm destiny? Oh, nice pop-up shot there. And Roman taking a bit of a reprieve, taking to the outside right now, taking a bit off, and surprised by that.
Nah, he's expecting this type of stuff. Roman is trying to keep Cody from getting momentum and getting an advantage. It's phenomenal heel psychology. And Torvik with the point of the night, 1,000 days versus a single moment. You know, what will be more remembered in the annals of WWE history? Roman Reigns accomplishing 1,000 days, or the fact that Cody Rhodes won a title at WrestleMania?
That still remains to be seen right now as Roman Reigns getting a bit of a pep talk, a bit of encouragement, a bit of wisdom from his wise man, his special counsel at ringside, the ever so strategic, manipulative, underhanded, evil genius that is Paul Heyman. And right now, Roman Reigns finally going back after Cody Rhodes, but the waist lock, Cody Rhodes fighting back those standing switch, waist lock of his own. Oh, big back elbow strike to the jaw. And drops Cody to a knee, but Cody off the ropes and dropped again with another elbow by Roman Reigns. That's Roman Reigns establishing dominance in the early going. Reminding Cody Rhodes, you think you're finishing the story? No, this is my home. You work for my family. Short range clotheslines in the corner. Wearing away the challenger. Roman Reigns dictating the pace right now, asserting his dominance against the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. I got to put this in perspective. Roman Reigns has not endured any real injury. Oh, wait a minute. Going for a boot there. Cody Kyle. Nice drop kick. Takes the Tribal Chief off his feet. Round the bridge of the nose. Here's Cody Rhodes. Cover off the leg. Gets a 1 count only. But first, cover at some of this match. And again, preying on the psyche of the Tribal Chief. Now working the arm. Take a look at the replay here. Roman Reigns looking for the big boot. Eats 2 boots of his own on the bridge of the nose. And Cody Rhodes the first attempted fall of this match. Now working the arm. And let's not forget, that's the same arm Brock Lesnar popped out of its socket last year at WrestleMania in the Kimura.
It's a very good point. Either way this match ends up going, Noah, this match right here is history in the making. Either we make history by continuing the march to 1,000, or we make history by Cody Rhodes proving the fact that wrestling has more than one royal family.
Oh, God, what a problem, as you said, off the attempted Cody kick. Covered by Roman. Gets a 2 count. Barely. And take a look at the replay here. Looking for the disaster kick. Got caught by the Tribal Chief. And then planted with the power bomb. Oh, Jesus.
You know, and bigger through all that, it's been made clear through the promos leading up to this. It's the son of the American Dream versus the son, supposedly, that the American Dream always wanted. Roman Reigns is the man that Dusty Rhodes nurtured and trained and molded into the man that we see before us every week when he decides to show up. Cody Rhodes didn't get that attention from his own father.
Oh, what a snap German suplex. And Roman Reigns in the cover again. Cody immediately kicking out. Barely a 1 count. And you do say that when you talk about that Roman Reigns has literally been developed underneath the American Dream. While Cody Rhodes decided not to be taught by the Dream, but found his own way as the American Nightmare. WWE has literally homegrown built Roman Reigns. Cody Rhodes, release German suplex, has built himself across the entire professional wrestling scene. That weight belt he gave Brody Lee Jr. inscribed with every company he has worked for. And you talk about Roman Reigns just show up. Cody Rhodes is about doing the work. He is relentless, tireless. He wants to do the work every damn day of the week. A tireless, resourceful effort by the American Nightmare. Wait a minute. Sends Roman Reigns to the outside between the top and middle rope at the skin of the cat. Now Cody on the apron. Oh, look for the kick. And man, drop face first. And
good thing this isn't Jim Crockett Promotions. That would have been the disqualification. Roman would have kept the belt.
But again,
a virtual dusty finish, if you will.
But again, you also got to consider Cody Rhodes is trying to play against Roman's game. Oh, and just Roman throws Cody up the entranceway. Right now, every time Cody Rhodes has been trying to fight back to break Roman Reigns' mentality, Roman Reigns has had an answer. Referee counted to 4.
Because Roman Reigns has met all comers in this historical run. We ran through some of them earlier. Edge, Daniel Bryan, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, the Demon, Finn Balor, who we saw earlier tonight against Edge. You know, Roman Reigns has not been hard to find. And he has taken on everybody that he felt and that felt that they were worthy to try to topple his reign. And he has defeated every single one of them. He has been doing his homework on Cody Rhodes since the Royal Rumble. He knows Cody's style. He knows Cody's signature moves. And even better, with the wise man by his side, he knows how to counter him.
And Cody with the counter zone, scoop slam to the Tribal Chief on the rampway. And let's also keep this in mind, as Solo Sikoa is in the corner of Roman Reigns, literally tied to the hip of the Tribal Chief. It was Cody Rhodes that instigated Solo Sikoa saying, "You're not ready." Solo Sikoa playing the role that Cody did years ago as part of Legacy, underneath the learning tree of the Viper, Randy Orton. And he gave Solo Sikoa his first pinfall loss this week on Monday Night Raw. And that has to play a factor as well in Solo Sikoa's mind. You wonder what Solo Sikoa is thinking right now. And again, if Cody Rhodes gets disqualified, the Tribal Chief keeps the championship. And right now, Cody in the driver's seat for the time being, wearing down Roman Reigns on the outside of the ring, using as much of the 10 count as possible and breaking it as needed. Each man right now is trying to break down the other physically, because you're not going to break down one another mentally. That's impossible to consider what both these men have put each other through up to tonight. And right now, Roman Reigns trying to take attention away from the referee. And so Sikoa, what's he doing underneath the ring? What's he doing? And right now, a chair to the ribs and midsection and the side of Cody Rhodes. That could literally bust and break and bruise a rib, and that will definitely compromise the breathing. Referee can't call what he didn't see, unfortunately. And right now, the referee's starting his count. Roman Reigns again with a drive-by, using every trick possible to remain as champion. It's not like he's been an honorable champion, honestly. And right now, bringing Cody back inside. Hook the leg, 2, and Cody gets the shoulder up again. And
but you can see Cody clutching his ribs there. He's trying to get his breath.
Well, that was right to the ribs, as I said. Well, let's consider this, JJ. It isn't like the Tribal Chief has been dominant on his own. James Hebert, our Open Mind Night cohort analyst, he said perfectly, is the Tribal Chief running a family, or is this more so running a dictatorship? Is the Tribal Chief where he's at on his own? Truly, would he actually still be the champion if it wasn't for his bloodline? How many times did the Usos, and most definitely Solo Sikoa, play difference maker for the Tribal Chief in championship encounters? Again, Clash of the Castle, Solo Sikoa became part of the bloodline. And I very well say if Solo Sikoa did not show up, Drew McIntyre could have beat the man that night.
That's a very valid point, no, but it's not. Roman Reigns is not the first person to have somebody run interference for him from his stable.
Oh, that clothesline, come on, hooks the leg. Cody gets the show up at 2.
Ric Flair had his fellow horsemen run interference during the Horseman era. Hollywood Hogan had his NWO brethren run interference for him during that era. Triple H had his Evolution brethren run interference for him during that era. This is not anything new in professional wrestling.
Now you see that pick of the angle there by
Heel's gonna heal.
And big clothesline. Turn Cody Rhodes inside out. Hook up the near leg. Only yields a 2 count.
And Roman right just laughing.
He figures this is too easy right now. I do believe that he is overconfident, but I also think he's taking Cody Rhodes very lightly. A hard Irish whip into the corner. Again, the compromised ribs and midsection. It was last year that Cody Rhodes proved his merit, proved his valor at Hell in the Cell, fighting with a torn pectoral muscle against Seth freaking Rollins inside the Devil's Playground for 23 minutes and came out victorious. Then following that, the road to recovery led the road to the Royal Rumble. And here we are at the road to WrestleMania, and we have arrived, and we will see if Cody Rhodes finishes the story. Might be a brutalizing agony, though, at this point, if Sikoa keeps playing difference maker. And we go back to the outside of the ring. Every step of the way possible, Roman Reigns has found a way to make sure he stays on top of the game. And now looking to use the announce table. We haven't, oh, come on, this is unnecessary. All right. Oh, boy. Now the Spanish announce table getting cleared off here. Well, I guess it wouldn't be WrestleMania or a WWE Championship match without the announce table spot being used.
That's a fair point. You know, maybe the reason that Roman is laughing is because he feels for Cody what Cody feels about Solo Sikoa, and that he is just not ready. However, Cody Rhodes is no slouch. You know, he's former Ring of Honor champion, former NWA champion. He's held championships in every company he's ever been in.
Correct.
And Paul points out that if Cody wins tonight, he will only be the fourth man in history to hold the NWA and WWE titles, joining Buddy Rogers, Ric Flair, and the phenomenal one, AJ Styles. And what elite company is that, Noah?
Yeah, that's a very elite company. That's like Mount Rushmore of professional wrestling. And right now, Roman Reigns looking for the power bomb. Cody trying to fight back, though. Might step, be modified to a power driver. Cody fighting back again. And that back drop tipped. Oh, that back drop for the announce table. For the damn table, Roman Reigns, crash and burn.
But what did that
Cody,
take?
You got a chance. You got to get back in the ring. You got to fight back if you want to achieve your dream. Paul Heyman right now in disbelief.
But what did that take out of Cody Rhodes? Still clenching those ribs from the attack earlier. He can barely move to try to get Roman back in the ring and capitalize on it. He was lucky he got in there to break the count.
Again, that just goes to show how Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes somehow are both aware of the atmosphere. Big back body drop. Cody Rhodes is going to fall up immediately, and Roman eats him with a forearm. And Cody Rhodes follow up, though, and off the ropes, catches Roman, rocks him a little bit off the ropes, kicks him in, section, pop-up, shot. Again, big right, Cody Rhodes, pick up momentum, Roman Reigns in the corner, eats the turnbuckles, Cody up and over the top. Nice scoop slam, power slam. And Cody Rhodes is feeling it.
That scoop slam shades of his former legacy mentor, Randy Orton.
And might be looking for the Cody Cutter! Coming in for the win, for the championships! No!
Not like that. Too soon, Noah. Hell of an opportunity for the American Nightmare, but not quite enough. And look at Heyman's face. The concern on the wise man.
That close. Razor's edge close to crowning a new WWE Universal Champion. 2 7/8. But Reigns is down. Cody is in the driver's seat right now. Cody Rhodes has to continue the offense. Cody Rhodes has to continue to be the asserter. Cody Rhodes has to keep the tribal chief in a vulnerable state and has to be aware of Solo Sikoa's presence. And Roman Reigns right now to the outside of the ring of the barricade. Cody looking for a big risk here, possibly. Off the ropes to the other side. Looking for the Tope Suicida. Good all of it connected with the champ. And
Roman looks like he is out on his feet. Dazed and confused.
Think about the whiplash effect, by the way. Roman Reigns head and neck whiplashing off the barricade with Cody Rhodes' body impact. And Roman Reigns once again sent to the inside of the ring. Back inside the ring to break the referee's count. Cody Rhodes looking to follow up. The referee turned around again, though. You gotta be aware of Solo Sikoa's. And again, that very weight belt, son of a bitch, by Solo Sikoa.
But the official heard it.
You heard it, ref. You heard it. You heard it. Eject him. Yes, yes, yes. Solo Sikoa has been ejected from ringside.
But Roman still has his wise man out there. The odds are not even yet. Roman still has that intangible, that X factor with Paul Heyman at ringside.
But that's a huge difference maker that the powerhouse enforcer of the Tribal Chief is now going backstage to the locker room. Acknowledge that. That freaking weight belt was smack dab heard around the world by the referee tonight. And Roman Reigns now with the weight belt in hand. That weight belt inscribed with every wrestling company Cody Rhodes has wrestled for. NJPW, Limitless Wrestling, Valley Wrestling, Ohio Wrestling, Defy, Prairie Wrestling, AAW, River City, Southside, Defiant, Alpha One, Chaotic, All Pro, What Culture, just to name a few. Oh, what a super kick! Cody, hook
Crossroads!
Crossroads! Cover! 1, 2, no!
Paul Heyman still looking on in disbelief. Cody has got the momentum on his side. 81,000 cheering for the American Nightmare to prove that wrestling has more than one royal family. But Roman kicked out.
Was that Cody Rhodes' last chance? An emphatic crossroads leads to the nearest near fall I have ever seen in the Tribal Chiefs run as champion, and still did not achieve a 3. The island of relevancy still exists for the time being. This, ladies and gentlemen, again, is your WrestleMania main event. WrestleMania goes Hollywood. Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns for the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship. Paul Heyman praying to the heavens. Jawbreaker by the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns. Desperation move from underneath and a ridiculous headbutt. And now Roman Reigns might unleash that savage Samoan nature, shades of Umaga, shades of Rikishi, shades of the Wild Samoans, fellow WWE Hall of Famers, Alpha and Sika. But again, you gotta wonder if you will ever see this match of this magnitude occur ever again. And Cody Rhodes sent to the outside, might be looking to skin the cat, but again, I gotta wonder about the compromised midsection. And Roman Reigns, aware of it, caught Cody. My God, Cody got caught up by the shoulder. Cody escapes out the back and tries
rock
to
bottom.
Rock bottom. Uranagi, cover to retain. No.
Roman using his cousin's move against the American Nightmare.
Look at this emphatic Uranagi into the mat. Rock bottom of a whole different level, and it still only yields 2.5. Cody Rhodes' dream is still alive in this match.
Barely, but still alive.
And right now, Roman Reigns might be trying to pump himself up here. Again, Cody Rhodes has been fighting for this his entire life. This has been a lifelong journey in the making. This is for legacy. This is for history. This is for family. This is for immortality. One of these two will go down the record books as the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship. Will the moment outweigh the attempted milestone by Roman Reigns? Fist cocked and loaded, in position. Superman punch counter. Cody Rhodes hooking Roman Reigns.
Pedigree.
Pedigree. Is the game over? Coming for the win.
No.
Roman Reigns kicks out again.
The Tribal Chief just kicked out of the pedigree. Triple H has used that move to put many a person away. What a FU of sorts from Cody Rhodes. You think about how he destroyed Triple H's throne on AEW, and he just tried to put the head of the table away with the pedigree.
Cody Rhodes' favorite wrestler on report is Triple H, and literally using the game's own finisher, nearly seized a brand new kingdom and the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship.
Cody is fired up now, though. Look at him. He's got the eye of the tiger flowing through him.
Look at the people, JJ. They want to see a moment. They want to see change. They want to see a new face of the company. And Cody pushed off, ducks underneath the close up by Roman. Cody looking for a Superman punch out of midair. Cover to retain the title. Cody kicks out again.
And Roman is beside himself. Look at him slithering back to the corner in disbelief. The wise man over there to try to impart some advice for his client.
Take a look at this. Off the attempted disaster kick out of midair. Bang! Superman punch on the button. And Cody Rhodes still survives in this affair. And Paul Heyman thought that was it. Look at his face. He couldn't believe it.
We all thought it was it, Noah, but it was not at this moment.
Is doubt creeping in to the tribal chief? Is a suspension of disbelief finally becoming a reality for Roman Reigns? Is he been taken outside his element? Paul Heyman screaming
Cody still holding his midsection. The war cry.
Oh, Lord, looking for the spear. And Cody up and over. The flip, the cover. Turn to get the championship. Almost got him. Nearly stole it. And once again, picks the ankle. Might be looking for a figure for a leg lock. Can he trap it? He's
Shades of the Nature Boy.
The middle of the ring.
The 16-time world champion.
Will we see Roman Reigns tap at WrestleMania? A shout to a 16-time world champion. Countless accolades have been won by this very move. Can it continue? Can Roman endure? Shut us down. Ooh. How much more does Roman have left? How much further is Cody Rhodes willing to go? How much longer can each of these men try to finish the story? And
Roman trying to shift the momentum, the body weight, roll him over to the stomach.
Can he do it, though? Can he do it? Cody
he does.
Fight back. And there
pressure
it is.
Reversed.
Now your own patella is working against you. And Cody trying to crawl away and finally hits the ropes and forces the referee to make the break. Oh, Lordy. Both of these men have to be spent and exhausted right now.
Without questioning. But now Cody is contending with possible rib damage and ligament damage in his legs and his kneecaps.
What is going through the mind of either of these two men at the main event of WrestleMania? Well, the lights will never be brighter than tonight. What else can these two pull out that neither man has seen yet? How far are you willing to go? This is the moment for both Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes. Cody on the apron, fighting back. Roman Reigns eats a shot. Roman Reigns answers back. And these two are just duking it out for the time being on wobbly legs. But Cody Rhodes is standing on the apron. Oh, a big haymaker by Roman Reigns. And a follow-up receipt by Cody. Oh, right to the midsection by Cody there with the right. Overhead shot. Roman Reigns rocked. Roman looking to fall in, though. Hover across the top rope. Cody Rhodes trying to take advantage. Goes to the top himself. Looking for a big move here. Big risk. Will it pay off? Roman Reigns looks to fall in. Misses. And Cody Rhodes comes in.
Spear!
The spear! The spear! No! Cover to retain! No!
81,000 plus in shock and disbelief, Noah. Cody Rhodes just kicked out of the spear.
And Roman Reigns can't believe it, JJ. This match continues. Look at this. That was on point. Full on impact in the compromised midsection from earlier. And somehow Cody Rhodes survives. You have to see it to believe it. But it is real, folks. It is a kick out. This match, this emotional war, this last stand for the tribal chief on the island of relevancy to avoid a tragedy and affirm immortality continues here tonight at WrestleMania. Roman Reigns right now is unmatched with what he has done with this championship run. But will it be finally done in here tonight at Cody Rhodes? And Roman Reigns right now just wailing away at the American Nightmare, pounding him out on the mat, mounting him. Oh my gosh, savage nature being unleashed by the tribal chief here.
Roman Reigns with a smug look on his face. He is getting a little too full of himself, I think.
Tribal
Got
chief,
one
though,
pissed
getting
off
angry.
tribal chief.
Again, an angry tribal chief could be a dangerous thing, JJ, but also could be a very vulnerable thing. If this gets too emotional and emotions get the better of either competitor, that could be the difference maker. But Roman Reigns saying that this is over, saying this is it. And the guillotine might literally do that. The guillotine is locked in. Countless competitors have been put away by this, incapacitated, worn out, not tap out. Will Cody Rhodes be added to that ledger? Can Cody hang on? Can Cody find a counter? Can Cody find a way? Can Cody endure? Or has the American nightmare been sent to nothing more but a dream never to be? Roman Reigns is making Cody Rhodes fall to his knees. Cody Rhodes is fading. Referee checking on Cody. Lifts the hand. Cody Rhodes still trying to fight back again. Refuses to relent. Roman Reigns can't believe it. He's fighting back to his feet. And now Grapevine and Brennan on the mat. Is Cody Rhodes out? Will Cody Rhodes tap? Will the referee call it?
But Roman has to be careful that his shoulders don't go flat on the mat. Referee in position to count a 3 count.
He's got his right shoulder up, I can tell. But again, the guillotine is sinked in deep. Will Cody respond? Will the ref call it? Cody is fading. Roman Reigns might be winning. Cody trying to use every ounce of his being to slip out of the guillotine, and he does! And now Cody Rhodes with the ground and pound to Roman Reigns. Cody Rhodes with second life. And meanwhile, oh no!
There goes the ref. Superman punch. Double clothesline, both men down.
Both men down. The officials down. What now?
Noah, let the shenanigans commence.
Oh, hell no. There's a guy stalemate here. Oh, this is bad.
Moonlight Mirage, try to be careful. I think you're a little bit ahead of us. You saw that ref bump before we did.
Oh, God. Yeah. So you show the replay. There's the Superman punch. There's the clothesline. Both men are still down. We got no referee. At this
point, we
do
have a wise man.
Who's going to take advantage? Cody Rhodes trying to get some air in his lungs, trying to get back to life, finally up to his knees. But Cody's still suffering the effects heavily of that guillotine, literally trapping and collapsing the carotid artery, the trachea. And Roman Reigns right now not back to his feet. Cody Rhodes is in the driver's seat, demanding that Roman Reigns get up, might be looking for the last needed emphatic crossroads. Can he get... Oh, what the fuck? Are you seriously kidding me right now?
Usos.
The goddamn Usos, I'm not surprised. The freaking Roman Reigns can't do it on his own. He had to bring his family
1D.
in. The fucking 1D. Absolute bullshit. Damn it, someone get out here.
Crowd's going crazy for something. Sammy and KO.
Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, the new undisputed WWE Tag Team Champions, fighting off the Usos. Sammy
trying
takes
to
Jay
even
out.
The odds.
Jimmy takes KO, takes Jimmy out. And now look at this.
Stunner to Roman Reigns.
That's the stunner.
Sammy's in position.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Haluva kick.
Haluva kick! How sweet must that feel? And Jimmy Uso trying to fight back, though. Kevin Owens, Jimmy Uso to the outside. Jey Uso and Sami Zayn to the outside. All hell has broken loose at ringside. Cody and Roman are down out, though, and we have no official. And Cody Rhodes crawling into the cover with every fiber of his being. The referee coming back into consciousness. Is this the moment? Is this the end to the story? Here's the cover. 1, 2.
No.
No!
How did Roman kick out after a stunner and a haluva kick?
And the main event continues here tonight at WrestleMania. Paul Heyman can't believe it. I can't believe it. Draping the arm over, covering him with every last breath that he had left, and still only a 2 count. This match continues, ladies and gentlemen.
Somehow, some way, the Tribal Chief was able to fend off the new tag team champs.
Cody right now just looking around, surveying the landscape, assessing the environment. Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, both to their knees. Paul Heyman, again, the ultimate sense of disbelief. Cody grabs his midsection. Roman Reigns, big haymaker. Another follow-up shot there. Again, the will, the spirit, the drive, the emotion, the motivation to call yourself WWE Undisputed Universal Champion tonight at WrestleMania. Cody Rhodes, eats a boot right to the midsection. Big haymaker right by Cody. Big haymaker right by Roman. These two are throwing it all down. Big fall in by Roman. And Cody, another follow-up shot. These two exchanging big uppercuts.
Both men playing a game of anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, but who's will
Roman's
gets
locked
first?
and loaded.
Superman punch, counter, miss. The jab.
Oh,
a little jab.
We know this, jab. Noah.
Another jab. Another jab. Another jab. And a big old jab, if you will.
Juking and jive. Dusty Rhodes style. Bionic elbow.
Bionic elbow. And the
Goldust style.
Pop up uppercut. And once again, hooking Roman up. Cross roads.
But he still has him hooked, Noah.
He still has it held on.
2.
One more time. Another crossroads.
And he still has him hooked. Paul Heyman on the apron now.
The story needs to be finished. Wait. Solo, no.
Samoan Spike.
No. God, no.
Spear
again.
1, 2, 3.
Two. Fucking hell. Fucking hell.
And still, your WWE Undisputed Universal Champion, the head of the table, the Tribal Chief, the founder of the Island of Relevancy, Roman Reigns.
The last symphony played tonight was not for Roman Reigns. It was an American nightmare who failed to achieve a dream, faced to a Samoan spike by Solo Sikoa behind the ref's back. It took the entire family, the entire bloodline, to make sure that this island of relevancy didn't sink underneath the ties. Cody Rhodes fails to achieve his legacy and fails to finish the story tonight, thanks to the Tribal Chief. Somehow, some way, Roman Reigns found another way, and it took everybody and everything possible to overcome the American nightmare, Cody Rhodes, for Roman Reigns to fucking retain.
SoFi Stadium, if you didn't before, maybe now you will acknowledge him.
The greatest title run in WWE history, in WWE's modern era, will continue to see its next day, and who knows how much more to come, as the American nightmare fails to finish the story. And you wonder, truly, if he will recover and ever get another chance to try and achieve immortality. But the bottom line is this: you have no choice but to acknowledge the WWE Undisputed Universal Champion, Roman Reigns, at WrestleMania goes Hollywood. In what truly felt like a cinematic ending that unfortunately ended in devastating disappointment and tragedy, thanks to the official occupied by the wise man Paul Heyman and a run-in by Solo Sikoa with a Samoan Spike and a built-up massive spear to finally put down the American Nightmare tonight. Roman Reigns drapes the leg, and the people of SoFi Stadium in utter disbelief as once again Roman Reigns retains. "946 days will become 947 come tomorrow night as we celebrate once again at the Showcase of the Immortals as Cody Rhodes simply sits in disappointment. What is going through the mind of the American Nightmare? What dreams are possible still to achieve and believe in? He is the one, the only one to succeed at WrestleMania for the bloodline to continue to remain on the island of relevancy at the expense of creating for Cody Rhodes a tragedy. As WrestleMania Goes Hollywood finally concludes, we would like to thank all of you that's been along for the ride the entire time. For the Renegade of Relevancy, JJ Williams, I am the simple man with this spectacular voice, Noah Foster, that was here to tell you how we were going to finish the story. This has been WrestleMania Goes Hollywood. We appreciate all of you for tuning in tonight, and we will see you next time in the Multiverse of Media as we bring you what is to come, Raw After Mania, as I turn things over now to the producer man who once again, Roman Reigns succeeded, but it was not on his own. But you have to acknowledge the fact he is still your undisputed WWE Universal Champion. Damn it!
Absolutely. I know you're despondent, Noah. I know you're disappointed. I saw Josh's comment in the chat room. He's so deflated. Lots of other people unhappy. There's some people that think it was the right decision. A lot of people think it was the wrong decision. We're going to get into all that and a little bit more in just a few moments. We are going to take a brief intermission. Going to run the open mic night intro, maybe a little couple-minute interlude prior to that. And Noah and I will be back. We're not going to be on the air long post-show, but we know Jeff Meacham wants to chime in on his way back home, talk about the experience live there. I do have the list of match producers for both nights. We want to try and give those individuals their flowers as well, because it's not just the performers in the ring. There's a lot of cogs in the wheel that make events like this possible. So we want to make sure that those men and women get their just dues as well. So, for the simple man, I'm the Renegade. Like I said, give us approximately 10 minutes. Go to the bathrooms, get yourselves a drink, get yourself a snack. Noah and I will be back to just give a little wrap up, talk a few things, kind of an impromptu open mic night, if you will, right after this.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The following program contains strong language that is not suitable for young children. Viewer discretion is advised.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
You could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, JJ Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies! There you go! It sells itself! Get in there!
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ, give it time.
No, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that...
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that 3rd hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Light. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Hey, we met!
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
that's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Football thing. We ended on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That's just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, brilliant.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like I'm now robotic. Great. If you can hear me, Noah, take the introduction while I refresh myself.
Damn it. Welcome, everybody, once again to the Shenanigans Weekly that are, of course, open mic night. You know what this is. For I am the simple man with the spread of the joys. I just got done telling you the finish to this story. And my name is Noah Foster as we wait for the Renegade, JJ Williams, to return here shortly as he reboots his system. And I got to say, this definitely was a WrestleMania to remember. And now that we have our host back with us, let's go ahead and resume with the Renegade of Relevancy. Damn it.
Thank you. Like I was trying to say, welcome everybody to this impromptu edition of Open Mic Night. I'm going to get this out right now. I hope the people in the green room can hear this. I'm not looking to go long tonight. It is 8:55 where I am. I'm looking to go to 10:30, 11 o'clock. That would be 1:30, 2 o'clock for you East Coasters.
So
I'm not looking to go later than that.
2 o'clock.
Hopefully we'll get done sooner.
Well, I'll tell you what, JJ, because I'm going to make sure that you actually are held to the horn. You said 2 o'clock at the latest. 2 hours starting right now. I have you hyped.
Fair enough. Let's go ahead and welcome into the stream our regular Open Mic Night cohorts, James Hebert.
I was this close. I was this fucking close, not even showing up tonight. If I didn't see all the comments agreeing with what I've been fucking saying, I wouldn't have even fucking shown up tonight. That's how pissed off I am after that ending. That was some bullshit.
Calm down a second, James. We will get there all in due time, my pretty, all in due time. Give us a few minutes. Let's also bring into the stream Stat Boy Mike.
Hello, my internet fans. No, I am surprised that I am not ripping my studio apart right now. So
Okay. Again, calm down. We'll get there.
I'm
We
calm.
will get there. And last but not least, coming into the stream right now, we are still waiting for Jeff to get out of the arena and get to a place where he can log in and join us. But in the meantime, let us try to celebrate a joyous occasion, if you will, and bring in the birthday boy himself, Josh Mansfield, to join the festivities. The Meltzer of the multiverse, as he is known. Welcome, birthday boy.
Thank you, thank you.
Happy birthday again.
Before we get into the heated conversation of Roman's victory, let's take a few moments. Let's try to lighten the mood a little bit. Let's talk about some fun stuff that happened tonight. Josh, I swear to God, I heard you squeal in excitement when the sounds of Naughty by Nature came across my screen and Shane O'Mac came out. Granted, he was in the ring about as long as his dad was for the Royal Rumble 05.
You're right.
But, just to hear that music after 14 months, 15 months, and having him come out on your birthday, you've gone on record stating one of your top 5 favorite wrestlers of all time. What did that mean to you tonight, sir?
Let me put you this way. Jeff Meacham in SoFi Stadium, he couldn't hear any of those other 80,000 fans screaming. He was hearing in one ear Greg Cherry all the way from Pittsburgh and me in the other ear all the way from Cortland. That was me tonight. It was that was just, I was so happy. Tonight's just been, it was a crazy night of wrestling.
Surely a roller coaster of emotions for you.
Yeah,
again, let's try not to talk about the main event too much just yet. But
yeah, right, exactly. Now let's make some fun here. Everyone's here. We got our nicknames. Noah, he finishes. So take notice of that, ladies.
There you go. I mean, for as much as Noah fought the public last week, he's over here with me singing Kingdom for free tonight. So, let's just take a moment to appreciate that.
I was trying to get James to pop with that one. James didn't even pop.
James is disgruntled right now, and I do understand
you, and I will end you, Josh.
There's a lot of people that are upset over the main event tonight, and again, we will get to that. But I feel like there was so much positive, not just tonight, but for the weekend in whole. I mean, going back to Multiverse United and Reign of Honor and the Hall of Fame ceremony and Stand and Deliver and all the peripheral stuff that wasn't even televised.
I get that.
You think about the Santino Brothers show, California Love. You think about the West Coast Wrestling Company. You think about GCW and all the other feds that ran out here. It's been a hell of a week for professional wrestling. And like we said on, it was either Multiverse United or we said it on Supercard of Honor. If you were not able to find something this weekend to sink your teeth into, then just get the fuck out the fandom.
Period.
Simple as that, because everybody from the minor leagues to the major leagues to everything in between showed up and showed out tonight.
Ain't no denying that. Ain't no denying that. I'll give you that much. Ain't no denying
that. Whether you agree or you disagree with the outcomes of the matches, and there's a lot of people throughout the chat room that not only disagreed with this match, but disagreed with a lot of the matches tonight. That thought that wrong people were winning. One of the other main ones that there was a divisive audience on was Bianca and Asuka. A lot of people thought Asuka should have got that over Bianca. But, it's you take the good with the bad, I'm not trying to sound cheesy or corny, but like the 80s TV theme song says, you take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and there you have the facts of life. Professional wrestling is a global phenomenon, and that's what this weekend was about. A year plus ago, I never thought I would be in this seat right now.
Right.
Sitting alongside this man, calling the action of the last 2 days. And I'll say it again before we sign off tonight, Noah, but it was an honor and a privilege. And I said it last night. You make this shit so fucking easy. Thank you for helping me through everything.
Yeah, what can I say? I'm a lifelong fan of professional wrestling, damn it. I look at all things wrestling, on every page with James, with Jeff, and engaging with everybody across JMN Multiverse of Media. Anyone that is a passionate fan, a passionate person that has invested some sort of form into this world we call sports and professional wrestling. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. This has been the greatest week of my professional wrestling fandom life and my YouTube commentary career. I wouldn't take it for anything less. I wouldn't change virtually anything as far as what I did. This was absolutely incredible.
100%. Hello, Dory. Thank you for sticking around and watching us. Anthony hit the nail on the head. Everyone calm down. We all won as fans this weekend. WWE
right.
is growing and has so much talent. It brings us all together.
Yep.
Ken responded saying Roman's title is becoming stale. And I agree. Again, we're not going to dive deep just yet, but I agree that Roman's title reign is becoming stale. But history is being made. And once we get to Raw tomorrow, we're 54 days away from a monumental 1,000. And again, we'll get into that in a little bit. Emmanuel points out he was there live, as was Jeff. People were booing Bianca at a certain point. And there was a point in that match, Noah, when Bianca was kind of getting a little arrogant. She was kind of going like, come on, bring it. And I thought we were starting to see a tease of a heel Bianca there.
I mean, again, I still think
we talked about it. We talked about it before show, and how it's something that could very easily be coming down the pike here.
Right.
It's brewing. The question is, when does the trigger get pulled?
I think it needs to get pulled sooner rather than later. And again, maybe your moment will happen. Maybe that's what does it. Because what waits now is the most crazy Raw of the year. The Raw of Mania. Who knows what the hell is going to happen or show up there. But again, something has to give in that women's division for sure on Monday Night Raw. SmackDown did it right.
That's fair. Before I get into the show producers to start things off. Okay, I see you, Josh. I see your private chat. Go ahead and say what you got to say real quick so you can bounce out.
Yeah, sorry, I got to bounce. My sister's already in bed, so I got to get quiet here so I'm not loud waking her up before she teaches Zumba tomorrow.
Fair enough.
The fact that it came out today that WWE is about to likely sell to the parent company that owns UFC, that set off a warning in my head that Reigns very well might likely retain. You think that they aren't going to want Roman as champion at the beginning of the sell? Think about it.
I have thought about
UFC. Yeah, that's the only reason I can see for Roman retaining is if they're about to announce the sell tomorrow. The other thing too, especially Shane. The very fact we saw him, the very fact we heard his music, the very fact that he got a pop when Vincent Kennedy freaking McMahon said at the Royal Rumble 2022 that Shane would, and I quote, never get a pop again as long as it was Vince's company. Shane got a pop tonight. All we need to know. Great matches tonight. matches on par, maybe not as on par with last night. Results, debatable. I will dare say, though, put everything together, best WrestleMania of all time. Period. Right there, right then. With that, I'm going to get going. I am exhausted. It has been a long birthday. So, love each and every single one of you. Noah, buddy, old pal. Good, there's a smile. Love you guys. Catch you guys later. And fuck Bill Belichick.
Night. Have a good night and happy birthday.
All right, Josh. Enjoy the rest of your birthday, sir.
Happy birthday, Josh! But
okay,
man,
so,
let's talk about the positives so we stop kissing the ass of the company that fucking made the boneheaded decision tonight. Because that's how I feel.
And again, there, James, it's all a matter of a point of view. You know, Obi-Wan Kenobi said it best. A great many things, you know, the truths that we cling to depend greatly on our own point of view.
Yeah.
You know, let's get into the flowers first and foremost. Like I said, we're going to run through the producers for both nights, because it's not just the men and the women in the ring. It's the men and the women backstage helping craft the story of the match, put everything together. So for night one, Austin Theory versus John Cena was produced by none other than Adam Pearce.
I'm not surprised by that one bit.
You know, a lot of people felt that was the weakest match of night one. The fact that both Adam Pearce and John Cena came through Ultimate Pro Wrestling doesn't surprise me in the least that Adam would help work with John on that, especially since John has been out of action for a long time. I don't care that he had a match on the final SmackDown of last year.
Mm-hmm.
He's been out of action for a long time.
Yep.
Needed some help crafting the match in order to help put Theory over. Adam Pearce did a great job.
I won't argue that.
The men's showcase tag team match was produced by the Canadian Destroyer himself, Petey Williams. I think Petey did a great job there, crafting that tale.
Give you that.
Let's see here. Seth Rollins and Logan Paul was produced by the Hurricane, Shane Helms. Again, not surprised. Shane Helms, of course, famously did stunts for Ready to Rumble. So for him to work with Logan Paul, the celebrity, doesn't surprise me at all. And again, and Seth Rollins was in there with him because they knew Seth would take care of him. Buckle bomb be damned, Seth is still one of the safest workers they have. I'm not getting any feedback from y'all, so I don't know if y'all are hearing me, if I'm getting botchy.
We are. We were waiting for you to finish because we figured we would talk about our favorite matches afterwards.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, we're hearing you. We're good, bro. You're good.
Okay.
Yep.
Damage Control versus Becky Lynch, Lita, and Trish. Obviously, Tyson Kidd has his hands in that. We know how much Tyson's been involved with the women's division. Figure he's married to Natalia. Not a surprise there.
I can't. Yeah.
Ray and Dominic was produced by Jamie Nobleboy. Again, that one doesn't really surprise me. You think about the cruiserweight history of Jamie Noble. You think about the fact that Jamie Noble goes back to the Young Dragons in WCW.
Right.
Rey Mysterio, part of the Filthy Animals at the time.
Right.
Lots of confrontations there. Lots of history. This one kind of surprised me. Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte Flair was produced by Jason Jordan.
What?
Yeah. I'm still not insanely familiar with Jason Jordan's work. Jason Jordan kind of came up during my hiatus and was gone before I came back.
Well,
so I'm not super familiar with him.
He turned to a producer when he couldn't wrestle anymore. When he was in a storyline being Kurt Angle's illegitimate son, he was one half of what Alpha Academy used to be in American Alpha with Chad Gable. He's a tag team special with a collegiate background.
There you go. So, considering a lot of people feel that was match of the night last night, he did a damn good job. And then the main event, KO and Sami Zayn versus the Usos, was produced by the Freebird himself, Michael P.S. Hayes.
I knew it. I knew it was that guy.
Again,
Uh-oh.
We lose JJ?
No, he's there. Yeah,
okay.
He's freezing for a moment. He's good. I'm okay, man. I'm okay, Robot. My voice will sound like Beetlejuice right now, but I'm okay. JJ, I think I don't know what's happening. So there's that.
But you think about his tag team history, the Von Erichs, the Freebirds, that makes total sense. His tenure with the company would obviously garner him the main event spot.
Right.
Michael Hayes, great job with that match, told a hell of a story. Sami and KO versus the Bloodline. Moving on to night 2. Both Jason Jordan and Adam Pearce co-produced Lesnar versus Omos.
All right.
I didn't see that match.
You didn't really miss anything. It didn't last long, but I still say it was better than people thought it would be. Lesnar got the W, but Omos showed out. He rock on.
Gotcha.
The women showcase tag was PN.
For the record, you're unfortunately glitching.
You're going re-roll there for a moment. Technology at its finest, folks. Technical difficulties. All right. I think we got him, but it's okay. I'm just going to look at some stuff here. I said we're at him. All right. Mains tonight deflated our spirits. Blah, 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 blah. Trying to find something non-main thing. JJ, okay, you're conscious right now. Your schemes, so try and work again, brother.
Can you hear me okay, or am I still glitchy?
We can hear you. Right.
You're good. You're not having a problem like a Verizon commercial. You're good for the moment.
A Verizon commercial.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Damn it. Hear me again. I'm going to try to refresh again.
Okay, bro. We got this.
It's happened again.
What was that laugh? Was that Dory?
Yeah,
this is going to be a long
that was Dory laughing all the way from downstairs. She's talking with her son, watching the show. I think she might be paying attention to the press conference if there is one.
Oh, there is. I'm gonna watch both. I'm gonna watch both tomorrow ahead of my Sipple Take. Stay tuned, folks, for me and JJ recording a Sipple Take.
I hope they don't bring Cody out for the press conference. That's gonna be depressing.
It's all good. Dory, you're fine. I love that. I love hearing happiness. Okay, JJ, you're good. Try again. Let's continue.
So Petey Williams did the women's tag showcase match.
That don't surprise me.
There's a name I haven't heard in a while.
The man of the Canadian Destroyer.
The Intercontinental title match, Drew versus Sheamus versus Gunther.
Oh my God.
Abyss was the producer of that one.
Wow.
That doesn't surprise me. Abyss, hell of a brawler.
That was a brawl for the ages. My God. Continue.
Can I ask a quick question about producing real fast? For my own. This is them like choreographing the match and
not necessarily choreographing, but they're the people that if the two combatants have a question or they need to know who's going over, they go to this person to try to help craft and tell the story. Sometimes the producer gives spot ideas. Maybe you can work this in here. Maybe you can try and do something like this.
Right.
A lot of times the performers themselves, think back to the old LBWA days. A lot of times we ourselves would help craft our own matches, but sometimes we would get that outside input like, oh man, you ought to try and do something like this in the match, considering the rivalry, the feud. That person is essentially the producer.
Okay.
Got you. As you were.
TJ Wilson, Tyson Kidd did Bianca and Asuka. Again, working deep with the women, not a surprise.
He and Fit Finley are like the leaders of the women's division producing next to Nora. So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's a name I'm surprised I'm not seeing on the list. I would have thought that Molly had her hands in here somewhere.
Is she not at all on any of the
No,
matches?
no.
What? That don't make no sense.
Hell in a Cell, Jamie Noble produced Hell in a Cell.
That don't surprise me.
And then Cody and Roman once again was done by Michael Hayes.
Of course, all the shenanigans.
And Michael Hayes was also responsible for the Miz and Snoop segments turned matches.
I'm not gonna lie, the Pat McAfee did make me laugh, but okay.
So much respect to all of the individuals that helped craft the matches that we saw over the weekend. Again, right. It's not just the performers in the ring. It's everybody involved in telling the story of the match.
Absolutely. All right.
All right.
The score here.
So
all right.
Night one, we'll go around real quick. What was everyone's favorite match for night one? James, we'll start with you.
My favorite match of night one was the main event.
Okay.
Although a lot of because right ending. Shock, I know. Night one from top to bottom though was a really good card. So that if the main event was like on par with everything else, it would have been hard to pick. But that emotion set it over the top for me.
That's fair. Obviously, that was a hell of a moment for me too. Stat Boy, what was your favorite match for night one?
I'll agree with James. I'll go with the main event. I said it on yesterday's show. The story was complete, and even they went into overtime at the press conference. I know eating a Snickers bar is a normal thing, but for some reason, with Kevin and Sammy doing it, I think I might have seen Steen and Generico unmasked, playing around, eating candy. So it kind of made me smile a little bit that they were they were playing up to the sponsors. I would give a shout out. Dory Lou said that I really need to go back and watch the mat wrestling with Ricochet and Chad Gable in the opening minutes of the Fatal 4-Way
match. Fatal 4-Way match showcase. Yeah, and she is absolutely right.
Yeah. So
Chad Gable was the MVP of that match for real.
Give this man a singles title shot, but I digress.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I'm very happy with the way night one ended.
Cool.
Noah, to you, sir. What was your favorite match of night one?
Hold on, man. I'll tell you one thing. That was a phenomenal night of action between what Logan Paul and Seth freaking Rollins did, between the main event that was absolutely the best WWE Tag Team match I probably have ever seen for a WWE Tag Team Championship. It's hard for me because I really have like 3 matches overall that night that really impressed the hell out of me. But I think just because of the absolute fact that booking made the match seem so brah. The more I like, fuck you, I'm going to show you we are the main event, rightfully so. I got to give it to Charlotte Flair and Rhea Ripley. The spots they pulled out there, how far they took each other to the limit, and the absolute choice and passion to prove that you are the absolute best in a match that was 3 years in the making of redemption. I got to give it to the freaking women. For me, it's Rhea Ripley and Charlotte Flair, and I'm extremely happy that brutality humbled royalty. Bow down to the queen no more. Say hello to your new mommy on SmackDown, Rhea Ripley. Congratulations. It's that match for me.
There we go. For those of you that are still in the chat room engaging with us, please make sure that you share your thoughts as well. Dory Lou says night one for her was the main event, followed by the Mysterios. It's a fair shout. For me, I think we all kind of hit the nail on the head. For me, it comes down to the women's title match, Charlotte and Rhea, and it comes down to the main event, KO and Sammy versus the Usos.
By 9.
They're the 6 individuals that I feel really went out there, and Rhea and Charlotte said, top that.
Yeah, top that bleep.
And some people believe that KO, Sammy, and the Usos did, and some people feel that they didn't. So, it's definitely a tit for tat. What you like, Harvey Dent's coin flip, either way it goes, Michael Gonzalez says that for him, night 1, it was Rhea and Charlotte. Night 2, it was Balor and Edge. We will definitely get to night 2 in a moment there, Michael. But yeah, Mikey, I don't know if you saw any of the pre-show. I don't know if you were working or whatever, but I pointed out to both Noah and I pointed out to Meacham when he popped in. Just a little something to make the main event that much more special for us. 18 years ago, to the day yesterday, April 1st, 2005.
Right.
We first walked into that Jewish community center, 27 minutes from where SoFi Stadium sits, and saw Pro Wrestling Guerrilla.
Yep.
The main event that night, Super Dragon versus Kevin Steen versus El Generico.
There you go.
There you go.
18 years later, I'm sitting next to this man calling the action as they're getting crowned the undisputed tag team champions.
You were left speechless.
I was trying not to cry, damn it. I'm not afraid to say it.
I love it. I love it. Oh, Lord have mercy. What a weekend. What a week in professional wrestling. Damn it.
Scott says that night 1 for him, the tag team match stole the night. And the main event, night 2, delivered. Even though Roman won, it was great to see Sammy get his payback on him.
That's yeah.
It's a hell of a shout. Hell of a shout.
Yeah, you got that shot in.
All right,
for damn sure.
Let's go around the table now. We'll start with Noah this time. Noah, what was your favorite match tonight? I know you're not going to say the main event, so let's just move on from there.
You really have to ask me that question, dude?
Doesn't surprise me. The Ring General.
That Intercontinental Championship match reminded everybody what it means to not only hold that title, but fight for that title in the truest form of hard work, international affair standard. That was a physical war for the ages, and the Ring General is unlike anything right now in the wrestling industry that has not been seen, in my opinion, in decades. Not only is the mat sacred, I would say the Intercontinental Championship is far more important than most titles in WWE today. Fucking phenomenal debut and 3-way dance with those 3 brawling brutes. Respect.
It's a fair point. That's a fair take, Noah. Mikey, to you, sir. What was your favorite match of the evening?
Well, I know I didn't see the Omos match, and I didn't see the Fatal 4-Way match, so those are out. It's gonna be. It's very hard to say that honestly. Even though I didn't like the outcome, I guess I can go with the main event of night 2. Because of the opening, the intros, Cody coming out, giving the weight belt to John's son, seeing Brandy and his daughter, that was a cute moment. Any parent will love that. It is difficult to say it. I mean, yes, the outcome sucked. We'll get to that in a bit, I know, but I think I can say that it it was a good match, so I will go with that.
Okay, fair. James, I see the reaction on your face to Stat Boy saying the main event again. Let's try not to get deep into that just yet. We're talking positivity, not negativity.
Yeah, remember, Dory Lou teaches us to be positive.
What was your favorite match of the night?
Amen.
Well, I go against the grain, but I'll be positive for now. Keyword for now. Same with Noah. Triple threat Intercontinental Champion was freaking awesome. It was great. Probably the best match out of night 2 from top to bottom because all 3 men brought it. They all looked great. And the right person won. You'll see a theme here when we get to the main event.
He's not going to let that go, folks.
Fair enough, James. Fair enough. Calm down.
Breathe. Hey, James. Tranquilo.
Namaste.
I'm far
I don't
from
think he does
that
yoga.
after this.
All right. For me, and honestly, I was, as I was monitoring the chat room,
right?
Like I said, I saw a lot of people shitting on multiple matches tonight. Overall, people think night 1 was better than night 2. And while night 1, I don't think had a bad match, when you start off the show with Lesnar and Omos, you can only go uphill from there.
Right.
But I will say Lesnar and Omos delivered like I thought it was. It wasn't a 2-minute squash fest like everyone thought it would be. Granted, it went just shy of 5 minutes, 4:55 official time, #StatBoy approved.
Agreed.
But it wasn't as bad as people thought it was going to be. I honestly feel that there were a lot of high spots tonight. And, Gunther versus Sheamus versus Drew McIntyre.
Yes.
Definitely banger. Bianca Belair versus Asuka.
Yes.
Phenomenal. That one and the women's match from night 1 are honestly really neck and neck for me. As far as which one I thought was better. Both people I wanted won.
Right.
So I can't be like, James and be like, well, the wrong person won, the right person won. I'm happy I picked both of those.
There you go.
I understand people's feelings about Asuka, Kana, and why she should have taken it.
Right.
But I mean, Bianca Belair solidified her status of the female John Cena right now. 3-0 at WrestleMania.
Right.
She had all the kids with her looking adorable with their long braid extensions.
That was cute.
It was a hell of a moment. And the little girl coming up at the very end doing the flips. So adorable. People in the chat room were like, I see you, Mikey, just a second. People in the chat room were like, oh, she's got kids with her. That just guarantees her victory. Cena had Make-A-Wish kids last night. He lost. That don't mean shit.
They really don't.
It's a heck of a point, a talking point. But again, as I look at Triple H on my screen from the press conference, and granted, I can't hear what he's saying right now. Triple H is a man about lineage. He's a man of history. He's a man of legacies. He's a man of meaningful championship runs.
Yeah.
And that's going to play into the conversation later, but I feel that's why Gunther retained. Walter, long known for being a Triple H guy in your NXT.
Damn it.
Bianca Belair, longest reigning black singles champion, pushing towards being the longest black reigning champion, period. I know a lot of people think her gimmick and her run is getting stale. Maybe a heel turn will flip it up. Maybe an open challenge will flip it up. But you've got that history going, year-long reign. She's only like 30 days away from beating Becky's run.
Right.
You know, again, history in the making.
Right.
Edge and the Demon Finn Balor put on a hell of a show. And that's why I think Roman retained, was pushing towards that 1,000-day reign, which is something you don't see in the modern era. Mikey, you had your hand go up. Did you have something you wanted to say about Bianca in that match?
I'm a little curious if the last child that danced with Bianca, do we know if they have a daughter? Could that have been a
To
daughter?
my knowledge, they do not know.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they don't. Just to my knowledge, they have not been together long enough to have a kid that age.
Okay.
There you go.
But yeah, I mean, it's really hard for me to pick between those 4 matches out of 6 matches tonight, which was my favorite, because I thought they all came and delivered. Brock and Omos was what it was. The women's showcase was what it was. If you walked into Las Vegas, the gambling capital of the world, and put money against Ronda Rousey, you're an idiot.
Nah.
I'm not trying to be mean. It just is what it is.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
you don't
speaking truth.
You don't tug on Superman's cape. You don't spit in the wind. You know, the house always wins. Always bet on black, and you don't bet against Ronda Rousey.
Yeah.
You know, and ironically, the same can be said about your still undisputed Universal Champion. And we'll go ahead and we'll transition into that now, since it's the hot topic, both of the chat room, and it's the reason why we got Statboy and James actually willing to come on the panel here tonight.
Yeah, you got a lot of time to go into that.
I know. I'm doing that on purpose, my friend.
I figured.
You know, Oz in the chat room. Hold on, Mikey. Oz in the chat room says, most disappointing ending ever. I'm out on WWE now.
Oh, come on.
Gizgu says another range.
I'm with him on this.
Interference so boring.
I'm with him.
Ratnick sacrificed the crowning of a new star for 1,000 days.
Yep.
However, the Torvik for Triple H's first Mania, standing ovation. Daniel says, I now want Gunther Walter to beat Roman Reigns' ass.
I like that idea.
Matthew says, Night 1 was fantastic, but Night 2 sucked. Ken, terminated by DQ, says, I hope Ray or Dom isn't next for Puerto Rico. Daniel says, after tomorrow night, I'm fucking done with WWE. Taking a break as long as Roman is champion.
Amen.
And your buddy Moonlight Mirage says, I kind of wish the Usos, realizing that Roman doesn't care that they lost, would turn and then they be the ones to put Roman in his place. Some hot takes across the board. You know, I'm going to let y'all go first. I just want to state for the record, I am legitimately not trying to troll people by the fact that I think that the right choice was made. I ask that everybody, both in the chat room and on the panel, engage in conversation in a polite way. There's no need to get loud, no need to get super angry. I know you're going to vent, James, and that's fine, but no reason to get like too angry. We're all peers, we're all friends here.
No.
Let's try to keep this a civil conversation.
As we have been since the open mic night inception. Damn it.
Stat Boy, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, let me start off, of course, by stating earlier in the day, I put a message out in the group about betting. The odds for Cody Rhodes that I last saw, he was at a minus 550 as the favorite, and Roman was an underdog at plus 325. The lesson is this: to win $100 on Cody Rhodes, you would have had to put up the 550. if you bet $100 on Roman Reigns, you walk away with $325. Now let's just say you don't have that kind of money. Let's just say, so I went and I did some extra math. Here's the easiest breakdown possible. For every dollar you put on Roman Reigns to win, you win $3.25. $3.25. Whatever you put up, multiply it by that. With Cody, you only would have won 18 cents for every dollar you put up.
Ugh.
I know. That's the one of the things I don't like about sports betting. Whenever you're betting a favorite and they have a high number, you always have to put in more money to bring in less.
Gotcha.
Again,
I'm just in case people are wondering, I'm just updating graphs. I'm updating results as you were. Continue. I'll share those out tomorrow on my Twitter.
You know, Cody's costume, excellent with the wings on the back.
Yes.
Coming out to the ring, seeing Brandy and his daughter, again, excellent moment, beautiful moment. That's Cody, the man, not Cody, the American Nightmare. Giving the belt to John's son, John Huber, correct? His last name is Huber?
Yes.
Okay.
You are
beautiful
correct,
moment. Beautiful moment.
-1.
What was that?
Exactly.
-1.
The Dark Order. Join the Dark Order.
Very good.
As you were.
Guys, I have breaking news. I'm sorry to cut off, but apparently the Endeavor sale is going through, and Vince McMahon is returning to full power as of after Monday night. You have got to be fucking kidding me.
Wait. Time out.
I'm dead serious.
Time out.
I'm just seeing it now.
Flag on the play. What is this being reported by?
Everybody. Literally everybody. It's by Triple H's own mouth from the looks of things.
And now we return to our regularly scheduled programming.
Sorry, I had to get that out there. Go ahead, Stat Boy. Continue.
It's okay. I mean, when breaking news happens, it happens. Again, the match itself, Solo getting involved, you knew that was going to happen. Solo gets kicked out. We know that. Usos, all that good stuff. The match was amazing, and then it happens, and it's like I could not believe it that, you know, we brought it up, we talked about it, we're like, can this possibly happen? And it did. It's like it is unbelievable. The story, we all wanted the story to end. The story has to continue. We just don't know where the hell it's going. What's next for Roman? We have no idea. He has now probably left SoFi Stadium. He is en route to LAX. He's on the private jet. He's on his way to New York. We had this discussion as well. You know, it's the 1,000-day reign is going to come in less than 60 days. Unless by some miracle at WrestleMania Backlash in Puerto Rico, are we really going to see a title change in Puerto Rico? Is Cody going to get a rematch out of this? Should somebody have come out and said, hey, Solo cheated? Yes. Was that in the story? No. It's the old Stat Boy of 20 years ago, like I said in the beginning, would be, you know, I would be throwing beer bottles. I would be probably ripping pizza boxes apart. I would make a mess at the old Cost of the 18 Studios. You know, and Renegade remembers, you know, we would get crazy. I mean, hell, I decked somebody on the couch after a match because I was so pissed off, and I had a few beers afterwards. IKY, if you know, you know. But it's like, man, oh man, it's like the marketing, the 1,000 days, it's going to happen, folks. And Dory Lou said at the end, I mean, she doesn't acknowledge Roman, and she's hoping on day 1,001 if that is possible, that the title change takes place. Again, like I said, overall, am I disappointed in the outcome? Yes. Am I going to cry about it? Am I going to be upset about it? Am I going to hate it? Am I going to turn on WWE? No. You know, if you want to take a break from WWE, that's fine. It really kind of hurts me a little bit that some fans, you know, they want to rip their TVs off and it's your choice, but I don't want to say I don't agree with it, but it's a little bit saddening. Cody is Cody. He is going to rebound from this. We just don't know where it's going to go. So, moving on, like I said, I'm very happy that the WrestleMania week is done. I will also say everybody did another great job. Everybody, you know, JJ and Noah, excellent job on commentary.
Thank you. My voice.
The only good thing that may have come out of Los Angeles tonight, the Kings are going to the Stanley Cup playoffs, and that's me being an arrogant little Stat Boy Sports Bar plug boy right about now. So I have to throw that. If Josh can say fuck Bill Belichick and bring in football, I'm going to bring in hockey and be an arrogant little bastard right about now. So that's
and why the hell not?
And why the hell not? Yes, I know. So I'll invite you all to again to come in on the sports bar on Tuesday, where we might touch on WrestleMania. I don't know. We probably will, and we'll just see where the story goes. Again, I'm very happy with the entire multiverse of media. I love you all. I'm going to take my leave. Stat Boy out.
All right, Mikey, thank you very much for joining us this evening. We appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you for open mic night next week.
I'll send out the ladies' results graph also later on too. I do.
I can also confirm that the story that a lot of people were going with was total bullshit. I'm not going to give the sources any credibility because I don't deserve the fucking privilege. What that's was
fair, because as soon as you said it, I
thought it was real because I saw it like from 5 different sources. But what it actually was to actually report on the proper fucking story, because Lord knows I need more fans pissing me the fuck off. Thanks. The reason Triple H was emotional was he confirmed the little girl, which Stepboy was referring to earlier, Amina actually lost her mother this morning, which is why Triple H was really upset. That's the reason. And everybody took that shit out of fucking context.
That's crazy.
That's
fuck off. I don't even want to. I'm not even going to continue with what I actually want to say from that point, because then I'm. Oof.
Scott's
that made me more
reporting that
pissed than the
Triple
fucking main event, honestly.
Scott's reporting that Triple H said that Shane tore his quad.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Some people in the chat were saying it might have been an ACL tear, but tearing his quad just like his old man did at the Rumble 05, baby.
Shit.
At least he didn't tear them both.
Yeah, he wasn't sit down. He wasn't sit down in the middle of the ring, unable to move. God.
So the big thing that this all comes down to is Noah said it so eloquently multiple times. The moment versus the 1,000 days.
Yes.
And you create moments at WrestleMania.
Yes.
You know, I mean, Noah, you and I have been debating on this for the better part of a month.
Yes.
James, clearly you are beyond pissed at the main event, and I'm definitely going to hand the microphone over to you here momentarily to say your piece.
Oh, Lord. That's more dangerous than CM Punk with a pipe bomb.
Trust and believe, I know, but I figure if I give the mic to James now, he can get it all out and we can still kind of curb the conversation so we don't go overtime.
Fair enough.
But at the end of the day, we all have to remember, her feelings aside, this is business.
Right.
Roman Reigns is in the midst of something monumental and historic. And yeah, maybe other feds recently have had 1,000-day reigns. The WWE has not had anything like this, dare I say, since the Hogan era. And it likely will never happen again.
Right.
Roman Reigns is the first person in history to walk into 3 consecutive WrestleManias and successfully defend his championship during the same reign.
Exactly.
Even Hogan couldn't do that.
Yeah.
If he had defended his title against WrestleMania 1, he would have. But he was in a tag team main event with Mr. T against Piper and Orndorff.
Yeah, about to say.
Because Mania 1, 2, and 3 would have all been the same reign.
Right.
But even the immortal Hulk Hogan couldn't do that. And we are now 54 days away from 1,000.
Yeah.
And I know Jeff just popped in. Just a minute, Jeff, before you start speaking. I promised James he could have the microphone, as he has a lot he wants to get off his chest about the main event.
That's going to be good.
Take your time.
James, the floor is yours, good sir.
Oh, boy.
If I have something I want to counterpoint to you, I will raise my hand. I am not going to try to interrupt you. Feel free to get everything you need to say off your chest.
Everyone buckle up.
This is going to be Mr. Toad's real wild ride.
Yeah, right?
I want to just say this right now before everybody thinks I'm going... Because a lot of people can't separate the fucking characters from the in real life people. I am not in any way going to insult Roman, the person, or even Roman, the character. I am strictly going after the person booking, or the people booking, and the people agenting this match. Period, point blank.
Alrighty.
That is full stop what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Let him talk to you.
I will never waver on my stance that the 1,000 days was not worth sacrificing Cody when you had the next babyface of your company. Never, ever going to be okay with that. Never, ever going to be fine with that. I don't care if they even build them up to challenge Roman Reigns next year. They had their moment. They blew it. Nobody's going to buy it now. And even if they did and it happened, guess what you did? You pissed a lot of people off that would have been invested tonight, and you would have made lifelong fans, probably more so. They had it tonight with that match. That match was great, and then the ending happened the way it did. And the most insulting part of all of it is that it's not even something original. The only fucking exception I would have had for Cody losing tonight is if Jay White came into the middle of that fucking ring and interfered and dropped him on his ass with the switchblade. That is the only way I see Cody losing that belt for any reason whatsoever. That was dog shit, that ending. Even if you agree with the 1,000-day reign BS, which I don't, but even if you agree with that, the ending still fucking sucked. Are you kidding me? Going back to fucking Clash at the Castle again? Again? We've already gone through this. You're telling me you couldn't have figured out a single solitary creative bone to get somebody else to interfere, even if it's not necessarily on Roman Reigns' behalf, to cost Cody the belt? Would have still been a bitter pill to swallow, but at least it would have freaking made sense if it was Jay White, AJ Styles, Somebody from fucking Bullet Club. At least there would have been history. Hell, Riddle. Solo again? That's what I'm pissed off about. Like, so what? You're expecting me as a viewer to for this reign, which by the way, I've already gone through a reign similar of this in JBL, which made me tune the fuck out for like 6 months until Cena won the title back, and I didn't even watch that Mania, right? You're telling me as a fan, I have to sit through another year of Roman cheating to win, doing this BS, yada, 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 and not be pissed off about it? When clearly that's what's going to happen on every other thing, except for maybe the one-off match because they book him to freaking win. Why would I care now? And I'm not the only one that's saying that. I'm not the only one saying that. It's not about the fact of he had to lose. Maybe you could have found a way to make him lose that people could have stomached. But that was the only way. The ways that I mentioned, that was the only way that was going to work. Solo Sikoa was not the goddamn answer. It just wasn't. That was such a dog shit ending to what otherwise would have been the greatest WrestleMania of all time. Now it doesn't even reach, and now Night 2, if we're separating the nights, doesn't even reach the top 5. And there was already enough questionable decisions that a lot of people questioned, but I would have been forgiving of that had Cody won the damn title. Seriously, I would have. But now it doesn't even reach the top 5. Night 1 sure as hell does. That is the story of this Mania now. People are going to separate fucking Night 1 and Night 2 now because of how garbage that ending was. And that sucks because it's not the athlete's fault. I feel like a broken record at this point. It's not the athlete's fault. It's not Cody's fault. It's not Roman's fault. It's not everybody else's fault that was on that card tonight. It's not their fault. It's the booking that absolutely screwed the pooch tonight. Like, that was such an uncreative fucking ending, man. That was so uncreative. We've I don't even know how many times we've gone through this Uso penitentiary / Solo Sikoa beatdown bullshit. I mean, crying out loud, how many times have we gone through it? If you were gonna have Cody lose by a dirty mean and a dusty finish, and you were gonna have him lose, Jay White, Seth Rollins, Riddle, AJ Styles,
Orton,
even Orton, those were the only 5 people I could have seen get involved and cost Cody. Realistically. This ain't it, Chief. Because we've been down that road and nobody wanted to go down that road again. That is the issue. That is the ultimate problem. Because Cody needed to beat Roman without fucking Solo getting involved. Or Cody needed to damn near come close before the referee got taken out and then Bullet Club's Jay White lays him out in the middle of the ring. Or former Bullet Club, whatever you want to call him, right? Or something of that nature. Any of those men that I mentioned, go out and lay him out. That's the problem here. If you were going to have Cody lose, though, there was a lot more outcomes than a lot of people thought where Cody could have lost and you could have continued the story with him. And then people would have been invested to see Cody win the fucking main event next year, hopefully, after he's done with the past. But you just have him lose to Sikoa, just like fucking McIntyre did. It's so bad, dude. It's just a bad ending. I mean, no matter what side you're on, what a horseshit call. Like that, I will never watch WWE again until the belt's off Roman now. Which I really was not wanting to do. I was actually looking forward to seeing what the hell the year was going to hold after WrestleMania. I thought there was legit hope that they were going to make the right decision somehow, some way. And boy, did they not. They were right there, and then they dropped the fucking football and fumbled right at the damn 1 yard line. Holy shit, what an awful finish. And you could take that to the bank. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. I don't care if it was Hunter. I don't care if Vince is back in charge, if that is indeed the case, which I doubt. I don't care if fucking Dana White now, with his Endeavor company, took over WWE like everybody's reporting online, allegedly. I don't care who is at fault. Y'all in the producer chair deserve the fucking flack for that. What an awful, awful decision to have Solo Sikoa win it for Roman when he was already ejected. He was already ejected. That's like the most insulting part of it all. We all thought, oh, this is good, this is good, this is good. And then he fucking came back out and fucking ended it with a Samoan spike. What the fuck? That's what I have a problem with. Now we get honestly, way to cheapen your fucking sale for the 1,000-day shirt, by the way. That's all I gotta say. I'm done.
Okay.
There's my rant.
Damn.
I mean, it's a fair rant. You make some valid points. You know, think about it like this. You know, the real Wyatt brings up a valid point in the chat saying it's Hollywood, bro. This is a movie. Think about this for a minute, okay? I know it's hard to imagine right now because you're so caught up in the moment and you're so pissed at what you saw. But if you'll just allow me this, close your eyes for a second, James. Think of this as a 3-act story, just like you would see in a traditional movie. Act 1, you had Cody's return last year, his dramatic chase to the title. He faces Roman at the main event. He loses. He's now dejected. What do I do? Now we go over what's the next major pay-per-view that's going to come our way. King, Queen of the Ring. There's always a quarter, semi, and final match. Solo, Jimmy, Jay on his way to winning the King of the Ring, because wrestling has more than one royal family. Cody is crowned King of the Ring. He's now gone through everybody in the bloodline in one night. All that's left is another shot at the tribal chief. Act 3, SummerSlam in Detroit, where this man will potentially be amongst the masses to see.
Baby.
Cody finishes his story. You know, you get mad at Solo interfering, and while I do hear where you're coming from and the throwback to Clash of the Castle, and, you know, I would have been okay with leaving him out. You know, you have the Usos come in, you have Sammy and KO come even the odds. They disappear. Roman takes advantage of the schmaz, gets the victory. Okay, at least it's not the same finish as Clash of the Castle. And somebody came out to help even the odds. Roman's still able to take advantage. Cody Rhodes just handed Solo Sikoa his very first defeat the other night. You don't think Solo was hot about that, out for revenge? It played perfectly into the story. Whether we're upset about it or not, he had motive. You know, you think about a serial killer. What is their motive for the murder. Solo had plenty of motive to come out there and Samoan spike him.
Oh, geez.
You know?
Mm-hmm. I mean, all due respect.
Just a couple of counterpoints for you. You know, something to think about.
Again, all due respect, I would have been okay with it if it wasn't a year out. That's the ultimate issue I have. And doing it at any other point than Mania is the wrong move. And I really think it was now or never, unless you were going to have enough story for Cody in that year time span that doesn't necessarily involve the bloodline, which is why I said the names I mentioned. You had Riddle, you had all that. If you were going to have them chase, one of them should have interfered.
No,
one of them did. It was Solo again.
Actually, you probably turn direction. I'd probably be quieter, honestly. But we'll
if Solo was the guy and that's what they wanted to go with, cool by me. But until Roman wins the title or loses the title, excuse me, I'm so fucking angry that I can't even make sense.
I can tell.
It's okay. It's okay.
Don't expect a viewership from me until after that next year's Mania. The only way you'll ever see me in watching Mania 40 next year now is if I'm going live. And that's very, very unlikely. And not because I wouldn't want to, but just because, man, like just financially it would be impossible. So I doubt I'm seeing Mania 40 next year. I doubt I'm tuning in that year.
It's fair.
And that's sad because I really didn't want to have that mentality. I really thought that they were going to make the right decision somehow, and I really think they blew it. I think they dropped the ball hard. But that's my thoughts.
Okay.
I'll just mute myself and let people talk, and I'll listen.
It's okay. It's okay. Jeff, welcome back to the impromptu open mic night. Just so you know, since you're joining us late, Noah actually has a stopwatch going. We are going until 11 o'clock our time, 2 o'clock their time. We are not trying to go later than that. We have 52 minutes and 10 seconds, according to his count. 58 minutes by my count. It only says 10:02 on my watch, but
oh yeah, that's right. Because I only said flat for 2, and you weren't starting at the top of the hour. I fix.
That's fine. But you know, at least the 52 gives us like a 5-minute warning. Just look at it like that, Noah.
Yeah, let's just keep it like that. That way, I'd be like 5-minute warning after it's up. Continue.
So Jeff, aside from being he who missed hell in the cell, which I'm sure is a shenanigan-filled story that you're going to want to get off your chest. What was the atmosphere like amongst 81,000 when the tribal chief retained over the American Nightmare?
Okay. Before I get into the Cody Roman match and the aftermath and all of that, I owe the viewers an apology for my comment that I left saying I would have a ginger snap moment during this segment of the show, because I was handled very nicely by SoFi Stadium security after you guys saw me be ushered off the air earlier. Everybody did their job politely, calmly. My bitch was the only damn guest relations booth, stand, whatever you want to call it this week. Certainly not Disney setup. I'm glad where the hell I work, because if I worked at SoFi, I'd have lost my fucking nut tonight.
Damn.
Was okay. I don't know if they ever got a crowd shot of it at all, but the big SoFi Stadium logo directly across the stadium from the stage. If that ever popped up on screen, you guys know what I'm trying to reference. By the time I settled into where I was sitting, I was stage right in like 215, 216. I had to walk more than half of the circumference of the stadium
just to check in 2 tripods that I walked in a cleared bag at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Damn.
And I got glimpses of the cell lowering, which, was cool. I got this little upper heart rate. Missed every bit of Edge's entrance, which not happy, obviously. And I caught enough of Balor's music and the ambiance where I was like, all right, I can fuck with this. That's fine. But I missed Edge's everything. So Travis got it on recording where he was in 440. And by the way, this man is a superstar of the night as well. We got to the car safe and sound, and we are on our way to fucking Denny's because I need to eat something to get that shit get that taste out of my mouth from missing that cell match.
Well, there was no Gangrel or Christian, so
right. Yeah,
I was going to say you didn't miss anything major,
which I'm not mad at because I was never promised Gangrel and Christian. I was just told Gangrel was going to be at the stadium. Didn't mean he was going to fucking put the fangs on, get the white shirt on, do the shit. So whatever.
Yeah,
but
do the thing.
It would have been nice to see David because I haven't seen him in a minute. It would have been cool, but it is what it is. All right, as far as the main event.
Yes.
So I recorded everything, the hype video, and then my thing blipped briefly, so I may have missed Cody saying wrestling in the Wrestling's World One Royal Family or whatever, but I got everything from that until Samantha Irvin said Reigns and the bell rang. So I got some good shit on film.
Nice.
I then filmed, I want to say it was 10 minutes total, the last thing I recorded on video, and it was everything, if you're going backwards in time, from Roman's last pyro all the way up, so 10 minutes before that, roughly. I had one hand on, and by the way, once I came back from guest services during the cell fiasco, I ended up right behind the staging, but like off right so I could get a good shot, a long shot of the stadium. I am grateful I brought my concussion earmuffs because pyro was right here. Like basically, if I threw my elbow at Travis right now, I could hit the pyro where I was standing.
Damn.
So yeah, I was like, all right, I'm back in my 20s doing the Roo shows where I have no fucking hearing. Yay! So thank God for the concussion muffs. But man, so I'm recording the end of the match, and he hits that last spear. Solo does what he does. He hits the last spear. I'm like, we're good. I'm filming. I had my right hand on my camera like this, and I don't have a recollection of making myself do this, but I ended up. And I'm thinking, oh, fuck, they did it. They actually had Roman retain, and you could hear that place deflate. It wasn't Bruno dropping the title to Koloff, and you could hear a pin drop, because the Garden didn't have 80,000 fucking people in it when that happened. But it was one of those, like,
right.
I predicted it officially on the sheet with Noah, so thank you, Roman, for that point. But it was very surprising. And I find myself surprised that I was surprised because it's like, JJ, you and I have been saying, I've been putting it out there and it's kind of been adopted by a lot of people. There's money in 1,000 days. And I heard what James had to say. I was off camera because I was walking so fast. I was, doing this shit. So I didn't want to give everybody, motion sickness walking to the car.
Right.
But I heard everything that was said when I came on. And JJ, you will understand this because you are a Kings fan, as am I. When we came out of pandemic and we were rebuilding the team, what was the famous 3-word phrase that we heard from GM Rob Blake, from The Office, from fellow fans about the rebuilding?
Trust the process.
Exactly. Trust the process. I am not disagreeing with James that the moment was here, because this place was ready to pop louder than I popped last night. And trust and believe, if you watched on Peacock, if you're there with us at 80,000 people, that place fucking popped last night.
Oh, I bet. I friggin' bet.
It was like I still have reserved tear ducts that have not been activated just in case I lose it watching that match again back in a couple days.
Yeah, fair.
But Kat is making great points, and I appreciate you putting it up, Jay. Cody has said he needs to finish the story. Who, at any point, Paul, Roman, Solo, the Usos, Triple H, Vince, Cody himself ever said the story has to end at WrestleMania. Yes, they say the things to get the buy rates, to get the subscriptions, to get the people into the building. Nathan, I disagree. Go back. I want that one with Nathan up there because this is what I referenced when I watched AHR Weeks a couple weeks ago. There is an end in sight. Trust the process. This has been going for just over 2 years. And I understand that a lot of people believe that we're going to have an NWO peter out ending of this story. And I vehemently disagree with it, but I understand the thought because I lived through the NWO. I lived through Bret Hart and a goddamn silver NWO logo. Okay? I'm just throwing that. I lived through Jeff Jarrett leading the NWO. Do not at me about the bloodline going too goddamn long.
He was also a horseman. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Oh, for the love of God, we have to really talk about that right now.
You know what? Mikey T's not here, damn it. We're sticking to the shtick. Like
damn
Walter.
It. That's right. That's right.
Hashtag Feel Merchy. Buy the stuff on Pro Wrestling Tees /Jeff Meacham.
Thank you. Jeff Meacham Network. Appreciate you.
Cheap plug.
There you go. Very. I don't know. What a cheap plug. We spent a fuck ton of money this weekend. Anyway.
I bet.
Disney's going to be very grateful. I'm going to be very grateful for Disney for paychecks coming back. I've been off work for a while. But yeah, trust the process. I'm going to keep saying it because I firmly believe it. I told you guys yesterday, choosing that option I chose for the finale of this weekend was the hardest prediction choice I've made in years.
Right.
But I chose Roman because I believe the process can be trusted. I believe that we will get what was being mentioned in the comments. We will get Cody Rhodes as King of the Ring. Or we will get Cody Rhodes as Mr. Money in the Bank. You have to remember something. SummerSlam is finally being re-edged into a Big Four feel. As a Survivor Series, as a Royal Rumble. WrestleMania has always been the end game. It always will be. It was Vince's baby. It's the company's baby. It will always be the end of whatever road we're on.
Right.
But it doesn't mean the end of the road has a wall in front of it that you can't go around. It means there's a pothole you possibly have to drive over to get to the finish line. I still maintain the finish line will be Cody Rhodes as the WWE champion. I believe in that, and I believe it will happen. And I still, God, Lord of the IWC, forgive me, but I agree 100% with Virtue's statements. It is a business at the end of the day. We are very likely going to wake up in the morning, especially those on the West Coast, because I'm sleeping my ass in tomorrow if I can help it.
I don't get that luxury. I've got to take kids to school.
To the biggest announcement in the history of the business.
Well, probably since WWF bought WCW, at least.
At least. And I will say to say all this company is bigger. I believe that. Because we've been saying never say never isn't a thing for over a year now, but fuck me. The company being sold is unfathomable a year and a half ago. So, again, you guys know how much I love the Rhodes family. I've not been quiet about that. I have known the Rhodes family since I was 20 years old. Same with the Fatus. So this main event was harder on me than I let myself admit until it was far too late in the process. Okay, but I'm still a little fucked up about it right now. But the company being sold is the reason Roman Reigns' time as the WWE champion continues. That is the true bottom line here. Not They screwed the pooch. I'm not trying to dig on your phrasing, James. I like how it's said. So I'm fucking running with it because the stem is so good. Because nobody uses that phrase anymore, and damn it, it's beautiful. I love that shit. So the reason that Roman Reigns walked out of this city and back to his hotel, and he's not going on his jet because we're going to be at Staples tomorrow, but back to his hotel room, as with both those titles, is because they're going to announce the sale tomorrow or Tuesday. It's going to be a thing. And I would stake my career on that if I had the actual opportunity. I don't, because, you know, nobody gives a fuck if I'm right about that or not. I'm stating my opinion. So that's why that happened. Now, as far as the names that James mentioned, I firmly believe we get Jay White tomorrow. Randy was mentioned. Randy is more fucked up than we were letting ourselves think. I'll leave that there. Riddle's still coming back from it.
Bro.
I completely agree with James that having Solo be the deciding factor was not okay.
Nope.
That was the wrong way to go. And I understand the anger behind it. So please don't misinterpret what I'm saying is that James is fucking wrong and fuck James, because I'm not. There is a method to this seeming madness. When you sell a company, when you prepare for something of this magnitude, especially a company that has been either in private hands or at least in control of private hands for its entire existence, you have to maintain some or a majority of the status quo of the presentation you're giving to your audience. Roman Reigns has been the most profitable, revenue-generating, audience-increasing champion since before, since Austin. Numbers don't lie.
Not Jinder Mahal?
No, definitely not fucking Jinder Mahal.
Don't bring up that freaking 2017 Black Note. Don't
talk
bring that
about
up.
him.
I don't know if I'd go back that far, Jeff. I would say maybe since Cena.
I was thinking Cena, because Cena was such a consistent constant.
But Jay, if you go strictly by numbers and stats and audience viewership, yes, ratings aren't what they are, but James and I have both agreed on this. We pontificated on it. The ratings are not measured near as accurately as they once were in 1998, 99. So
right,
I will concede that part. But everything else across the board, nobody has come fucking close since Steve Austin. And before that, it was Hogan. Yes, Cena was a very polarizing WWE champion and face of the company, and he grants more wishes than anybody, and I love that man to fucking pieces. But there wasn't money on the table to just go, wee, and play Mr. Monopoly with it like there is right now.
It's fair.
So that, at the end of the day, is why Roman Reigns is still the man. And I will say this before I get out of the car, because we're going to go eat because we are starving and I'm just done with the day for the now.
And that stadium food was expensive.
And the stadium food was expensive as fuck, and it didn't hit near a spot like I hoped.
I bet.
Yesterday was better, I'm not going to lie, but I think I was less emotional when I ate. Today I'm going to be more emotional, so it is what it is. I will agree with James that if the Cody trigger is not pulled at SummerSlam, as long as there's a really, and I mean it's got to be a fucking story for me to latch onto with every bit of my fandom, if he doesn't win it after another story like that, I will gladly come on here and go, fuck that mess we just saw in Detroit.
There you have it.
Because, like I said, they're trying to build the big four up together, and even King and Queen of the Ring, if they make it a big five, they're trying to make those shows mean something again. That's how you do it. You have the world title change either at Money in the Bank, in a country that's never seen a pay-per-view WWE world title change, or you do it in Detroit, where you had one of your biggest WrestleManias revenue-wise ever. And I will say this before I bounce out of the studio. Thank you all so very much for tuning in all weekend. all week, really. 14 straight days, and we're not done yet, for the record. But I had a therapeutic weekend, to say the very least. I threw that picture up very briefly earlier of myself with Noah Donish, who I had not seen in person in years. Our old ODQ friend Brett Buchanan facilitated it. Gilberto / Puke Boy was also there in that area, in that picture. We were able to make peace, Noah Donish and I didn't think that would ever happen. But time does indeed heal at least most wounds.
Yeah,
and if I can make nice with Noah Donish again after all these years and all this trauma and bullshit, we can make there it is, man. If I can make peace with these three people and have Aaron pop forward in a response text, if that can happen, then we can believe that the process will play out and we will have an American Nightmare Reset American Dream before the end of 2023. Noah, James, JJ, I love you all. JJ, I'll probably see you sooner than either one of these two yahoos. So it depends on how quick Denny's is and how fast we can get up the freeway without speeding and killing people.
Oh, jeez.
But again, I love you all. Thank you so much for carrying this day because I wasn't allowed to. I will see you guys tomorrow for whatever the WWE leaves us our last dinner in LA with. Good night.
Sounds good.
Godspeed.
See you, brother.
Jeff, thank you very much for everything. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for allowing me to host things across the multiverse of media here and specifically being logged into your StreamYard. I greatly appreciate you putting the trust in me as well as the Simple Man to hold down the fort in your absence. Enjoy dinner. I will chat with you later.
I'll catch you guys soon. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. I still really think that was a dumb move that they didn't do that finish tonight. Because if it happens at SummerSlam, nobody's gonna be all right. Like the time to do a finish with the Bullet Club was here. Bullet Club interference or something. Because like I don't know how. Like if you do it any other pay-per-view, nobody is going to tune in nearly as much as they were going to tonight. And, people are impatient. Let's just call it what it is. I
completely agree with you.
People are just impatient.
I completely agree with you. Think about this for a second. Let me, forget about the storyline that I pitched to you before Jeff came in and gave his 2 cents here. Think about this for a moment. Yes, it's WrestleMania. There are 81,000 there this evening. Who knows how many people watching on Peacock around the world?
Yep.
Okay. But Peacock is still a paid subscription. There's still people that don't have the Peacock app that may have access to the USA Network. Okay. If we get this sale announced tomorrow, like everyone is expecting now. And then on Raw, the night after Mania, Roman drops the belt. To Cody even. How many more eyes potentially would be on the product because it's on something that you don't have to pay for?
If Cody wins the WWE Championship and split the fucking titles, fine. I'll fucking bite. But that ain't happening. That ain't happening. I bet if I could bet on it realistically and wouldn't lose a lot in the process, I bet my house that it wouldn't fucking happen.
That's fair. But you know what else I would bet wouldn't happen? WWE being sold.
Yeah.
Vince McMahon being relieved of duties.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I agree.
Not trying to
24
make
hours
light.
is-
Not trying to make light of your sentiment there, but I never thought I'd see those days either.
I agree. I just don't. I don't see it happening. That would be.
And
that would
maybe
be very short
maybe Cody makes the challenge, but they say, well, you know what? You don't deserve to be undisputed. We're only going to put one title on the line.
I really hope that's what they do. Again, that's like the only way I can forgive this nonsense tonight. It seriously is that's the only forgivable way I will be okay with this. But I don't know. Because then if that's the case, right, and Cody wins the championship from Roman, the world title, then you got to give Sammy the championship shot at next year's Mania in Philly. Like that has to happen then.
Not necessarily.
You don't necessarily have to, but I think, okay, who's the number 1 and 2 baby faces of the company?
At this moment, Sammy and KO. By next year's
right.
Fair
enough.
I was going to say, not counting Cody because we're taking him out of the equation. At this moment, Sammy and KO. That doesn't mean that by WrestleMania next year, we can't have a babyface main event, Jey Uso.
True that. But
I still think that there is something baking in Jey Uso's brain. And I think that some of what Sammy has been saying to him as of late has been resonating with him. You notice Jay's the one that took the pinfall.
Right. Again,
Jay's the one that took 3 haluva kicks.
Jay, fair enough. So either Jay or Sammy. But like one of those two, I feel like would have to dethrone him next year. People got to remember, the world championship isn't the one with the lineage that Roman has.
I know it's the Universal
title, which
I know.
By the way, after all the booking mishaps, is the prize in WWE now because of that reign. It ain't the world championship. I love the world championship. I love the lineage of it, but they're trying to establish that Universal title with a huge lineage all in of its own, beating those lineages in the world championship picture. So, again, if they do that, that's the only way I forgive this nonsense tonight.
We'll have to see what happens tomorrow night on Raw, which, of course, you guys can tune in to the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media, as the simple man with the spectacular voice will be doing the call solo, 5 o'clock Pacific, 8 Eastern to the East Coast. I'm still not 100% sure yet if Jeff and I are going to be coming in for the West Coast feed or not. We're going to kind of play it by ear. We'll be feeding that information to Noah throughout the broadcast so that he can inform and update you guys with that situation. But at the very least, Noah will be on the call solo, like Sokoa, to bring you all the happenings of the Raw after Mania.
Noah, how much time do we have left?
We've got roughly 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
I want to get your thoughts on what I just said. Is that the only possible way that we could really forgive what happened tonight?
I don't think that's the only way when you consider that WWE always seems to have plan B, C, D, and E, even if half of them suck, but maybe one of them won't make him look like a punk-ass bitch in victory. That being said, I was hoping for something different. I was hoping that Cody Rhodes was either going to lose fair and square on his own, Roman Reigns was going to prove his merit as champion, or that Roman Reigns was going to somehow go down in a blaze of glory. Looked like the latter was going to happen, and then you got shenanigans abound, and you had a repeated story from Clash to Castle. Highly original, Michael P. Hayes, really brilliant. I was expecting some original WrestleMania. I was wrong. As far as your take, Jey Uso versus Roman Reigns potentially could happen. We could potentially see Jey Uso turn on him somehow tonight, maybe on instinct, maybe out of the moment. Jey Uso right now still subservient to his tribal chief, and Jimmy Uso as well. Maybe he's still doing this for Jimmy Uso. So Zakora right now, maybe he doesn't know truly which way to go. Maybe he is despondent this time. At this point, I'm just wondering if anybody's got the balls to turn against Roman Reigns at this point, because it sounds like the bloodline still hold, but now the bloodline only has one prize, and that's the tribal chief with the prize at the end. At this point, though, with Cody Rhodes, again, I figure about, like I said, the moment versus the milestone. Am I going to care about calling the moment when it actually happens? Maybe. It depends on how the pillars fall in between. As far as the milestone, I really don't give a damn. But you know what? At the end of the day, it is business, it's marketing, it's merchandising, but I got better things to spend my money on than a $40 shirt at WWEshop.com. So that being said, I wish that Roman Reigns actually looked stronger as a champion. I feel Cody Rhodes definitely looked better as a competitor because he hung with the tribal chief. But overall, I just wish there was something original with this ending. And yes, those names in question I do agree with, based on legacy, based on history. Randy Orton, I understand, is injured. I do hope that he does get better at some point. And as far as those other ones, that's still a big what if. Again, first WrestleMania, AJ Styles had to miss due to injury as well. So the whole Bullet Club dynamic with a whole different level of history with Cody Rhodes, yes, that would be cool. But I don't think there's one road only to this. But I'm not sure what road to believe in right now that can potentially even start tomorrow night that still would give me that believability and buy-in, particularly to Cody Rhodes achieving that legacy. So at the end of the day, WrestleMania was great, but they screwed the pooch. Roman Reigns looked like punk-ass bitch because repeated ending at Clash of the Castle. I wish they came up with something more original. And I do think Cody Rhodes is still the guy to dethrone him. I'm just not sure when, and they need to make sure now that I can buy in to it. I don't think necessarily what happened at King or Queen of the Ring, because at this point, if you pigeonhole King or Queen of the Ring to just Cody Rhodes and the Bloodline, what does that mean for the rest of the roster? We already talked about the abysmal book in the women's division.
Yep.
Now you just really pigeonhole the entire roster because you can't book a capable superstar to be a capable King or Queen of the Ring to actually carry on your divisions. Give me a break. King and Queen of the Ring, they need to do something original as well. I needed to see more than just Roman Reigns at my screen at the top by any means necessary. At least I could have bought into something if it was something original, something different. It wasn't. Now you got to try and really bring my interest back. There's a reason why I don't watch the weekly TV product. There's a reason why I believe Triple H delivers to a degree on PLEs, much more than Vince McMahon ever did in my history of watching the business. So again, we'll see what happens to Raw after Mania, but this was not the way the story should have been told tonight as far as how you got to the ending. Come on, something more original, Michael P.S. Hayes. Don't let Roman Reigns look like a punk-ass bitch. Cody Rhodes still has to finish the story.
I have a question. So, while I agree, you pretty much answered every other question but the one I asked. Do you think that's even going to happen, what JJ recommended? Like, is he going to challenge Roman and he's only going to put the world championship on the line and he'll win it decisively and take that belt off Roman and split the titles? Or do you think that's a long shot like I do?
Well, never say never, but hey, 1%. You know what condoms are? They're 99% safe. There's 1% you can catch an STD. So honestly, anything could happen. So yeah, I'm not going to, deny that actually happening. Is there a super slim chance? Yes, I feel like you have I feel like you have a better chance of getting STD than that happening because that sounds far too creative booking by WWE versus JJ. But as far as answering your question, what do I see more likely to happen? Jay White showing up? Maybe. Because I don't see him going to NXT like AJ Styles based on his pedigree. And Cody Rhodes clearly is hell-bent and focused on getting the WWE Championship. You talk about an impending draft. You talk about an impending business sale. I simply say brand split, LOL, because Raw still is without a captain of the ship. The captain in case is the actual prize, the top prize on Monday Night Raw. What is Monday Night Raw at this point but SmackDown soft without Roman Reigns on it?
Yep.
Again, what needs to happen first? Does Roman need to lose the title? Does Roman need to lose the titles? At this point, they need to find a way to make Roman Reigns have a believable opponent that can beat him for the titles after what you did tonight. So at this point, I'll say 1%, if that. I won't deny it, But in the immortal words of one Aaron Riff, highly unlikely in all likelihood, they better make this Raw after Mania something memorable to really reset a new story after what they did tonight.
That's fair. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they do tomorrow.
I'm not. I'll be real with you. I'm not after tonight.
I understand that,
I
James.
understand what you're saying.
Unless they announce Cody Roman World Championship in the main event of Raw tomorrow night, I ain't tuning in.
Fair enough.
No shot.
Fair enough. It's either going to be at the beginning or the end. That's going to be the most memorable moment of the Raw after Mania, as it's been in the past. Crazier things have happened. Bryan Danielson came out as champion. Triple H put himself in the main event, challenged Bryan Danielson for the championship, and the Shield turned on the authority, and we were off to the races. Crazier things have happened. We'll see. There won't be no money to bank cash in because you don't have a briefcase, but we'll see.
Torvik, I don't think he's going to defend the title at Backlash.
No.
What I'm guesstimating will probably happen is 6-man tag action. Cody, KO, and Sammy versus the Usos and Roman, or the Usos and Solo.
Boy, that was so riveting last year at fucking Backlash.
So riveting that the good old GM Jeff Meacham decided to take over the entire podcast and start Open Mic Night ahead of time. Because the towers went on the line.
Dude, I don't want to rehash another year of this shit. And
no, but
it
could
at least one of the titles has to be fucking off him.
It could help perpetuate the storyline, though. Think about this for a second. They announce it as Roman and the Usos, but then Roman no-shows and sends so that adds heat and dissension within the bloodline. Too busy to show up with us? Too busy to fight alongside of us? You don't think you need to?
Yep.
The threads start getting pulled. And who's going to be the most likely one to speak up and challenge the tribal chief?
Jay.
Main event, Jey Uso.
Probably. I don't know. I don't care. I've been through this all already. I've been through it all.
Control C. Control V. Aha.
At least, again, even if you're going to tell that story, at least give Cody the world championship then. Find a way to get that belt off Roman at least. You don't need that
during our play
Roman anyway.
I said
but
during
if
our
Cody
play-by-play,
can pin Roman in the match, then you can argue that he deserves another title shot.
He deserves another title shot in kayfabe right now.
The thing
But you
about
know how
that.
Go ahead, Noah.
I just want to say this real quick because there is one thing you guys do need to consider about this whole thing about the tribal chief. He has not been pinned or submitted in any capacity, multi-person wise, either. As you were.
I understand. Oh, in WWE's world, no. It's Cody needs to draw a line here and not be a punk ass here, and actually stand up for what he believes in and finish the story. And it should happen tomorrow night on Raw. This case is more than justified. And if your buddy Adam Pearce has any balls, he'll make it official, kayfabe or not. Period.
Again, we'll see what happens tomorrow on Raw.
Tonight, he got screwed tonight, right? In kayfabe.
Yep.
Okay, so at least you're at least putting one of them on the line, Roman. We ain't dealing with this shit no more. Cody deserves a rematch. That's it.
Yeah, no argument there. I agree about that. No argument there. I mean, again, at least he wasn't reduced to a karaoke singer.
Yeah,
that's fair. All right, gentlemen.
Well, anyway.
Unless there's anything else that anybody would like to add about the weekend, the presentation in general, the multitude of shows that we've covered on the Multiverse of Media, starting with Multiverse United and going all the way through tonight, feel free. Otherwise, Noah, we're roughly 21 minutes ahead of schedule.
Hey.
We will say our goodbyes. And we will get out of here.
I mean, again, at this point, it was the weekend for professional wrestling. Damn it. I watched Bloodsport 9. I watched the Impact WWE Multiverse United. And I also watched Impact Wrestling Live on Thursday night. I watched AEW Rampage, the WWE Hall of Fame, Ring of Honor Super Card of Honor on Friday night. Then we did NXT Stand Delivered WrestleMania Night 1 Saturday. And then we concluded everything with WrestleMania Night 2. Arguably the greatest week of professional wrestling to date, considering everything top to bottom, the quantity and quality of talent and action as well. Big shouts to everybody that's been involved across the entire wrestling industry. I wish nothing but the best to the hardworking men and women of the entire scene. James, it was an absolute thrill calling Supercard Bar with you. I think you and I had a blast top to bottom with that card. No doubt, probably was your favorite thing the entire weekend. JJ, your brand definitely stand delivered at NXT's center stage. And overall, this still will be one of my favorite WrestleManias, but I will say this. Night 1 definitely surpassed Night 2. If I could put their kind of championship match on Night 2, that was probably the perfect WrestleMania for me. But kudos to everybody who put in the work. I mean, heck, even Ronda Rousey got responsible. There you go. Pray day in LA. Overall, I mean, hey, I'm just tired. I still have a voice somewhat. And now we just got to see how Cody resets the journey to finish his story. His story may conclude tonight. Now he has to start a new one. The Raw after Mania has to set a strong pace if you're going to really bring people back into this thing, heading into Backlash and beyond that, Money in the Bank. And of course, the next big one is SummerSlam. That's our schedule, guys. Backlash, the King and Queen of the Ring, which at this point might be filler because it's in country. No, I'm going to say it. Saudi Arabia. Then you got Money in the Bank. And then you got SummerSlam. I hope for bigger and better things, particularly for Bobby Lashley and LA Knight, who might I add, LA Knight was not involved at all at WrestleMania, and I still think that's a damn crime. So, again, WWE, we will see what happens. You say trust in the process. I say wait and see, because seeing is believing, not assuming.
There you go.
James, anything you want to say about this entire professional wrestling weekend, Supercard of Honor, Impact, WWE, anything in your mind?
I got nothing, man. I'm fucking exhausted.
Yeah, your brain sounds like it's ready to go.
Yeah, I'm just honestly, I was really hoping for a happy moment to watch live before I have my funeral tomorrow, on Tuesday rather, because I won't be doing anything on Monday. Other than AEW or WWE Aftershock on Owen's channel, and I'm not even on the show, so you know, I'm basically not doing much. So
maybe that's for the best, man, because it sounds like anybody else, I'm sure, especially after this entire spree, everybody needs a mental reprieve. I say stay off the phone, relax tomorrow, take it easy, and when you're ready, come back. And as always, just enjoy life and enjoy wrestling. And speaking of which, this good old JM, it looks like he's just in time to conclude things in the end, unless he has any final takes.
We decided there were more wrestling people in that Denny's, I think, than were in that stadium. So we
damn.
So I have let the party I need to know that we're on our way, JJ. So hopefully we will coordinate properly. We'll see how that goes. But again, I see that we're acknowledging James's loss, so I will definitely vote in on that, because that was it's one of those, you know, it's coming, but it still sucks when it does. So it's rough, man. So I definitely feel that pain, and we will definitely keep showing his book as often, early as often as we can. So that's not much else I can say, because nothing I say is gonna But again, you know, we were talking about it. You know, it's Twitter and social media are blowing up about that finish, and they're saying they're agreeing with James that it ruined the night. And I find myself kind of like, Night 2 was definitely the weaker of the weekend. I'm not even gonna disagree with that, because Night 1 was so strong. So many good things happened. And honestly, first of all, I just now found out the extent of Shane McMahon's injury. So I made an executive decision on behalf of the entire network team. We are going to saran, bubble, and concrete wrap Stephanie and Linda McMahon's quadricep muscles, so they don't fucking do the same thing the rest of the family's done.
Oh, God.
No.
I agree.
No more quad here. That's a bad McMahon family.
Oh, yeah.
God damn, that's crazy.
Just freaking running the freaking family. Good grief.
It's just absurd that, and again, how long has Shane not been actively going out there every week? A lot, and that's why it happened.
Right.
How often Vince not going out there every week? A lot, and that's why it happened.
Right.
Hunter was just a freak thing both times. That was, I mean, he was running hard for so long both times. It was just fait accompli. The McMahon men themselves, like, dude, stop doing the things. Knock it off. And of course, Shane only tore one because God forbid he upstaged the old man the day before the sale, because we don't want to get that kind of heat on the kid.
Right. Good
grief. And yes, props to Snoop for, I saw a tweet that just made my day. If Snoop Dogg can call shit on the fly, so the rest of you workers can, goddammit. No. I love it. But, just, again, I said it because I thought I was going to be gone for the night, but there goes the text. Okay. So thank you guys again. Damn it, all the help. Stop texting me. You know who you are that I'm trying not to yell at on the air because I'll get told when I get there. Thank you guys again. JJ, you have been the anchor carrying this through the week, getting everything set up, getting everything moving when I couldn't. I do want to, in case tomorrow night goes sideways, or not sideways, we don't have a chance to talk about the week because Raw's going to be no doubt crazy.
All right.
Thank you to everybody at the Comedy Store on what was the at the Comedy Store? Wednesday. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you everybody at the Comedy Store. Thank you to Sam Roberts, Sean Waltman, Dolph Ziggler, Kathy Kelly, Mike Rome, Will Sasso. Funny, great seeing him. Kristen Malit, great seeing him. I'm sorry. Thank you, Santos Escobar, Joaquin Wilde, who popped big when I mentioned his TNA time because everybody was like, "You was in TNA?" And Killian Travis, I'm like, "Yeah." Zima Ion, they're like, "No shit!" Like, "Yeah, DJ Z, baby." And he even did that to me. I was like, "Damn, that was funny."
That's probably the Impact Wrestling.
Yeah. So, thank you to everybody that was in the chat room for all the watch-alongs, for Multiverse United, for Supercard of Honor, for NXT, for WrestleMania tonight, for the both of the Mike nights. Thank you to Fighterman Sports for, once you got your shit together, a great meet and greet. Thank you to The Undertaker. My God, it made my dad's day. It made having to drive all the way to the stadium because tires are shredded on these freeways a much easier thing for my dad because he was in such a goddamn, look at that shit, right?
That's awesome.
I mean, damn, man.
JN Senior.
I don't even mind not having met Ric Flair when he was in town this week because if he goes, he goes, and it sucks, but it was him and Taker, the last two on my must-meet bucket list, and I made the right decision. I really did.
That's what matters.
And getting him to pop over the picture of Dylan and Percy, like, that beats any adrenaline high I got last night off Sammy and Kevin, and any adrenaline low I got sucked out of me with that, wow, that finish happened tonight. So thank you to him, and thank you to everybody at SoFi Stadium and the Convention Center and, again, the Comedy Store and everybody in between. So thank you all very, very much. Thank you to the team in here. James, I know it was a difficult process for you the last couple of weeks, so thank you for trooping through and being here for us, even in that damn Buccaneers hat. Damn you. I
just wear it so I don't look like I'm balding because I'm actually not. It's just this fucking ring light causes it to look like it.
James, your hair is still probably better than John Cena's.
Yeah, that's for true.
Yes, and thank you to John Cena for not letting me have the worst hair in the stadium. I love you, John. Thank you so much, man. I'm gonna get shit for that in the morning. Here's what it is. Thank you to Noah again, my play-by-play man par excellence. You are the fucking man. You really are. And anybody that tries to dispel or dissipate your positivity, you have my permission to go unpositive for a second and kick him right in the dick. Because no way. JJ, what can I say, man? it's 12 years doing this shit officially.
I'm wearing a cup everywhere I go now. Thanks, Jeff.
Damn.
I said I'm wearing a cup everywhere I go now. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks. Okay, I don't understand what that means.
Because you just gave Noah permission
you gave Noah
unpositive
free
and
rein
kick someone in the nuts.
I got
him in the dick. So
sorry. The brain just did not even go there because. Wow. Okay, that was good. That would have been a lot better if I actually picked up on it. It is what.
Yeah,
it is.
you're fine. You're fine. It's been a long night for everybody.
Ain't that the truth? But I'll say it because, damn it, James, you freaking idiot.
There it is. But JJ, again, thank you so much for producer manning it for me because I know it was a challenge. Shout out to my niece, your daughter, because she got her way at the end of the night. Even nobody else in the Tweeterverse did. Natalie got her way tonight. So it kind of is what it is for me.
All the people sitting around here were cheering for her.
Yeah, I had a good mix of people. I'm not going to lie. All throughout the night, there was debate all night between the two men. And where I was sitting during the entrances, on my right, people were hands up in the air, fingers up in the air. On my left, they were, whoa! I'm in the middle going, I don't know what to do, so I'll do both and try not to get killed.
Nickel!
Here I am, stuck in the middle with these crazy people. Here I am.
Not copyright. Not copyright.
No, because I mixed it and I sung it horribly, so he can't pay me. But yes, guys, thank you again. Did Noah do his closeout with the positivity? Did I miss that?
Not yet.
Woohoo! I'm gonna stay around.
Well, I guess there's nothing more to say than simple as that. Again, Torvik, thank you for the kind words. I promise you, as long as the professional wrestling passion in my heart, I will commentate anything that Jeff Meacham and JJ and James would like me to try and do too, as long as time allows me to. But if people want to know more about me, know this, for I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan. Now, let me see if I can still do this with my voice. Professional wrestling! Damn it! Jesus, I sound like Brock Lesnar. But I digress. Find me on the Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at Foster1916 for all things wrestling. Shout, of course, to the entire ATW family on the Twitter, including Eric and Kim that have been involved in the chat as of late. Again, I will be back here with you all across the multiverse of media to provide you playback coverage, hopefully with a better voice than good old JR after WrestleMania 23 on Monday Night Raw for the Raw after WrestleMania. How fitting, right? I really have the JR in me. And then following that, we'll be taking a short reprieve, believe it or not. But stay tuned later in the week for a premiere of the Simple Take with me and JJ as we discuss more about WrestleMania and maybe what we hear on the press conferences too. Stay tuned for me working with James Hebert. I never stop working, it seems. I always do the work. Hi, Cody. As I will be working with James Hebert again on AEW Spark. I'm working with some different projects with my ATW fam. Stay tuned for more on that. And then I'll be back here with you all on Friday night with another live watch event for AEW Rampage and Battle of the Belt 6. And then we'll take a short reprieve before the City Predicting resumes with Impact Wrestling's Rebellion. But as always, I like to conclude. There are no winners. There are no losers. There are no betters. There are just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. Boy, was that definitive this last week especially. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too. Seriously, turn off your damn device, stay off the friggin' Twitter especially. And treasure your families. And as we leave y'all here tonight, as always, just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that.
There you go.
Indeed it is, my friend.
There's really nothing more for me to say because everything I was going to say before Noah did his closeout, Jeff said. So,
sorry.
It is what it is. Thank you, everybody that has joined us on this long and winding road of insanity that began at Multiverse United and that concludes for the time being tomorrow with Raw After Mania. For the Heeb Man, for the West Coast Professor, for the simple man with the spectacular voice, I am the renegade of relevancy tonight. And we acknowledge the multiverse of media. We acknowledge you, our fans. And whether you like it or not, you need to acknowledge your tribal chief. We will see you guys next time.
Have a good night.
Right now.
Nah, too dark.